Welcome, Starfleet.
Good morning, Starfleet.
That intro had about as many pixels as the original Laura Croft. We are doing VIC. We're doing it retro. And to start today off, we're going to meet with Lynn Harper from Medical, who's going to get us kicked off. And very excited. I'm told she's backstage. There we go.
All right.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing great. So I hear you've got a video for us.
We do have a video for you. So what it is first of all, lovely wigs, gentlemen. I'm not sure
Not a wig? What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can pull that
throw
off.
this out.
I'm doing the 80s hair too, sweetheart. That's
There you go.
what you're getting. Yeah. Okay. So what we've prepared for you, what Starfleet Medical has prepared for you is it's greetings from all of the ASGs and actually some DASGs as well. And the main feature is a scenario that was written by my deputy, Wade, and it is called Enhanced. And I hope you enjoy it. We really had a tremendous amount of fun putting it together. I want to take this opportunity to say a couple of thank yous before this ends, and that is
I've been told there's been a couple times that we use a little too many TLAs, three-letter acronyms. So can you explain ASGs?
I can, because and my colleagues in Starfleet Medical will tell you that I hate acronyms because I always get them wrong. I get them backwards. Assistant Surgeon Generals, ASG. Deputy Assistant Surgeon General, DASG.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're welcome. Yes, and it's such a pleasure to work with this group of people. I enjoy them thoroughly, and I want to say thank you to all of them for taking part, and also just the energy in the chat when we unveiled the video. It was lovely just to see them functioning as a team, and it was really fun. Thank you to Wade for writing the scenario. Honestly, it's quite something. And I would also like to say thank you so much to Ken and to Chris and everybody backstage who has worked so hard in putting things together for this VIC. You don't see them, but boy, oh boy, they're working like crazy little squirrels in the background. So thank you to them. And really, that's all I wanted to say. Starfleet Medical is an established auxiliary, and we welcome you to join our ranks. So without further ado, enjoy this video from Starfleet Medical. Roll the clip, Chris.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Mike Brown, Regional Coordinator of Region 2, second to none. I hope you enjoy this next offering from the virtual IC. Live long and prosper, and comply.
Hello, my name is Fleet Captain Lynn Harper, and I am Surgeon General of Starfleet Medical. But what is Starfleet Medical, you might ask? Are they all doctors and nurses? Well, no, not necessarily. While many of our members are actively involved in the important area of healthcare, it is not a prerequisite. So what is Starfleet Medical? Starfleet Medical is an official auxiliary department under the Vice Commander of Starfleet, and we report directly to the DAS of Starfleet. Starfleet Medical does not have separate requirements for membership other than to be a member in good standing of Starfleet. The designation of Starfleet Medical within our organization can be utilized as an active part of your Starfleet membership. It should be noted that our primary goals are to raise community health promotion, public health, home, and workplace safety issues related to community service activities among club members. The focus of Starfleet Medical is to provide assistance to regions and chapters by making public health and medical information, along with other valuable resources available to the members of Starfleet. This is in keeping with the vision of Gene Roddenberry by being dedicated to helping humankind attain noble goals and ideals and operationalize the Let Me Help principle set forth in both the television series and the movies. It should also be noted that Starfleet Medical does not issue medical advice to anyone. It encourages them to pursue professional medical attention for any concerns they may have. It actively encourages its members to learn CPR, basic first aid, and become more knowledgeable in how to be aware of serious and acute conditions such as stroke, cardiac issues, accident prevention, and related subjects. Now, while I am the one making this particular information video, it should be noted that Starfleet Medical has a dedicated staff of individuals who work tirelessly behind the scenes. My Deputy Surgeon General looks after the day-to-day workings within our auxiliary, as well as a myriad of other tasks. Our Chief of Operations is responsible for all daily administration of the auxiliary and awards within Starfleet Medical, and so much more. I don't think the man sleeps. There are also our medical leads or committee chiefs who oversee specific areas of health. For example, women's health, men's health, public safety, and emergency preparedness. And then there are our many Assistant Surgeon Generals and Deputy Assistant Surgeon Generals who represent the various regions of Starfleet International. These individuals are vital as they are the liaison between Starfleet Medical and the individual chapters all over the world. They are a highly valued group of individuals who daily engage together in conversation and discussion. There are currently a few regions without a representative, and we would like to see all regions have a seat at the table. Should you have any questions in this regard, please do not hesitate to contact us. So, how do you become a member of Starfleet Medical? Easy. Go into the database and click the affiliation button. That's it. There is no medical exam. Once you are in, you can take advantage of our many challenges, both regional and fleet-wide. Be eligible for Starfleet Medical Awards, work on specialty medical programs, and core medical levels through Starfleet Academy. Pick up a copy of the quarterly newsletter, The Hypospray, and join the various Facebook and Discord channels where you can enjoy daily tidbits of medical information and humor. We look forward to welcoming you to Starfleet Medical. Live long and prosper.
Greetings, Fleet Captain Harper. I hope you're having a good day. Unfortunately, I'm calling with some news that might spoil that. It's come to my attention that one of our own at Starfleet Medical may have undergone genetic enhancement prior to their enrollment in Starfleet. As you know, because of the eugenics wars, which ultimately led to World War III, Starfleet explicitly banned genetically enhanced humans from entering into the service. It's always been strictly forbidden to deter parents from feeling like their children had to be enhanced in order to compete in society, which would lead to peer pressure causing cascading effect of enhanced individuals, black markets, two-tiered humans, and all of the consequences that result from that. Anyway, we have a problem. If this doctor hid this information from Starfleet on application and subsequent acceptance, the law requires that they must be discharged, and is going to require a hearing to establish the nature of the genetic enhancements, the timeline, the doctor's knowledge of the enhancements, etc., etc. If this is true, then the accused should have their opportunity to have their side put on record, but then they must be court-martialed and summarily discharged from Starfleet. I'm sorry to spring this on you, Captain, but it needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. I'll reveal the doctor's name once we establish a secure channel and I can speak with you directly. Portras out.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Let us begin. We've gathered here today in order to investigate some very serious accusations. The person on trial today has been accused of possessing genetic enhancements specifically for the purpose of increasing her mental and physical abilities and purposefully hiding that information from recruitment officers in direct contravention of Starfleet Regulation 614617. which strictly forbids permanent DNA modification and subsequently the admittance of genetically enhanced individuals into Starfleet. The accused is also charged with subsequently providing false information to senior officers on multiple occasions and has her career progressed in Starfleet and Starfleet Medical as she continued to hide her enhancements. We will hear from a number of witnesses in this proceeding. We will hear from the accused, and then the information and evidence gathered will be carefully considered before judgment and sentencing is announced. Let us proceed with our first witness. We will call on our first witness, Ensign Arlene Enriquez. Would you please approach the witness stand? Please state your title, name, and current posting for the record.
My name is Ensign Arlene Henriques, and I am currently posted to the USS Hood, where I'm on an engineering crew.
How do you know the accused?
Well, I first met the accused in grade 3. We were both looking for a friend. I grew up an only child and was always better at interacting with things than I was at dealing with people. So I was pretty introverted and preferred to tinkle with all things mechanical. I really didn't have a lot of friends. The accused was always kind of a social outcast too. She really didn't pay attention in school, and the other kids kind of made fun of her.
Why did they make fun of her?
They called her dumb and other terrible things. I mean, you know how kids are. The accused just always kind of had her head in the clouds, you know. She wasn't really a great student. She was kind of like me. I guess that's why we liked each other.
You said the other kids called her dumb?
Well, yeah, they thought she was stupid. She didn't really come across as the smartest kid in class. The teachers were always frustrated with her because she never seemed to be paying attention. She was awkward too, always tripping in gym class and couldn't throw or catch a ball to save her life. I always thought she was nice though. She had a good heart. I guess she proved them all wrong because, well, in the end anyways, she must have seriously gotten her act together. She's a doctor in Starfleet now after all.
When did things turn around for her?
I don't really know. It must have been in her teens sometime. She moved away when she was 10. I really didn't see her again until we ran into each other in the academy. It's just amazing how much things have changed in all these years.
We call to the stand our second witness. Lieutenant Yi, you will lead the questioning.
Please state your title, name, and current posting for the record.
Yes, I'm Dr. Milton Mersinger, currently CMO for the USS Haven.
And what is your nature, the nature of your relationship with the accused?
We went to medical school together.
And you entered Starfleet together?
We didn't join together, but we started medical school and entered Starfleet Medical Cadet program at the same time. The accused was in my class and we became friends.
Describe what the accused was like when you first met her.
Eager, driven, bright-eyed, smart as a whip.
So a smart kid.
Not just smart, she was one of the smartest in the class, if not the smartest. She was like an encyclopedia. She always seemed to know something about everything. I put it down to her voracious appetite for learning. She never met a book she didn't like. She didn't want to consume. And she seemed to have a photographic memory. There were nights when I was up all night studying before a final, and I sure could have used a photographic memory like hers.
You sound envious.
No. Well, yes, I suppose. I was a bit envious. She was a triple threat: smart, athletic, good-looking, and the rest of us guys barely stood a chance around her. She made medical school look easy, but the gal was so charismatic. She had a likable and she had a gravity about her, something that just caused people to want to be around her. She's incredibly likable and kind. Even if I was a bit jealous, I never held it against her. She's a good person, and I considered her a friend.
You said she was athletic. Could you please elaborate?
Yeah, she won several half marathons while we were at the academy. She was a ringer in baseball. medical school had a baseball team, and when she was pitching and hitting, we couldn't lose.
It seems like the accused was good at everything. Did you ever think that these abilities were unnatural?
No, she was gifted, no doubt, but in athletic, but she wasn't an Olympian or anything.
So who graduated at the top of your class?
That was the accused.
So she was dominating baseball games, acing tests, going on dates when you were busy busting your backside studying. Never occurred to you that any of this might be due to enhancement? Doctor, answer the question. You never thought that the accused's gifts could have come from genetic enhancement?
Look, I'd be lying if I said I didn't, but only briefly. A fleeting thought, nothing that I ever thought seriously about. I mean, there's gifted people everywhere, especially in Starfleet. The accused was my friend. She's a good girl, and I stand by her. She shouldn't be treated like some common criminal.
Thank you for your testimony, Doctor. You're free to go.
But I wanted,
No, you're dismissed, Doctor. Thank you.
We call to the witness stand Dr. Keys. Doctor, please state your title, your name, and your current posting for the record.
Dr. Keys, Starfleet Medical Academy.
How do you know the accused, Dr. Keys?
I ran the cadet clinic the accused trained at. The accused was a medical student under my tutelage.
And what was your assessment of this student?
The accused was a gifted student, a star pupil. Medicine is about more than just memorizing diseases and treatments from a pad. It's about how to interact with a patient, how you talk to them, relate to them, how you can extract information from them regarding their condition, and distilling that information to get at the most important details. You must then be able to pair that with the physical information you receive from your tests and combine the two into a complete diagnosis. The accused excelled in this. She had a gratuitous charm that allowed her to connect almost immediately with a patient. Even the most stubborn patient opened up to her. Then, upon receiving test results, her impressive intellect and intuition allowed her to diagnose and treat patients seamlessly. The accused has a gift for medicine, and anyone under her care is very fortunate indeed.
Did the accused ever display any aggressive tendencies?
Aggressive tendencies? Not really, unless you count calling doctors out that they're wrong. I once saw the accused call out her attending for misinterpreting test results. The attending was wrong, and the accused knew it. She walked up one side of her attending and down the other, but in the end, she was right. If the accused had not called out this error, the patient would have received an inappropriate treatment that could have worsened her condition. Perhaps the accused could have been a bit more tactful, but in the end, she was a better doctor that day.
Do you think the accused should be banned from service in Starfleet?
I'm smart enough to know that decision isn't up to me. I know why genetically enhanced individuals have been barred from Starfleet since its inception. I'm familiar with history. Seeing that aside for a moment, what I would say is the accused is a damn good doctor. Of all the students that have crossed my path at the academy over the years, she has been one of the brightest. Her potential is limitless, and any patient that finds him or herself under her care should count their lucky stars. She's an immensely valuable officer and doctor. It would be an incredible loss for Starfleet if they chose to take her commission.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Keys.
We call to the stand our fourth witness. Please state your title, name and current posting for the record.
My name is Lieutenant Thaddeus Yesnak, and I am the medical liaison for the Office of the Inspector General.
Can you explain to this inquiry panel Starfleet's position regarding genetically enhanced individuals serving in Starfleet?
They cannot.
They cannot serve?
No, they cannot.
Do you care to elaborate?
According to Starfleet Regulations 614617, all individuals who possess DNA augmentation or enhancement beyond what is required by life-saving medical interventions are banned from entering Starfleet.
They are banned from entering Starfleet, but what of officers that are already serving in Starfleet?
Officers who knowingly lied on their application or have hidden the genetic augmentations are subject to court-martial, dishonorable discharge from the service, and possible prison time.
Wouldn't you say that's an old law whose punishment is perhaps a bit harsh?
No, Captain, I wouldn't. Over 200 years ago, humanity experimented with improving the species through eugenics and genetic manipulation. What did we get for our improvements? War and destruction. For every good product of genetic engineering that can contribute positively to society, there's a Khan Noonien Singh or other despotic superhuman authoritarian ready to rise up and revolt against the fabric of our society in order to feed their own genetically enhanced greed and ambition and lust for power. Genetically enhanced individuals got us dictators. They got us the eugenics wars. They got us World War III. Genetically enhanced individuals brought us right up to the edge of extinction through nuclear annihilation. Billions paid for our eugenic improvements to the human species with their lives. Starfleet Regulations 614617 serves as a firewall to discourage any incentive for unneeded genetic resequencing and enhancements. It is our job to keep that firewall intact.
But are there any exceptions to this rule?
The law against genetic enhancements has been very effective at preventing individuals from entering Starfleet. However, a very small number of individuals have managed to enter Starfleet either through falsifying records or their enhancements go undetected.
What happened to these individuals?
As I said, the number of cases have been extraordinarily small. One officer resigned after the revelation, and a second officer was summarily discharged after he was found out. One exception was made about 25 years ago. The last case to be investigated took place in 2373. It was revealed that Dr. Julian Bashir, the chief medical officer on board Deep Space Nine at the time, had been genetically enhanced as a child. While the law dictates he should have been barred from Starfleet on the spot, a plea deal was struck between the Judge Advocate General, Rear Admiral Bennett, and Captain Benjamin Sisko. And that was Dr. Bashir's commander. Dr. Bashir's father, Richard Bashir, went to prison after pleading guilty to illegal genetic engineering. Since Dr. Bashir was a child at the time and was therefore unable to consent to the procedure, and since his father accepted his sentence without challenge, Dr. Bashir was allowed to retain his commission, although it left a permanent black spot on his service record.
That will be all for today. Thank you for your time, Lieutenant Yesnak.
Yes, Captain.
We call to the stand the accused. Please state your title, name, and current posting for the record.
My name is Dr. Heather Shona, and I am currently assigned to the USS Renaissance.
Lieutenant, you stand accused of possessing genetic enhancements, specifically for the purpose of increasing mental and physical abilities, and of purposely hiding that information from Starfleet, and in direct contravention of Starfleet Regulations 614617. How do you plead?
Well, technically I'm guilty, ma'am, but I'm not prepared to surrender my commission.
Explain yourself.
Look, I never meant for any of this to happen. I never intended to lie to Starfleet. Hell, I didn't even know I was genetically enhanced until a few years ago.
How could you possibly not know that you had genetic enhancements?
When I was a child, I was quiet and introverted. I wasn't interested in school or sports or people, really. I preferred to be alone, especially when school started. I had very few friends and was considered weird by my peers. I wasn't funny or witty or smart. I wasn't any of the things that make kids cool or popular. I had very few friends, although I counted Arlene among them. I found school to be difficult. When I was in grade 2, I was barely reading at the kindergarten level, despite the effort of my parents and teachers put into helping me. Mathematics was an impossible puzzle that I could never solve, and science was cool, but the concepts were beyond me. The other kids knew something was wrong with me, even if I didn't. So, on top of being stupid, I was an outcast. I can remember it so clearly now. When I was 10, my parents took me to Adjournment Prime on an extended summer vacation. They told me I was sick and that I would be getting treatment. They told me that I'd be attending a school with tutors that could help me get caught up in school. They told me it would be like a spa with fun treatments and interesting games. I wasn't scared at all. And while I was there, I underwent several procedures over a few months. They didn't hurt. I certainly didn't think anything illegal was taking place. I worked with tutors while my IQ increased rapidly. I worked with physiotherapists and coaches as my physical attributes, my balance, my strength, my coordination, all increased. My parents told me I was hitting puberty and these changes happened to everyone. They told me that my sickness was being cured and that's why I felt so much better. Looking back, it's obvious to me that those weren't treatments for some sickness and that it was just puberty that was turning me into a strong young woman. That's when I was genetically enhanced. I probably sound like I'm lying when I say I didn't truly know what was happening to me, but it's the absolute truth. My parents lied to me, but I guess if I'm honest, I wanted to believe them. When we came back to Earth, we moved to a different city and I started at a new school. I was told that this was a fresh start for our whole family, that we were to forget the past and start anew, that the future was ours for the taking. I flourished there. School came easy to me and I made friends quickly. Sports were suddenly fun, so was socializing. Who can argue with success? I was getting top grades. I was the school's star pitcher. I was winning at life. They say success is the great motivator, and let me tell you, I was motivated. Maybe I suspected that something was different about me as I got older. I knew I was smarter. I knew that I was athletic, but I guess I wanted to believe that I was just gifted. After all, why would my parents lie to me?
When did you find out?
In medical school. I was already a Starfleet cadet. We worked doing a unit in genetics, learning how to use diagnostics equipment. During one of the labs, I tested my own DNA, and I saw it, a synthetic chromosome. Then another. They weren't obvious to the untrained eye. The geneticists on Adjournment Prime are exceptional at what they do, but genetics was a particularly interesting subject to me, and I was ahead of my class in my studies. To be honest, I was probably already ahead of some of the students in the advanced genetic classes, so I immediately knew what I was looking at. Nobody else noticed before I cleared the screen and deleted the file. At first, I couldn't quite believe it, even though I knew what I saw. I have a photographic memory, after all. I could see it in my mind's eye. But after a time, I looked back on my life through a new lens, and I saw it all. My childhood, the treatments, my transformation, it was so obvious. I felt stupid, betrayed, guilty. I felt fear. I called my parents and demanded the truth. They confirmed what I already knew. I was angry, but when they explained why they did it, I understood. It's a terrible thing to watch your own child suffer. It didn't take long for me to decide that I wanted to keep the secret. Joining Starfleet had always been a dream of mine. To venture out among the stars and to help people, I was going to be a gifted doctor, and I wanted to take my talents and help the galaxy. To meet the challenges of working in new environments with species I hadn't met, to be forced to think on your feet and make decisions in unforgiving scenarios. I knew I could do it, that I could be incredibly valuable to Starfleet. But then, suddenly, and not of my own doing, it could all be ripped away. My dreams, my career, even my freedom. I knew about Starfleet's strict policy against genetic enhancement, but I never chose this. How could my dreams and my contributions be ripped away because of something that's beyond my control? It wasn't a difficult decision to hide it. Starfleet's own laws made that an easy choice for me. I thought that if I could just keep being an exceptional Starfleet doctor, that my successes would outshine any suspicion, that my talent and contributions would make me too valuable to Starfleet, that I could overcome this particular problem. I know it was wrong to hide it, but I implore you, review my record, my letters of commendation, my grades, and my devotion to my work at Starfleet Medical. I'm no raging genetic psychopath. I'm not some power-hungry augment. I'm just an exceptional doctor with gifts that I didn't ask for, that has spent all my energy trying to do my best for this uniform that I am incredibly proud to wear.
Well, Captain, this is a tough one.
Understatement of the year.
What are you going to do?
Starfleet's rules are pretty clear, but by all accounts, the accused is an asset to Starfleet and Starfleet Medical, not a criminal.
You said it yourself, though. The law is clear. But your recommendation is going to carry a lot of weight with the Judge Advocate General.
I'm not sure I'm up for a fight. Doctor, you stand in violation of Starfleet Regulation 614-617, Starfleet's law regarding genetically enhanced individuals. We've heard testimony from credible witnesses over the course of this hearing, and it has been made clear to me that you are guilty and have admitted as much. You incriminated yourself during your testimony, and more troubling than that, you made clear that once you knew the truth, you hid it from your colleagues and superiors and lied to Starfleet and Starfleet Medical right up until you were caught. These are not the qualities of an honorable officer. That being said, the testimony that has been presented to me during this hearing has also made it clear to me that you are a talented and gifted physician. You implored me to review your academic and fleet career, and I have. You've received glowing assessments in your quarterly reviews and a mountain of awards and commendations. Incredible achievements indeed. Perhaps more importantly, every time I spoke with someone you have worked under or with in the past, they all spoke highly of you. Many of them vouched for you and said they considered you both an excellent officer and a friend and wanted to put that on record. Regulation 614-617 is black and white. But I do not believe that the spirit of the law was intended to pursue someone as colorful as you, Doctor. There has been a precedent set in a previous case regarding a genetically enhanced member of Starfleet who is allowed to retain their commission and their position in Starfleet Medical. From what I have seen, you are an asset to Starfleet, someone who has contributed so much in such a short career, and someone, I believe, who has much more to contribute. You are not a criminal entirely by choice, and it is clear to me that you only chose to hide the truth when you realized that Starfleet provided you with only one option. There were no other avenues for you to pursue. If I was in your position, Doctor, I may have very well made the same choice. I've decided that I will become the option that you never had. I'm going to recommend that the charges against you be dismissed. I believe that you have a strong case based on your record, your character witnesses, and precedent that has already been set. I will stand beside you, Doctor, in front of the Judge Advocate General and advocate for you. I believe you are a valued member of Starfleet Medical, and we fight for our own. This hearing is adjourned.
Greetings, VIC attendees and guests. I am Commander Anna Hotelling, and on behalf of myself and Major Cal Moose Meldows, we welcome you to Region 1's Starfleet Medical Report. As your Region 1 Assistant Surgeon General, and with the assistance of Deputy Assistant Surgeon General Meldows, we oversee saw the participation of Region 1 crew members in the fleet-wide Solar System Step Challenge through the end of 2022. In January 2023, we initiated our very own Region 1 Wellness Challenge, the Winter Wonderland Fitness Challenge. Members from throughout the region participated by counting their steps through March of 2023, and we totaled more than 6,000 miles, which by foot would have taken members from Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, all the way to Tegucigalpa, Honduras. In April of 2023, we initiated the Step into Spring Challenge, a one-month fitness challenge for Region 1 members to participate in by keeping track of their steps. This time, in 1 month's time, we totaled more than 2,000 steps, which would have taken us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all the way to El Paso, Texas. Realizing that not every crew member in Region 1 has either the physical ability or the time to participate in a step challenge, in May, we initiated the month-long Ensign Divana Tendi Yoga Challenge. The Ensign Tendi Yoga Challenge featured a set of 15 basic yoga poses demonstrated by me cosplaying as Ensign Divana Tendi from Star Trek Lower Decks. I have been a yoga instructor since 1984, and I made very sure not only to demonstrate each pose via photo, but also to include written instructions that detailed how to do the pose, as well as modification options for those who needed a more gentle version, as well as those who wanted a little bit of a challenge. This yoga challenge was open to anyone who wished to participate, not just Region 1, and the feedback was wonderful. We had members report that they felt far more flexible, that backaches disappeared, that the yoga challenge made them feel much calmer than before they started practicing, and some members even report that the yoga challenge piqued their interest in yoga and that they plan on pursuing yoga classes in their own town. We also had a special guest participant, so my eternal gratitude to Jonathan Frakes, who is willing to help out, all for the cause of helping people throughout Region 1 become more active. The start of June also saw the start of our latest Region 1 Wellness Challenge, the Splash into Summer Fitness Challenge. For those who want to participate, they simply have to count their steps that they walk, run, dance, jog, or hike. But in addition, to celebrate the summer season, you can also count water activities which are self-propelled. For example, swimming, snorkeling, scuba diving, canoeing, kayaking, rowing, paddleboarding, anything in which you propel yourself through the water. Those distances will also count towards the Wellness Challenge. At the end of September, we will tally the total number of miles that were covered by foot and on the water to see how far we traveled as a region. We will have many more opportunities for Region 1 crew members to involve themselves with fitness coming this fall and this winter. Just wait and see. In addition to these wellness activities, Region 1 members had the opportunity to participate in a special joint challenge issued by PetFleet and Starfleet Medical's own Disaster Emergency Response and Preparedness Unit, DERP. Participants learned more about tribbles through Starfleet Academy courses, and those who successfully completed the challenge received a certificate issued by DERP, and their PetFleet counterparts received certificates issued by PetFleet. It is my hope as Region 1's ASG to increase involvement throughout Region 1 in Starfleet Medical, whether it's more members taking courses through Starfleet Academy, members participating in our wellness challenges, or even just joining the Region 1 ASG Starfleet Medical page. Reporting from Region 1, I am Assistant Surgeon General Commander Anna Hotelling, reporting on behalf of myself and Deputy Assistant Surgeon General Cal Moose-Meldos.
Greetings. I am Captain Deborah Keyes, and I hold several positions at Starfleet Medical. One position is Assistant Surgeon General, ASG of Region 2. I connect Region 2 via a Region 2 Facebook page to Starfleet Medical. I make individuals aware of challenges, certificate programs, and current medical news. My role consists of writing and submitting a report every other month about my activities as ASG of Region 2. I submit an article the second of every month and many more articles throughout the month. Lastly, I have developed a challenge that started July 1st about medical conditions in Starfleet. It will run for 5 weeks with completion of 1 course a week from the Starfleet Academy College of Starfleet Medical. Check out the challenge on the ASG Region 2 page, or Starfleet Medical Facebook page. It isn't too late to get involved. Another position I hold is lead of women's health. Again, I complete and submit a report every other month detailing my activities related to the position of lead of women's health. I post articles related to women's health on the Facebook medical page and on the ASG2 Facebook page. Lastly, at the end of 2022, I developed and started a Starfleet Medical Challenge of the Women of Starfleet Medical. It was a huge success, and I received a lot of positive feedback. I hope to do another challenge at some point, possibly part 2 of Women of Starfleet Medical. So keep your eyes open. This is Deborah Keys signing out. Live long and prosper.
Hey y'all, Commander Rowe here, Region 4, ASG, Starfleet Medical. I'm on leave right now, so excuse my being out of uniform. Down on Earth in Texas, visiting the old homestead, getting in my steps for the challenge that we have going this month in our region. We're rocking across Ireland right now. Last month we did the Appalachian Trail. The month before that, I think we were in Wales. Who knows where we'll be next month, maybe in your neck of the woods. Starfleet Medical is a great group to be involved in. We do a lot of things. We are involved in a lot of activities with each other. The STEP challenges, the Women's in Medical Challenge, the Men in Medical Challenge. We learn a lot together. It's a lot of fun. If you ever want to check us out, come on over to Starfleet Medical. We'll show you around. Commander Rowe, Region 4, later.
Good morning. I'm Second Lieutenant Hector Gutierrez. I'm the Assistant Surgeon General from Region 5. Greetings and welcome to the conference. Our area in Region 5 represents the Great Northwest of the United States, Washington, Utah, Idaho, Oregon, and from there, our area is big on emergency preparedness, mostly due to the weather issues such as flooding, field fire, storms. I've been trained in emergency medicine. I've been practicing for more than 30 years. And what's nice is the chapters in our region participate in community service, ranging from taking care of articles for the homeless, soup kitchens, victims of domestic violence, giving them clothing, utility things such as toothpaste, soap, washing material, and clothing. Also, Ronald McDonald House is a big project, from my understanding, in the Seattle and Spokane region. We support them with contributions from a lot of our conventions. I want to welcome you, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Greetings, Starfleet. I am Major Cal Maltos of the USS Gorkon, also Starfleet Medical's chair for the Department of Disaster Emergency Response Preparedness, DERP. I am beginning my 17th month in this position, and I thank everyone for putting up to me while I was learning. Now I think I'm fully up to speed. During my tenure, we have had 2 challenges. One was for the disaster awareness last year, 2022. And we've just recently had a challenge in cooperation with Pet Fleet for the Tribble Containment Challenge. As some of you know, they've been running rampant. Many unscrupulous merchants who sell them are not making sure that they're the Type 1s who breed only every 4 to 6 months. No, they're selling you the Type 3s that just explode everywhere. So while we're combating that, we're also doing many other fun things, running around the galaxy, taking care of plagues, disasters. It's a fun job. Love every minute of it, as challenging as it is. Made possible by the fantastic people like you in Starfleet Medical, in operations, engineering, everywhere. So I thank you for being there. I thank you for making the galaxy a better place, and let us always continue to strive to be better people and better citizens of the Federation. Live long and prosper.
Hello SFI! I am Fleet Captain Ariel Vitale, MD. I am the Chief Medical Officer of the USS Banneker out of Baltimore, Maryland. I'm also the Deputy Assistant Surgeon General for Starfleet Medical, Region 7. On behalf of myself and our Assistant Surgeon General, Lieutenant Stephen Vitrano, DO of the USS Challenger, hello from Region 7. For those who don't know, we cover the Mid-Atlantic United States from Washington, D.C. all the way up to New York State. First, as far as our region is concerned, there's been a change in leadership as of July 1st, 2023. I was the Assistant Surgeon General, and Steve was my deputy, but now those positions have flipped. So we're hoping with this change in leadership, there'll be some more activities happening from Starfleet Medical within our area. I know that Steve has already reached out to the various chief medical officers from all our ships, so we'll see what happens during the rest of the year. Other than that, there really hasn't been much of anything right now. We're engaged with the virtual runs that Starfleet Medical had fleet-wide over the last couple of years during and post-pandemic. And speaking of pandemic, part of it is that things have been pretty busy here. I think we're the only region in SFI that has real-life physicians in the top 2 leadership positions. I'm trained as a psychiatrist, and Steve is an urgent care physician trained in emergency medicine and is also an EMT. I can speak from my position and my specialty that there has been an increase in need for behavioral health services, certainly post-pandemic. And given the chronic shortage of physicians, at least in the United States, I could say that things have been hopping at work. So, again, here, let's see what happens. All I can say at this point is I hope everyone is having a good virtual IC. And depending on where you live, I'm hoping you have a good winter or summer. And be well. Doctor's orders.
Greetings from the desk of the Deputy Surgeon General for Starfleet Medical. My name's Dr. Wade Poitras, and I'm the Deputy Surgeon General. I'm also actually the representative for Region 10, which includes Western Canada and Alaska. Currently, I'm on assignment with the USS Cerberus, where I'm the Chief Medical Officer, and I'm very happy for this chance to say hello to other members of Starfleet International besides those that are members of Starfleet Medical. I'm here also to invite anyone that's interested to join Starfleet Medical. We're a growing auxiliary that's filled with people that enjoy the medical and scientific aspects of Star Trek. And in fact, many of us are healthcare workers. We boast members that are doctors and nurses and paramedics and healthcare workers of all stripes from all over the world. However, you don't have to be a healthcare worker to join, just merely interested in some of the topics that we cover. We're a very welcoming auxiliary, and we're a very active auxiliary. We're quite proud of how active we are, to be perfectly honest, and I think it's the main reason that many of our members really enjoy being a part of Starfleet Medical. We have a number of things that have happened in the last 24 months. I think perhaps the most recognizable thing that you may remember would be the STEP challenge around the solar system last year. That was put on by Starfleet Medical and relayed through the regions via our assistant surgeon generals, your representatives for your region. That wrapped up at the end of 2022, but since then, we've had a number of challenges that have come up by because of the very ambitious work of many of our members. We have or are currently running other step challenges, walking challenges, calorie burning challenges. We've had a number of challenges that encourage our members to take Starfleet Academy courses, such as the Men in Starfleet Medical, Women in Starfleet Medical, and the Emergency Preparedness Challenge, all of which encourage you to take a certain number of courses within a certain window to broaden your understanding and interest in Starfleet Medical, and then get a nice shiny certificate at the end of it all. It's a very fun and inviting community, and we're always ready to welcome new members. Several positions are actually open if you want to be more than just a member. Some of our regions still aren't represented by assistant surgeon generals. A couple of positions are open. If you're interested, please reach out to me or the Surgeon General, Lynn Harper, and consider affiliating with us in the database and joining our Facebook group or Discord group if you're curious. You won't regret it, and I have a feeling once you join, you'll stay. So from the sick bay on the USS Cerberus, I'd just like to thank you for your time, and I hope you're having a great time at the VIC. Thank you, and signing off.
Hi, I'm Junior Lieutenant Michelle Barton at the USS Parallax, Region 11, Brisbane, Australia. I'm a veterinarian with 27 years experience in small, large animal and exotics, including Australian native animals. Greetings from Region 11, Australia, New Zealand and Oceania region. I'm the Deputy Assistant Surgeon General to our wonderful Lieutenant David Yee, who's our Assistant Surgeon General of Region 11. We've been having a busy time doing our STEP challenge with participants from over 5 ships across our region. Have a fun VIC, live long and prosper.
Hi everyone, I'm Lieutenant David Yee, Chief Medical Officer of the USS Parallax in Region 11, Brisbane, Australia. I'm a registered nurse with over 22 years of experience working in the perioperative, post-operative and clinical information systems areas. I'm currently wearing many hats in Starfleet Medical. My primary role is of Chief of Operations. My main tasks include the maintaining of membership records, and I often serve as the first point of contact for new members. I also manage the processing of our Medical Awards, which consist of occupational awards, those of medical, nursing, EMT, auxiliary, and the recently added Carers Award to recognise the valuable contribution of these healthcare professionals in our healthcare systems. Life Awards. These awards recognise the training that people undertake to gain valuable life-saving skills such as first aid, CPR, and mental health first aid. Staff Awards. These awards consist of various recognitions for levels of service to Starfleet Medical. We have a Phlox Award for exemplary group activity and achievement, and service awards that are available to everyone to recognise their years of service for Starfleet Medical. These range from 1 year recognitions all the way up to 20+ years recognition. I also manage the processing and issue of certificates for our training programs. Currently, we have 2 training programs on offer. The Core Medical program, which consists of 100 Starfleet Academy subjects that form the basis of the core program of medical training. And the recently launched Specialty Medical program, which consists of 10 medical specialties with 10 Starfleet Academy subjects in each specialty. We are currently in the process of considering the addition of a couple other specialties, so watch this space. Work is also underway to add short courses of study that our members can undertake. As well as Chief of Operations, I am also the Men's Health Lead, Region 11 Assistant Surgeon General, and Starfleet Medical Website Administrator. I will let my Deputy ASG do our regional welcome, but as Men's Health Lead, I post 2 articles to the Starfleet Medical Facebook page each week that discuss specific issues that impact on men's health. Just some quick statistics from the World Health Organization. Of all male deaths, 86% can be attributed to non-communicable diseases and injuries. The main diseases related to mortality are cardiovascular disease, cancers, diabetes, and respiratory diseases. Injuries are the second leading most common cause of premature death amongst men. Compared to women, men go less frequently to doctors and consistently report more unmet healthcare needs. Men across socioeconomic groups demonstrate unhealthy smoking practices, unhealthy dietary patterns, higher alcohol consumptions, and higher rates of injuries than women. Men's risk-taking behaviours and underuse of health services are consistent across many countries. So the take-home message there is that it is important that all our members, especially our men, to ensure that they seek proactive medical review by their local general practitioners to keep an eye on their physical and mental health. Lastly, I would like to encourage anyone who is interested in first aid, medicine, healthcare, or even just the doctors, nurses, and council characters in Star Trek to join Starfleet Medical. You can find the form to join on the Starfleet Medical page at medical.sfi.org. We have a lot of fun at Starfleet Medical. We have an active Facebook page and a Discord channel, and I look forward to welcoming you aboard soon. Live long and prosper.
I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer. You're a healer. There's a patient. That's an order. Bones, did you ever hear of a doomsday machine? No, I'm a doctor, not a mechanic. I'll need help. I'm a doctor, not an engineer.
I wondered if perhaps there was something which could lower my sensitivity to cold.
I'm not a magician, Spock. Just an old country doctor.
Yes. As I always suspected.
Some men spend the majority of their lives in mines beneath the surface. I'm a doctor, not a coal miner.
Hello and welcome to Region 13. Bonjour de la Région 13. My name is Fleet Captain Lynn Harper, Commanding Officer of the USS Renaissance, Surgeon General of Starfleet Medical, and Assistant Surgeon General of Region 13. Our regional medical team also includes two capable Deputy Assistant Surgeon Generals, Commander Ed Markham, Chief Medical Officer of the USS Septarian, and Ensign First Class Gabinet World-Torton, Chief Medical Officer of the USS Renaissance. Region 13 acknowledges that we are located on unceded Indigenous lands. The Ganasatake Nation is recognized as a custodian of the lands and waters on which we gather today. The land on which we stand is historically known as a gathering place for many First Nations. Today, it is home to a diverse population of Indigenous and other peoples from other nations of the globe, and we recognize that we are all stewards of the land, water, and air. For those of you who are not affiliated with Starfleet Medical, let me take this opportunity to invite you to join our ranks. The Starfleet Medical team is a lively group who strive to provide resources and activities which seek to foster a sense of well-being and healthy living for all in Starfleet International. This past year, many in Region 13 took part in the year-long STEP Challenge, which was hosted by Starfleet Medical, and there was a healthy competition happening throughout that particular challenge. Region 13 also hosted its own STEP challenges in the winter and in the spring, and this served to keep our members active throughout the cold winter months. I encourage you to check out the Region 13 ASG Starfleet Medical page and the main Starfleet Medical page. There's always something interesting to read and consider. Until next time, live long and prosper.
Hello, Starfleet. My name is Lieutenant TJ Esnak. I'm the Assistant Surgeon General for Region 15, which is New England here in the United States. Coming to you today just to give you a progress update. Most of what Region 15 has been up to is purely sharing health information with this membership. We're working on a plan to get some type of fitness challenge in place for our membership. But in the meantime, we're sharing a lot of heart-healthy cooking, a lot of wellness tips, yoga, anything that's helpful and beneficial to our membership's health and welfare. A lot of what I've been sending out is diabetes prevention, mental health awareness, things along that line. But barring that, not much really to report from Region 15 as far as any other activities, though we are trying to get those ramped up. Anybody who's attending the Virtual International Conference, welcome. If you're interested in Starfleet Medical as an auxiliary, you can talk to any of your Chief Medical Officers or your Assistant Surgeon Generals or even Starfleet Medical itself. Other than that, bye for now and have a great day. Enjoy your stay here at the conference.
Hello from Region 17, the Rocky Mountain Fleet. I'm Colleen Parker. I'm the Region 17 ASG. In our region, we have an active Facebook group and a monthly STEP challenge that also offers an active minute challenge so everybody can participate. If you'd like to join us, feel free to join the Region 17 Medical Group on Facebook or the Region 17 Discord server. Have a great conference, live long and prosper.
Greetings, I'm Captain Deborah Keyes, and I hold several positions at Starfleet Medical. One position is Chief of Specialty Courses. What that means is I develop specialty areas by taking various courses from Starfleet Medical College in the Academy, and I organize them into specialized areas. One has to complete the core medical training, and then he or she could then become a specialist in one or all 10 specialized areas. These areas are augment genetics, cancer studies, emergency medicine, fringe medicine, mortuary study, musculoskeletal studies, obstetrician, gynecological and midwifery, pathology, psychiatry and psychological studies, and traditional medicine. You can go to the sfi.org site, and under Starfleet Medical, you can obtain the required application to become a specialist in these areas. Another position I hold is editor of the Hyperspray, Starfleet Medical webzine. It comes out quarterly and contains many articles about the chosen topic. The last Hyperspray was about mental health, mental illness in Star Trek. It is typically regional ASGs, deputy ASGs, chief medical officers, and ship counselors, as well as myself, that write the articles for the Hyperspray. In every Hyperspray, we have a memoriam page for those who have left us and passed on, and a cadet section, which consists of word search and coloring page. If you would like to check out the previous issues of the Hyperspray, they can be found archived on Starfleet Medical Facebook page. Read and enjoy. Signing off, Captain Deborah Keyes. Live long and prosper.
Hi, I'm Felicia. I'm the Assistant Surgeon General for Region 19. While our region is small and we haven't been able to do that many activities, I'm usually in charge of posting an article every month on the Starfleet Medical Facebook page. Bye!
Hello Starfleet, I'm Fleet Captain Phillips, Deputy Assistant Surgeon General of Region 20 and Starfleet Medical Wellness Lead. I'm here today to talk to you about the Starfleet Wellness page. We deal with everything from major to minor of your mental health issues, such as, are you feeling stressed today? How many coffees is too much? Or something more serious where we can support each other through our own traumas, both past or present. I invite you to come join us in the Starfleet Wellness page and join other Starfleet members in your shared wellness journey. Now, enjoy that conference, guys, and remember, live long and truly prosper!
Well, that was awesome and radical, was it not, Mark?
It was. Yes, it was. I think I need to add Starfleet Medical a question. I'm thinking about writing us 3 kids books because the kids, Kat's in here. Her name is Pete. I don't know why, but her name is Pete. It's like Petey needs a hug. Petey gets a hug. I need some Band-Aids. That'll be the.
Was that a medical or a pet fleet? Maybe that's
maybe medical or pet.
Maybe they both need to interact, right? That's what we're going for next year.
Yeah,
making
my leg
interact. So thank you all to Starfleet Medical. That was a lot in the morning. I had some unscheduled feelings there. Thanks guys for that video. Now with us is D. Rush from Starfleet Special Operations. I got that right. I keep trying to say special forces for some reason. I don't know. I'll call special forces the Marine stuff where I just make fun of Ed. That's my shtick. So welcome there, D. We cannot hear you, ma'am. Welcome there, D.
I'd help if I turned the mic on.
Yeah.
I said good morning. It's a little early out here on the West Coast.
It feels pretty early here in the middle, so I can only imagine.
Okay, I've got to mute something here. I'm getting feedback. Okay.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have the video playing in the background.
There we go. All right. Okay,
Yeah.
we're set.
So, again, D. Rush of Starfleet Special Operations. I believe you have a slide deck for us. Ready? Ah,
Yes.
There we go. Behold. All right, the floor is yours, ma'am. We'll interject and comment as needed, and just let us know. So let's walk us through this one.
Okay, let's start it up.
Yeah, a bunch of words. There you go, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I'd like to welcome all of you to Starfleet Special Operations, also referred to as SFSO. I hope you're ready for both the fun and work of being an operative in this exciting auxiliary of Starfleet. Operatives are the strength and the quality of Starfleet Special Operations, and we're happy to have you, along with your talents and enthusiasm, among our ranks. We will continue to grow and get better with the occasional changes that may be needed to make your experience in SFSO even better. As with all changes, they may be something you may not like at first. However, they are solely intended to make your experience as a special operations operative more enjoyable. Anyone who's interested in our part of the Star Trek universe is welcome to come take a look, ask questions, and learn about Starfleet Special Operations and MACO. The doors of SFSO command staff are always open. You can reach us at sfso@sfi.org.
But it's a dot, not an at. I've made that mistake. Actually, you can still get to her at the at, but they do have a website. Yeah, do hold the questions a little bit to the end, guys. Though I saw a couple of them coming in. There is going to be a Q&A session. We'll grill the interrogator herself, right? Go ahead.
Okay. What is SFSO? Starfleet Special Operations, SFSO, is a permanent auxiliary service under the Starfleet Auxiliary Services, SFAS, program. This program is headed by the Director of Starfleet Auxiliary Services, the DAS, who is a member of the Commander Starfleet Special Staff. The Commander of Special Operations is appointed by and reports to the DAS, with the advice and consent of the Commander Starfleet. The SFSO does not have a separate requirement for membership other than to be a member in good standing of Starfleet. The designation of Starfleet SFSO within our organization can be utilized as an active primary identification role as part of the Starfleet membership and does not prohibit other Starfleet affiliations. SFSO is in no way a military or paramilitary organization despite its use of common military terminology. Starfleet Special Operations is organized along traditional military lines in the same manner as Starfleet. However, instead of being organized along Navy lines and using terms such as ships, the Special Operations lowest unit is either a Special Operations Unit, SOU, an individual operative, IO, or Military Assault Command Operations, MACO team.
Can you delineate those for us? Like what's the MACO team versus an SOU?
It's mostly the difference in the appearance of it in the Star Trek realm. MACOs were only seen in one season during the Enterprise era, where Special Operations was seen all the way through and continued to be shown through the series today.
So kind of an era thing?
Correct.
Era of play? Cool, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. You can find the SFSO staff at these emails. SFSO@sfi.org is our overall command email address. You can reach myself or the deputy commander or my chief of staff or our awards director. Operations, in order to start an SOU, you would reach out to our operations department, which is at ops.sfso@sfi.org. And Admiral Pam Mitchell, excuse me if I messed up your name, Pam, I'm sorry. She would be the one that would assign to activate or deactivate your SOU, your IO, or your MACO unit. Fleet Captain Kelly Caplet takes care of all of our training with the help from her deputy, Commander Ben Thomas. And of course, Scott Sawyer and Andrew Kerr take care of our cyber operations and keep our website up to date and running smoothly.
You know, I just love the idea that you guys had cyber operations in there as the term. That's actually my real world shtick, is I've been in cyber before it was called cyber. And then I saw that on your slides, like, wait, what? And then I'm like, that's our web guys. That's awesome.
That's our web guys. How can you get involved with SFSO? Well, there's a couple of different ways you can participate in SFSO. First, you must select the SFSO affiliation in the SFI member database. After that, you can join an existing SOU if there is not one aboard your ship. You can, with your CO's permission, start an SOU aboard your ship if you do not have one. Or you may join as an independent operative until there's more interest among your crewmates. You can find all the activation form for SFSO here at sfso.sfi.org deactivation form. And the SFSO rosters are located at sfo.sfi.org under the directories tab on the main menu. That way you can choose a SOU number that won't be rejected. And trust me, there's been several that we've had to send back and say you need to get another number.
Why would they need a different number? Was it because it was taken, or
because it was taken? Yeah, they're SOUs. Yeah, that's how we recognize our operatives and our teams, through their SOU numbers, their designation numbers.
So everyone wants 3 and 13 and a couple other.
Yeah,
right?
31 and 1 and yes.
Yeah.
You cannot have those. They are taken.
It's kind of like ordering the challenge coins, right? Like, which number do you want? Yeah, those are taken. Don't worry.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Is there any specific training in SFSO? Yes. New recruits are encouraged within SFSO to complete grade 1 before continuing to grade 2, and so forth until completing grade 10. After certification of grade 10, the operative has the option to continue their education in the various paths and specialties of their choice. The Special Operations Training Program is a program designed for advancement for Starfleet Special Operation operatives. It is exclusive to Starfleet Special Operations and totally independent of any other promotion or advancement structure in place within Starfleet International or any of its other bodies. Starfleet Special Operations is a fleet-level asset for the support of Starfleet International. There are no reserve operatives. The person who chooses Starfleet Special Operations must be prepared and committed to the intense training and strict requirements of that status. That being said, you don't have to do anything. You do not have to take any training. You do not have to just be there. That's all you have to do. However, I have just initiated a new Black Ops PIN for excessive training. These are people that have completed grade 10, all of the advanced training, all of the specialty training, and hold doctorates in both special operations and intelligence. That is the top of the line of our training. And I've already had 2 people reach that achievement. Are there any awards in SFSO? Yes, we have 3 different areas of awards: service, achievement, and training, and we also have qualification badges. The 18 Service and Achievement Awards are given for exceptional service to SFSO as well as service to Starfleet. There are 12 training ribbons that can be earned as an operative continues their training through the basic and advanced training programs. And there are 3 different levels of wings that can be earned as well as our Cross Daggers device. And like I said previously, the newest addition to the training award is a Special Operations Black Ops pin. That requires a lot of dedication, a lot of course taking, and that's the top of the line. We only have 2 operatives that have reached that so far, and I have got notice from several others saying that they are also in the running to achieve that pin.
Is one of them Eric Johansson?
No, which surprises me. Eric hasn't reached out to me at all. Our very first operative that achieved this was S. Christopher Boggs. I'm very proud. Yeah, and our second one was Paul Grittetti Jr. So, and they within 2 days of each other.
Yeah, Eric had a question last night for the new database. Is like, is there a way to check what courses I haven't taken? Was Eric's comment.
Yeah, Eric is one of our go-getters, and I'm sure if he sits down and goes through all the qualifications, he will definitely find that he has probably already earned that pin.
Probably.
Yeah. So anyway, there's that. That's the basics of SFSO. You can reach us at sfso.sfi.org. And I guess we are ready for questions.
Yeah. So, audience, if you guys got it, we've got about 9 minutes for Q&A here. So, if you could go into a little bit more about, yeah, I'll help prime the pump there. If you could go to a little bit more about the different types of training, what is like level 10 or what is it you said it was?
Actually, there are 3 levels to each grade level. It starts out with kind of basic early training, and then the second level gets a little harder and has a little more intensity to it, and the third level for basic training is even more intense than the second level. So
by intense, what are we talking about? Like
harder courses, more courses, you know, that kind of thing. I know a lot of people have had an issue with the cryptology courses, but you know what? If you stick to your guns, you can pass them all. It's been done.
All in the Starfleet Academy, right? They're not separate.
In the Starfleet Academy. All of our courses are in Starfleet Academy.
How do I connect with a local SOU? I'm sorry, I'm talking very slowly because I'm dyslexic and I don't want to get those wrong. Or Mako team. And
Okay. If you go to the SFSO website, you can look under the I've got it here. Look under the directories underneath the rosters, and it says SOU or IO rosters, and it lists all of the teams, their SOU numbers, and their regions. So you could be able to reach a SOU or a Mako team under that. If there's nobody that is in your region that is on a ship or a Mako or on a SOU or a Mako team, you can apply to Starfleet operations as a independent operative.
And as you said in the slideshow too, if you wanted to start a unit on your local chapter, you need to get the CO's permission and go that way, correct?
Correct. Yes, it's just like a Marine MSG. If you have a unit on your ship, you have to have your captain's permission. That is their ship. Anything you do with a unit has to be gone through them.
Right. Or is there a requirement? Can it, is it kind of like the MSG can be one or more people?
SOU has to be at least 2.
2, okay.
Yeah, because otherwise you're an independent operative, which you don't have to have permission from the captain to be an independent. But if you want to start an SOU or a Mako team, you must have at least 2 people.
Okay.
That's right.
Somebody's asking here, what activity does SSFO do?
Right now, we have something on the table that is on our DAS's desk that we hope will be fun for everybody. Since SFSO is spread clear across the world like Starfleet, we can't really get together and have activities. We need to start thinking of trying to do things that everybody can do independently, or maybe with your SOU. I know a lot of SOUs go out and they do charity work. I know there's one SOU that they just got through building a transporter for going to conventions. It is a wondrous thing. I don't have the URL for it in front of me, but you get credit for those kind of things as well. But as far as getting together and having a whole unit activity, we haven't quite figured out how to do that across the board.
Yeah, somebody's asking here, is there uniform updates in the works, like a manual or?
Yes, the uniform update for SFSO is in the manual. The Mako manual is up and running. The regular SOU independent operative uniforms are not up to date yet. We have, we're changing things a little bit because, of course, we have some new series coming on. So we have new uniforms that we have to incorporate because, like I said, SFSO goes throughout the whole Star Trek genre.
Right.
So all the different eras, you got uniforms from Enterprise, which were the Makos, all the way up through Picard.
Correct.
Right.
Awesome.
Well, up through Strange New Worlds now.
Yeah. Well,
What
that's
are
in the past,
the
just in the future, but yeah, I know.
What are the requirements and expectations of an operative who's just starting out? Like they want to get started. They don't have a whole group, but they want to come play.
Okay, the requirements are very simple. You have to be a member in good standing with Starfleet. You have to go to the activation page and request to be activated as an IO. You don't have to do any training. You don't have to do anything. You just have to meet those requirements and send in a report every month. It's very simple, very easy.
That report always gets you, right?
Oh, yes, the report. Yes, that report. It gets us all.
What is the future for SFSO? Like, okay, I guess you guys need to have a crystal ball now. Like, what's it look like? Where are we going?
We're looking pretty good, Stephen. We're getting ready to expand. He's another one that I think is going to be real close in that running for that pin. Yeah, we have some people that are just going crazy over training. I'm sure the academy will come down on me sometime. Anyway, we hope to be able to get together at least a little bit more. Our fingers are crossed for a real IC. Not that the virtual one is bad, but there is, you like to see the people that you're working with outside of just on a screen.
It's hard to hug people through the screen. It's rough.
Right. You can't hug anybody through the screen. You can try, it just doesn't work. But hopefully we will expand a little more. We've currently stayed kind of level between 45 and 50 units per month and anywhere between 195, 200 people. So we're doing okay. We're kind of steady, but we do need to stretch our arms out a little bit, get some ideas from our operatives and see what they would like to do.
Okay. Well, I hate to cut you off, but apparently there's just so much programming today that the signals are coming from backstage. They're going to yank us off with a cane here in a minute.
Okay, that's all right. I understand. We're running a little long.
For joining us today from Starfleet Special Operations.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You're quite welcome.
The website. Let's bring in the next one, which I believe is Starfleet Tactical. Kind of blends in there, I think. Well, we've got a Matt.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going?
The new head of Starfleet Tactical. I think you have a video for us. Is that correct?
We're starting with a video. It's actually just a PowerPoint. I don't want anybody to get excited. So.
Okay. Okay. So it's going to just be like a description of stuff. So
yeah, it's going to go over everything about Tactical.
Excellent. And then we'll do a Q&A and then another video, right? Like
correct.
You're the
a
guy
little
with
gameplay fun to get us out.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess AV crew, roll that sweet footage.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Davis, Director of Starfleet Tactical. Along with Michael Rosen, our Deputy Director, I'd like to introduce you to our auxiliary. Starfleet Tactical's main goal is to unite and expand SFI through the medium of Hello everyone, I'm Matt Davis, Director of Starfleet Tactical, streaming services like Twitch and YouTube, taking part in Extra Life, our charity, more on that in a bit, and creating a brand new tactical podcast where we discuss gaming topics. Under mentor Fleet Gaming and Live Events, and Section 4, Mentorship and Operational Support. Looking at Section 1 for tabletop gaming, it covers a wide range of games, including role-playing games, wargaming and miniature games, systems currently active for the Star Trek universe. Released in 2018 by Modiphius Entertainment, it uses a simple 2D20 system, which is easy to learn, allowing the RPG to play out like an episode of Star Trek. It's really adaptable campaign option. Star Trek Adventures is easily played on virtual tabletops, which makes it an ideal choice for expanding gaming out across Starfleet. In fact, Starfleet Tactical will be hosting 2 Learn-to-Play sessions on Sunday. These Learn-to-Play sessions are designed to help teach the game to people who have never played before. We have 2 sessions to choose from at 12 p.m. Eastern and 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're interested in joining these sessions, come visit us in the Gather Town or head to our Discord server. Or another example of games we've already run is Tales from the Loop. This is a role-playing game where you play as teenagers in an alternative 1980s. It's perfect for fans of Stranger Things and E.T. It's a great role-playing game for beginners and experienced players. It uses a simple D6 system. And there's not a lot of rolling, so it's more about storytelling and true role-playing. Examples of other tabletop games we have planned in our pipeline are Alien the Role-Playing Game, Fallout the Role-Playing Game, and Star Wars Edge of the Empire. Section 2, Video Gaming. All aspects of video games except for virtual tabletop. It also covers all platforms such as PC, console, mobile, handheld, VR, and more. One of the core focuses of Section 2 will be setting up gaming events to bring groups together on various platforms to game together. They will also be keeping the community informed about upcoming games and hardware, as well as showing new and classic games with Let's Play events over Twitch and YouTube. Some of the games that Section 2 already hosts are Pulse Colony, Star Trek Online, Conan Exiles, Jackbox Party Games, Star Trek Bridge Crew, Star Wars Squadrons, and RPG-X. One of the core focus games for Section 2 is Star Trek Online. Multiplayer online game that's free to play. You get to customize your captain and experience your own Star Trek story. You can play Federation, Romulan, Klingon, and Dominion characters. Multiple timelines that all converge in 2049 are part of the game. Released in 2010, content is still being released, including many of the cast reprising their roles in the video game form. Coming soon along the Star Trek theme will be Star Trek Infinite. This will be a grand strategy game by Paradox Interactive. It allows you to play one of four major factions in the Star Trek universe. And it's planned for a Q3 2023 release. Similar in scope and style to Stellaris, also by Paradox. Each major faction has individual traits, stories, and style to make them feel distinct. There's no info yet on multiplayer, but other similar games by Paradox do have that as an option. So, another big science fiction game we're looking forward to is Starfield. Open world RPG from Bethesda, the creators of Skyrim and Fallout 3. It's got an innovative ship designer. You get to recruit memorable companions for your crew and allows you to explore over 1,000 planets as you tell your own story. We're excitedly awaiting its release in September 2023. Section 3, Fleet Gaming and Live Events. This section will focus on organizing fleet-wide gaming events, regional gaming events, Extra Life charity events, VIC gaming events, as well as Twitch and YouTube live streaming, and recruiting at live gaming conventions such as DreamHack, QuakeCon, and Gen Con. Starfleet Tactical is proudly named Extra Life as our official charity. Extra Life is a charity that focuses on gaming events and supports the Children's Miracle Network hospitals all around the country that are specialized in treating children. Starting in 2008, it has raised over $100 million US. Every year it hosts a massive game day. This year it's November 4th, 2023. It's held initially as a 24-hour gaming marathon, but most people hold shorter events. While Tactical will focus heavily on game day, we will raise funds for Extra Life year-round. Extra Life also hosts one-off events like Tabletop Weekend, scheduled next weekend, August 18th through 20th. Tactical will be hosting one or more tabletop events with a suggested charity donation over this charity weekend. Watch the Tactical Discord and Facebook group for event scheduling. Section 4, Mentorship and Operational Support. Section 4 is focused on helping any aspect of the fleet, whether it's chapter, region, auxiliary, group, etc., with holding a gaming event. We're there to teach people how to play games, how to run gaming events, and assisting with setup of virtual tabletops. We will also assist with hosting events and providing spaces to games.
All right, that was excellent.
Yeah, very, very radical, sir. So I guess we had a little technical trouble there in the beginning. You want to recap what?
Sure. So I just wanted to kind of talk about why Starfleet Tactical was created, and its main goal is to expand Starfleet both internally to get us all playing together and externally and recruiting new members through the medium of gaming. So I think gaming was something that a lot of our members actually enjoy, but we never formalized a lot of it. And I thought Tactical was a great opportunity to provide some new channels for like chapters to interact with other chapters, regions to interact with other regions, and members just to interact with each other. So along those lines, we kind of created 3 core objectives for us. One was increasing our own engagement. The other is increasing outreach. But the third was like a mentorship and a stewardship part, where we'll actually help chapters and regions and specialty groups set up their own gaming events, provide resources if they need a virtual tabletop or just a Discord server to host a single game. So we're kind of looking to also be that resource that all of Fleet can rely on when they want to create their own gaming event. We kind of operate primarily on our Discord channel. There's some links in the presentation when you watch it back. We also have a Facebook group but we kind of use that as an announcement channel. Discord was really built for gaming, and it has a lot of tools built in that help us do our mission better.
I think it's kind of cool that, and maybe this crowd and your thing will almost get the joke. Maybe is Discord's the new TeamSpeak for those of you that are old.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
For those that are older, it's the new bulletin boards.
Yeah, but updated appropriately to 2020. Yeah. We do a lot of scheduled events, such as we do movie watch parties for movies with game themes. We do a lot of actual games. We do let's plays where we'll play a game and stream it to the entire group. So if you're curious what a game was like, or you just want to see, we also have learn to play events, and we particularly love those where we pick one of the games and we actually teach people who've never played it how to play.
And you're doing it during this IC, right?
We're doing that for Star Trek Adventures on the tabletop side. We've got 2 sessions that filled up really fast. Also, I don't know if we got to the slide in the show, but next weekend is an Extra Life tabletop event. So we're going to be running charity games next weekend. So we'll have another Star Trek Adventures Let's Play, and we'll probably have some other video game related stuff as well.
And that'll be on your guys' Discord?
It'll start on our Discord. We do post all the scheduled events on the Facebook group as well. And we try to get them announced through all the typical announcement channels as they come up. I think we got through most of the slides. So I think we can ask some questions now. I know we may have skipped stuff or some stuff stuttered. So please feel free to ask any questions. We're already up to 100 people now, over 100 people now, especially with the start of VIC, and we're growing fast. I also want to throw out a pitch because we're growing so fast, we're going to be hiring more staff. So keep an eye on the HR boards because we're going to be posting some new jobs up after VIC.
I am loving that is true of you guys, and it's probably true of most of the auxiliaries here.
We're following a good lead, Jeremy.
You guys have so much of the things going on. You're one of the newer ones. Again, as of last night, you are no longer what was that, provisional? You guys are an established auxiliary.
Yeah, that was a wonderful announcement. I didn't even know it was coming, so that's awesome.
Hey, I got to keep us on
you got to keep us on our toes. Yeah.
No, you guys have been doing amazing work, and for thanks to you, your staff, Mike Rosen, for making a whole lot of stuff that actually happens that people are going to enjoy here at the VIC. All of the Modifius stuff came from Tactical guys. Like you guys don't even know.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Modifius has given us a short discount code, which they almost never do. There's 10% off all their material. So check out the Star Trek Adventures booth and you'll find out how to access that code. It ends in September. So if you want Star Trek Adventure stuff, jump on it.
Modifius, right? Like that code.
Yep. Entire Modifius store. So it's not just Star
like
Trek
me and accidentally bought all the adventure stuff. Then
it's Head for Dune or Fallout. Yeah, they have so many good games there. Yeah, it's a great discount.
Fallout and Conan, or what are some of the other ones they have? Plug them. It's fine.
They've got a lot of titles under their belt. They do an Aliens game, I believe. They do, I can't remember if Aliens is Modifius or not, but they've got about 9 or 10 different franchises, and they're producing books and supplements. And they even have STL files to print your own miniatures for each of the games, and they occasionally sell printed stuff. Yeah, so
I didn't know
that. They've got a great store over. I think it's modifius.us, but don't quote me on that.
There's US and .net.
Yeah, US I think is for United States.
The US is fairly new, so if you guys have previously invested, turns out your US, if you go to US, your account's not there. You have to go back to the
Right.
the British
The
one.
.net, yeah.
We had a really great question about recording games for Star Trek Adventures. Do you guys have any of that?
So yeah, when we do our Star Trek Adventures on Roll20, we'll probably stream them live on Twitch, and then we'll have a recording afterwards as well. As far as the Learn to Play games for this weekend, I don't know. I'll have to double check.
Yeah, one quick question I had was, now, I mean, you know, casual gamers, it's like me. I have like 2 minutes a week to be able to go play a game.
Sure.
I'm like, oh, let me play a game real quick. But, you know, it's not like the old days of World of Warcraft when you would do the 24-hour, you know,
marathons. Yeah.
Marathon. You have to go on a raid, you know, to go get the gauntlets, whatever, you know, and you roll, and then after all that, you didn't get them. So, you know, it's you're geared to not only, like you say, the you know, core gamers and things, you know, it's got the time for that, but just the casual gamers that just have a little bit of time, you know, you jump in or schedule something, you go play it, and, you know, and
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
like, yeah.
So yeah, we're going to be an overall resource. So not only do we have games both big and small, you know, a game of Bridge Crew can take 5 minutes, but we cover all games on all platforms, and we also share gaming news, and there's a ton of discussion already happening in our short early life. So if you just want to come in and chat or see what's coming up next, we've got a great group talking on the Discord server.
It's kind of like there's a looking for group channel, right?
Yeah, we've got looking for group. We've even got several play-by-post games. So if you don't have a lot of time, it's a great way to game in the time you have, because you can just hop in, read what's happened, throw up a post, and come back tomorrow. Very easy to do.
What activities does Tactical have planned for this week? Like, because you're not busy enough doing an interview, right? What
Exactly. Yeah. So, we created the Learn to Play Star Trek Adventures games, thinking, you know, we'd get some interest in some people. We filled it up in like 10 minutes after it was announced, after the email went out. So we actually have more people than we can host at those first 2 games. So we are going to be scheduling, like I said, follow-up Learn to Play events next weekend for Extra Life. It will be a charity weekend where a donation is suggested but absolutely not required. You can just come and game with us. We at the VIC, we are hosting the after party. Once the Gather Town burns down, head on over to our Discord server, and we're going to be partying it up all night, I'm sure. We have people in the server who are on at all hours, so you'll usually find a discussion at some point.
Did get the party started last night. That's where everybody ended up last night. I can attest to that.
That's right.
So grateful for the sunglasses.
Exactly. That's a great question, Nicholas. A lot of the challenges are just learning the technology. Once you understand the platform that you're playing on, it's really easy to run the same game you've been used to playing on tabletop. One of our whole sections is dedicated to helping people actually figure out how to do all that. So our mentorship and support section is the people to go to when you want to say, well, I really would love to run a game, but I'm not sure how to do it, or I want to run it online. I've never run it online before. Come talk to us, because we've got great people who will jump in, help you. They'll sit in the game with you and guide you through how to build everything, how to get everything ready. And we'll even teach, if you wanted to play a game that you don't know how to play, we'll also teach that. We can teach you how to play a game you've never played before, so that you can then take that game back to your ship or your region and play it with other people.
So you're offering like a game master. Okay, we got another one. Hang on.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm a gamer. Started online on PS4. You guys crossover PC and consoles to play together.
Yep, great question, David. We're kind of at the mercy of the game. Some games allow crossover play and some don't. So, for example, Star Trek Online does not allow crossover play. So we do host PC Star Trek Online events and Xbox Xbox Star Trek Online events. For games like Call of Duty, we will definitely crossplay and get everybody involved. So if you're interested in playing a specific game, hop into the channel and say, hey, I'd love to play a game. Does anybody else want to play? That's how a lot of our games are getting formed right now. So just jump in and ask, because chances are you'll find at least 1 or 2 other people who would love to play that game.
All right, so I'm going to ask a question before that we get to the next one, because
Sure.
into it. Where you're now an established auxiliary, but going from that provisional state to where you are now to where you want to be. Like, what is it you'd like to see on the website that enables things for people, so that we know what better to look forward to for members, but also, like me, I could like try and go make it happen and help you out.
Sure. Well, obviously, being a gaming community, we'd love some sort of an events option where people can post their own events and other people can join those events. So not just us planning events, but anybody who's gaming can plan an event and get the exposure of the entire fleet and get people to join it up. I think the other thing would be a looking for group type of feature where somebody wants to play but doesn't know anybody else to play. So creating on the website where people don't have to be on one social platform or another, an opportunity to find other people to play. Those are my two big ones.
What was your most memorable action as a player character performed where you thought, what the heck, I want to see that?
There's always somebody doing something really interesting. And I always play from a storytelling perspective where I care less about the rules and more about creating a great story with the players. Usually it's trying to do something simple, very cinematically, where they wouldn't have to go through all those twists and turns, but they're seeing a movie in their head while they're playing, and I want to help them achieve that. So usually if somebody would describe something really complex, I mean, I play a lot of D&D, and the monks get really creative because agility is their biggest thing. So they want to be as acrobatic as possible. So jumping up and landing on the dragon's head and trying to stab it in the head, those kinds of things I love, because if they want to tell a great story, I want to help them tell a great story.
My favorite character was like that. Like my favorite D&D character was an elf rogue that was terrible at being an elf.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I've had to look up the most amazing things on Google just to make sure something was physically possible. So
yeah, and I had a D&D character one time that was had a phobia. He was scared of mimics. So every time he would go into a room, he would have to go around and stab all the furniture.
That's hysterical too.
That is a great phobia.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're getting close to because Matt went for the hard mode here.
Yep.
Of doing a Q&A between videos. I'm pretty sure we're getting close. Chris, are we rolling footage, or we got time for one more? Footage.
Footage it is. So this is just going to be some gameplay from one of our Star Trek Bridge Crew events.
Aye, aye, Captain. We're aligned for warp. Warp course is set. Lining up for warp.
Warp coils charging.
Ooh. Guys, I did a thing. I'm professional. Guys, I did a thing. I'm professional.
Charged.
I like how you look back when you talk. I like how you look back when you talk.
Aye, aye.
Back when you talk.
Aye, aye.
Oh, can you see me look?
Engage.
Yeah.
Oh, my eyes. Oh, that didn't feel so good. I should have warped on a full stomach.
Captain.
We're being hailed.
Requesting help from any Starfleet vessel. Immediate evac.
I will
How much do you guess this is a trap? How much do you guess this is a trap? Okay, so I have 5 crew members I can move between.
Captain. Making ready for impulse. I am updating your panel, Captain.
Okay, I have 5 crew people. I can move them around.
Warning.
Entering
Environmental
anomaly.
hazard detected.
Course plotted.
That anomaly is harmless next to us.
Don't impulse on a full stomach.
Oh, why did I do this?
Sync to what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, it's awesome. Say something.
Hello.
Yeah. Your neck is just like down at a 45-degree angle.
Just like I normally am. I've got pirates on the scanners.
Laying course for impulse.
There's a pirate to the right.
Okay, so I can
See
do it
heading
here.
for us?
Need it. Well, you got a depth tablet. Is it showing you like
Captain,
you got
anomaly is
advertisements?
highly unstable. Our subsystems may be completely overwhelmed. I am sending new data to your panel. Captain, sensors indicate the star is experiencing wide-scale
green? Everyone looks a bit too green.
escape pods may be caught amongst the debris.
Alright, raising shields.
To perform a search of the area.
Alright, I see some escape pods on the edge of that anomaly.
Okay, that anomaly I scanned.
I'll
it.
move us in. Send crew to the astrophysics lab.
Okay.
It does reduce damage from anomalies.
Hazard detected.
Tactical, get a scan on them.
Okay.
When walk around, I can spy on them.
Escape pod is showing us out of sensor range.
Okay, one personnel at astrophysics lab.
Scanning the pod now.
Lock phasers and return fire on the Romulan.
Roger. Firing phasers. Scanning. Romulan shields are down. Romulan shields.
Photon torpedoes, full spread.
Ooh, that sounds good. That sounded
Transferring analysis.
I'm not getting a photon lock.
Alright.
Do you want me to move it?
Escape pod 1 I had scanned, but he's...
Aye, aye.
Hostile vessel closing in.
Another hostile
Operations,
vessel.
try and get a transporter lock. Drop shields for transport.
Alright. Shields are down.
Okay,
Alright, energize when ready.
starting lock.
Well, it wouldn't be gaming without some rubber banding and issues, right?
That's right. little technical glitch on the video. Sorry, guys. But we saw some more questions, so I wanted to jump in. And,
Hey, Len.
yeah.
Purchasing Modifius set as a newbie. What should I purchase? Star Trek Adventures.
So there's a few good options. First of all, for every one of Modiphius's titles, there is a free set of the core rules for every game. So if you just want to see what a game is like and get feelers for it, I recommend going to their website, downloading the starter rule set, familiarizing yourself with that. That's a much smaller subset of the rules that gives you the basics so you can start playing. Then when you get the actual full rule sets, you're talking about large books that are very detailed and they're 500-600 pages. They're worth it all, but it's a much bigger commitment. So I'd say start with either downloading the free core rule set. They also have a starter sets on their site, that physical starter sets you can purchase, which have the core rules. They have a physical map you can start with. They have some other accessories. They have dice. They have everything you want to go forward with.
Modiphius is really kind of cool that they have a lot of the PDF versions of things. If you're, like me, I'm trying to cover up the fact that bookcase behind me is very, very full.
Yeah, and
from buying them.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and I know that they've got some new material coming out that's going to be really exciting. So, hang out till the end of the VIC and then take a look in the store, because I think they've got some announcements coming up, and definitely keep an eye on it. So, but yeah, start with the free PDF beginner rules, get a feel for the game, and then maybe move into either the starter set, or if you feel like you've got a good grasp on it, go right for the core rule book and begin there. And they have tons of supplements that expand the core rules into different eras, different sectors of space. They go into all different areas of Trek life, so you can take it in any direction you want as well. But hopefully that's a good start for you.
And maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I've only ever played Star Trek Adventures from Modiphius. I'm looking forward to getting into the Dune stuff. But one of the things that I try and tell my players is you don't need to know the game to have a great time playing it well.
Exactly.
The GM needs to know a couple things, but to actually be a player, roll the dice and go tell me what that Starfleet officer would do, and that's kind of what's awesome about it.
And we kind of touched on this in the slides, but a lot of different game publishers use different systems for different games. Modiphius uses a pretty easy to learn 2D20 system that they use throughout all their games. So once you've learned one game, you kind of have the core mechanic for all their games. And then if you want to head off into a different genre, you kind of know the basics already. So,
and we did have a question. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I missed that one.
Yeah, let's we have to start being geocache event. Geocaching is like treasure hunting in real life, without a shovel and lacking the rum.
Lacking the rum, great.
Geocaching, but I was never lacking the rum.
Yeah,
but,
I participated in
geocaching in our future there, Matt.
We don't have it in Tactical, but that's certainly something we could explore. I've done it for other fan organizations, and it's a lot of fun, especially if you have a family, because you do it on your own, and then you can check out areas around you, go explore new areas, and it's a lot of fun. So it's certainly something we can look at. It didn't fall under our core gaming system, but I think somebody in Fleet should definitely have geocaching because there's a lot of fun.
Closest, but also going into that isn't to me one of the things that I've looked into it in games and tried a little bit. Like augmented reality is getting to be really just like weird geocaching with your phone.
Yeah. Pokemon Go started it all, and there's been a lot of variations on that. I know the footage was really choppy, but Michael Rosen was the captain on our gameplay video, and he was on his Oculus VR. So he experienced all that like he was actually in the game. He was moving his own hands. So that VR is another big segment we'll be covering as well.
Yeah, definitely exciting.
The most popular game. So, I mean, being a Star Trek club, we do a lot of Star Trek games or Star Trek-like games. So Star Trek Bridge Commander was what you were watching in the video, and it's fun, but it only is set up for 4 people max. So another game we play is Pulsar, which is Jeremy plays a lot of Pulsar. It's like being on a ship, but you're not just stuck on the bridge in your one position. You can move around the entire ship. You can beam down to planets. You can go into stations. There are all different types of missions to run. And there's some mods out for that can expand above the basic 5 positions. So you can have a whole bunch of people in one ship playing along.
the engineer. You're never in one position.
On the tabletop side, we've had and I forgot to mention on video game side, we also do a lot of Star Trek Online right now, both on PC and Xbox. We will do PS4. We just haven't had any players for PS4 yet. We're getting a lot of people coming in. I saw that earlier PS4 question. So we will definitely run one if there's interest. On the tabletop side, we've done a bunch of Star Trek Adventures games. We had a slide in there. We've been doing a semi-regular Tales from the Loop role-playing game, which is an alternate 1980s kids running around getting into trouble, kind of like Stranger Things or The Goonies. It's very rules light. There's not a lot of rolling at all, and it's basically going in and role-playing with a few rolls here and there, and it is a lot of fun. And those are kind of our four big regular games that are going on.
We've got a question from the AV team, and I'm going to feel this hard to Matt. No pressure. What are the five best Star Trek games?
So that's.
So I'll allow things like Pulsar and Bridge Commander.
Yeah. So that's really subjective because everybody likes different things. I kind of like Star Trek Bridge Commander over Pulsar for the fact that it's actually either an Enterprise-like ship or the Enterprise. But role playing, we've got Star Trek Adventures. I was a big FASA player, but it's not made anymore. But I know a lot of people still play and collect the FASA books. On the video game side, Resurgence was a big launch that went quiet because they had a lot of technical difficulties. They finally patched an update, and I think it's a really good game. We would love to play it live on a stream because there's choices you make during the gameplay, but there's a timer on it, so it wouldn't go out live enough. And then
that one was so
I
think I haven't finished it yet, so don't spoil it for me. But it was one of those things. It was so compelling as a game. Like it's one. I wish it were more multiplayer. It's not.
Yeah.
But I went to bed and woke up and going, "What was that episode I was watching?"
Right, exactly.
Really more of almost a visual graphic novel where you're doing things.
Yeah, and I think that's a common theme among all the Star Trek games. So even if you look at Star Trek Adventures or Bridge Crew, all of them seem to stick to the episodic style of Star Trek in general. So it's nice because you can get involved and not have to worry about dedicating 24 hours to something. You can run. I mean, Star Trek Adventures is specifically set up just like an episode where there's an overall theme and then there's 3 acts or more that go in. So
it has commercial breaks, folks.
Yeah.
Built into the mechanics.
Right.
Which, if you're the GM, you live for those.
Right. Bio breaks. Yep.
Any online
Star Trek Adventures game? Yeah, I mean,
Matt answer that.
Yeah. So all of our games were actually running online because Starfleet spread out across the world. So we host them on Roll20 as a virtual tabletop just for the gameplay, and we do our voice chats in Discord. So hop on over to the tactical server, and you're going to see a lot of Star Trek Adventures games to be scheduled events coming in the near future, including next weekend. We unfortunately didn't plan enough time slots. We didn't think so many people would be interested in joining our Learn to Play games. So we would have scheduled more for sure.
I know my chapter does stuff. We don't actually use the Roll20. There's actually a really great dice bot, the Majel bot.
Yep.
For that incorporates the Star Trek Adventures dice set into a Discord, and we just do a little bit more theater of the mind. Also, I'm too lazy to set up Roll20. I've played with Roll20 on it. It's great. Thank Ed Tunis for some of my first introductions there. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can play Star Trek Adventures or any of these games on a true virtual tabletop or theater of the mind or whatever. You're only limited by your creativity.
Yeah. The tactical server is a Discord server. We had some QR codes in the presentation, but I don't think we got to them. So if you head over to the tactical area in Gather, you will see links to our servers.
So right now your sign-up's on a Google form, right?
We are now have a sign up form on tactical.sfi.org. Thanks for reminding me. The website's so new, I forget to mention it. All of our server links are also on tactical.sfi.org.
When we transition them over to the new forms, once you sign up, it'll spit out the Discord link actually too as well.
Exactly.
And remind me later, like Monday, we'll try and get a link up to your Discord server on your website.
Yeah. And Nicholas, we absolutely play Artemis, and they just released a new 3D version that we're working on getting up and running. We don't have any Artemis games in Tactical right now, but we are actively planning those to come up in the next month or two.
We haven't got the new one to actually connect. Like
it's in early release. Yeah, we pay people to do their alpha and beta testing for them. It's very early release, but if you've been playing Artemis at all, you know it still looks like a 1990s piece of software, and as awesome as it is, there's not been
it's
an
on
update.
Steam. Oh wait, no, it's next year's theme, right? This is 80s.
Right, yeah, it's Steam in 20 years, right? Exactly. Yeah, no, we definitely will have Artemis games in the near future. Yeah,
I think we actually have to cut you off there, sir, and wrap up a little bit.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank you guys because we're really excited about what we're doing, and getting the message out is so hard. So thank you for having us on. This was awesome. I know there's a lot of gamers out there. Come find us, tactical.sfi.org. We have a great time in there, even if you just want to chat or lurk. We allow lurkers.
Allowing lurkers, okay. And for anyone who is wondering, like the big questions that I had was, I'm absolutely going to make Matt and his team do amazing, great things for Kerbal Space Program 2 when it becomes multiplayer.
Absolutely.
I'll live there. That's where I'll be if you can't find me.
Exactly. Yeah, you'll find my son right next to you. He loves it.
Awesome. So thank you again, Matt.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Starfleet Tactical, and next up, we're going to go right into other things that require some tactical ambitions. Pets.
Yeah.
There's Randy.
Yeah, Randy.
And again, with a dude that is cheating at life with a background that's not even virtual.
Right.
I hate this guy. I mean, I love him, but this dude, come on.
Hey,
what
guys.
do we got for us, Randy? I think there's a video.
Jeremy, I'm going to kick you and Mark out.
Oh, okay.
We're out.
Wow. They've had enough of us.
Okay, and Randy, you're muted.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I got grandkids running around here and wanting my attention, so I'll go pat them on the head for everybody. But thanks.
You guys put a half an hour break.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
You missed my singing rendition there. That's what I was doing.
Were you singing when you were muted? That's funny. So I want to introduce Randy Mitzen. He is our director of Pet Fleet. That is a pretty cool auxiliary that I think everybody's aware of by now. Lots of contests and stuff going on. Randy, what do you have for us today?
Sure. We've been running a really cool photo contest for Pet Fleet for the last several weeks. And we got quite a few entries into it. We're going to be announcing the winners and reviewing all the photos that won, and because we have 5 different categories, so we have 5 winners, and then all of our honorable mentions in that. Unfortunately, we don't have time to do all of it, and I have a little pre-recorded video just to give you guys an introduction to Pet Fleet.
Okay, great.
G'day, Starfleet. My name is Fleet Commander Randy Mitzen, and I'm here with Pet Fleet today. Want to give you a little bit of an overview as to what Pet Fleet is. I know a lot of people have a question, what is this Pet Fleet? So Pet Fleet is an auxiliary designed for the members of Starfleet to register their pets. Who can register? Obviously, you need to be a Starfleet member, and you can register any pet that you have. We're pretty lax in what we consider to be pets. We have a lot of cats and dogs, our typical pets, birds and gerbils and everything. But we also have quite a few stuffed animals registered too. So a lot of the cadets within Starfleet, their first pet will be a stuffed animal. So we allow them to do that. And of course, we allow triples to be registered too. We've even got some exotic pets registered like cheetahs and dolphins. We even have some robots and some rocks too. So if you have a pet rock, you have a pet dog, you have a pet cat, all those are perfectly acceptable to register with Starfleet's Pet Fleet. So where can you find us? You can find us in 2 spots currently. You can find us on Facebook, and we have a Facebook group called Starfleet Pet Fleet. You can just search for it and find us. We're also on Discord. If you find the Starfleet server on Discord, we have a channel within the Discord server where we post about Pet Fleet too. If you go to either one of those and become a member there, you'll have to request to have access to it. You then can register your pets with us. So there's an online form that you just fill out the information with your Starfleet number and your name and everything, your pet's information and their name in that too, and you can register your pet with Pet Fleet. The fun thing with it is you get to do lots of activities with your pet. You get to engage with Starfleet with them like we all love to do, and have a lot of fun. So Pet Fleet has all the members that join, and we have over 500 members now. And then all the pets are actually our members of Pet Fleet. So a lot of people will register more than one pet. We have a little bit over 1,100 different pets registered with Pet Fleet right now. And again, how you do that is you just go to the Facebook group or the Discord channel, and you'll be able to find a link there to the online form to register for it. Of course, with so many members, we need a good amount of staff to help out with it too. So I'm the director of Pet Fleet. Again, my name is Fleet Commander Randy Mitson, and you can reach out to me at petfleet@sfi.org. That's my email address. You'll also find me on the Facebook page and the Discord channel too. I'm there pretty much every day. And we have a crew of people that help out. So James is my deputy. He's second in command, and he helps out with making sure that everybody finds their way around, answering questions and that. We also have Frances, who used to be the past Pet Fleet director. I asked her if she could stay on to help us. She's a veterinarian, and she's our consultant for it too. We also have Mary, who's in charge of operations, manages a lot of the activities that we do, and we'll be talking about that in just a minute. We also have Jessica, who's our member services manager. She's the one that when you fill out your pet membership registration form, she's the one that processes it for you and gets it back to you really quickly. She does a really great job of that. And she tries to get things back within 48 hours too. So when you register a pet, you should see a response from us very quickly. She'll make sure that all the information in the database is correct and that your pet has been registered and that you get your registration certificate back very quickly. There's also an option with the registration that you can update your pet information. You just go back to the same form and indicate that you're updating your pet's information. You put your pet's new information in, and we will update their record for you. When the day comes that your pet's final mission has approached and they've crossed the Rainbow Bridge, you can go back to the form too and let us know that that has happened, and we have a final mission certificate also. So for those of you that have registered pets from a long time ago and have never got around to letting us know about their final mission, you're welcome to come to the registration form and let us know about that, and we'll make sure that we get you a certificate for it also. We also have a few openings within Pet Fleet right now too. So if you're looking to volunteer, we have an opening to help Jessica with member registration and our database file on that. So if you're interested in that, you can go to the Starfleet website, go over to volunteer services and search for the form there under Pet Fleet. We also just recently lost our newsletter editor. She had to retire for personal reasons. So we are looking for a new newsletter editor. If you're familiar with creating newsletters for chapters or regions, Pet Fleet wants you. We're doing a MailChimp newsletter now. So it's good if you have knowledge about Google Documents and that, because that's where we prepare everything. But also if you have experience with creating a MailChimp newsletter, that would be highly valued. We want you. We do have somebody that helps right now with the newsletter too. Ronald is an assistant with it, so you'll be stepping in with somebody to help you right off the bat. So as I said before, Pet Fleet has a lot of members, and we consider two different types of members. We have members that are people that are Starfleet members like you and I, and we have about 550 of them that are on our Facebook page right now that follow along with all the stuff that we do every month. And then our real members are all the pets. So we've actually have a little bit over 1,100 registered pets from all the members of Starfleet that have joined PetFleet, and all different types of pets. So we have pets that are typical, like your cats and dogs, but we also have kind of the more obscure, more exotic pets, like we have cheetahs and dolphins and meerkats. We have a bear. We even have 3 robot pets and pet rocks too. So, you know, whether it's a cat or a dog or an exotic pet, or maybe you're a cadet with a stuffed animal that you want to register, or maybe you just have teleporting tribbles. So some of the fun things that PetFleet does, every month we have all these really cool activities that I invite all of you to come to PetFleet with your pets to enjoy them with us. We do monthly watch parties where we all get together and we watch an episode of Star Trek that has something to do with pets. There's such great pets and animals within Starfleet to share that experience with. So every month, PetFleet features a photo contest for you and your pet to participate in. There's some really cool themes that we have that are Star Trek related or other themes for you to take pictures with your pet and submit them. The best pictures of the month are featured on our Facebook page, so you get some bragging rights that you had the best pet photos of that month for it. Right now, we're hosting a photo contest for the VIC, and our judges are busy in the background picking the winners in that. We'll be announcing that at the end of this, so stay tuned so that you can see who won this month's photo contest for the VIC. We've actually got some really cool prizes, some PetFleet swag this month around, not just bragging rights. So the contest is closed right now, but all of our judges are working hard to pick the winners, and we'll be talking about that at the end of this broadcast. So every quarter we have a newsletter that we publish for PetFleet, and within that newsletter we announce an Academy Challenge. What's an Academy Challenge? It's the same as a lot of other auxiliaries do, like medical and that, where we provide a theme of Academy courses, quite often pet related, and you take classes to complete the courses in the time period. We do give you quite a bit of time because we know everybody's busy, so it's usually a quarter, it's usually 3 months that we give you to complete them. This month we're focusing on the animals of Star Trek. So all the different series, what are the information about the animals? There's a whole set, there's 7 courses to take right now within Starfleet Academy. Those courses teach you about the animals of Star Trek. They also give you some great questions to answer to get grades with them. There's even a class on all the troubles with tribbles, and that's a fun one. I hope that you guys participate along with it. You'll get certificates at the end of it, and we do a little differently. We give you a gold certificate if you got distinction in all the classes. If you just missed it, you got some distinctions, you got some honor also there, honorable mentions on it. We give you a silver certificate, and if you just pass all the classes, you get the standard certificate. So, head on over to the Academy and PetFleet, find out what those courses are, and fill them out before November 1st is actually when it ends, so you have lots of time to do it, and get your certificates. We really believe in a healthy lifestyle with your pets. So PetFleet wants to encourage you to get out and exercise on a daily basis. So we host a monthly pet walking contest. Now, some of you may be saying, but I have a goldfish. How do I walk with my goldfish? Or I have a pet rock. My pet rock can't walk. If you have a pet that you can't really go on walks with, that's okay. Because what we're doing is we're actually counting your steps, not your pet's steps. We encourage you to do it with your pet. If you have a big tank with all goldfish in it, like I do, I have a 60-gallon tank, you can walk back and forth in front of your tank with your fish if you want, or you can just go out for a hike. We ask you to say if you have a pet that did participate with you in any way. And again, it doesn't have to be taking your dog for a walk. It could be going out for a stroll with your cat, or just jogging back and forth in front of your fish tank. Maybe a little bit of yoga with your gerbil. So there's lots of different ways that you can do it, and you count your steps, register them weekly or monthly, and then we give certificates for the people who walk the most distance during the quarter. Our newest challenge certificate is actually a nomination by the members of Pet Fleet. If you know a pet that has a job, you're able to nominate them for this award. This award goes out quarterly to a pet that has done something significantly for the community or an individual. It's a recognition that that pet has a job of some sort or is in service of some sort to somebody or the community. If you know a pet like this, you can nominate them with a form on Pet Fleet. We'll look at all the nominations, and every quarter we'll present one very special pet with a certificate recognizing that they have a job or they do a service for the community. Just recently, we launched our August newsletter, and in that newsletter we had an interview with Oakley the fire dog. Oakley is a dog who works for the fire department and the police department, and she goes out to scenes where there's been a fire to detect whether or not it was set by arson. She'll sniff around, find out if there's an accelerant of some sort and identify that so that they can properly investigate it. Oakley is our first recipient of our certificate for pets with jobs. We recently interviewed her in our newsletter, and we'll put the link below so that you can go to the newsletter and read that. So every quarter, Pet Fleet has a newsletter that we publish. We source stories from our members, so if you have a wonderful story to share, or maybe even just a photo or a video of your pet that you'd like to share in the newsletter, we encourage you to, once again, fill out the form or contact us and share your story. Our newsletter is full of all the activities that we've done over the last quarter and all the activities that we're looking forward to doing in the future. They include really fun things like our photo contests, our pet walking contest and challenge, our academy challenge, and other fun things to do. We quite often will have a fun activity like maybe a coloring picture or a crossword or something like that for you to do in it too. It's a great way to get to know Pet Fleet better and know where you can easily interact with Pet Fleet and all the members and all the activities that we do. So sign up for that. It's a MailChimp newsletter. So it's online. You'll find a sign up form on our Facebook group page, or you can request us to send you the link to it. And you'll be able to sign up to receive that on a quarterly basis. If you ever don't want to receive it, you just say, I don't want to receive it anymore, and you won't get it. We also post the link on our Facebook page and Discord when it comes out. So if you've missed it or you just don't want to sign up for it, you can still read it there too. Looking to the future, we have some cool projects that we're working on for later this year. One big project that we want to do with Pet Fleet is we want to launch a proper website where the members can register their pets. They can find out about all the different activities that are going on. They can share pictures of their pets and video. We'll be able to post about the events and do follow-up for them. You'll be able to find all the forms for all the cool contests and that, and you'll be able to find everything in one spot really easily. That's going to be a project for later this year, so it's not going to happen right away. We're working on it behind the scenes right now, but we do hope to have it out by the end of the year. We're also working on some really cool, fun Pet Fleet swag, some materials that you can buy, like shirts, bandanas, maybe a comm badge with a paw print on it. We're also working on quartermaster products that you can buy from Pet Fleet to support Pet Fleet and all the fun things that we're going to do with it. All the money raised from that, although it'll just be a little bit every item, it's not going to be a lot, but it'll all go back into Pet Fleet to support donations that we hope to do. It'll also go to support prizes and that for the members and that too. We've already started developing some of it. Like, we've got some fun stickers already with the logos, the retro logo and the new logo. We've got some things like t-shirts that will be available, pet blankets, pet beds, pet bowls, even a pet harness and a leash and that, a wall clock maybe even. So whatever we come up with, that will be available on on the Quartermaster website in the future. This is Fleet Commander Randy Mitson, Director of Pet Fleet, signing out, but stay tuned. We've got the judging of the VIC photo contest for Pet Fleet next. We'll be doing that right now. Tribbles! Can I juggle tribbles? I can juggle tribbles.
Of course you're not putting this in.
Oh, of course you're putting it in. Gotta love Be Real.
Be Real is usually the
And
best
we
thing
all
ever.
love Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, Season 2, Episode 8, the musical. Klingon K-pop rules.
Why you only calling us when you got your dramas? One of these days we'll repay you with slave.
Randy, that was funny.
The Be
Randy,
Real
you're
is
on
the
mute,
best
buddy.
thing.
Be Real is always the best thing. You have to show Be
You
Real.
have
You
to
never know
unmute
what's going to
yourself.
happen.
Just a couple more things as you were talking about our stickers. We
Am
do
I
have
on mute?
No, we can hear
Oh,
you.
it's just everyone else.
we do have
Okay,
ones that we have
so,
glitter ones.
Go ahead.
What?
Jessica, go ahead. I don't think Aaron can hear Jessica. Jessica, go ahead.
Okay. And we also have shiny ones as well as glittery ones for our Pet Fleet ones. These are going to be available through our Quartermaster store eventually once we get it all set up. And we even have Pet Fleet coasters, which there we go. We have Pet Fleet coasters,
Yep.
which are always fun too. But yeah, so we've been doing a lot of the different things for what's available through Pet Fleet. However, as Randy mentioned in our video, we are the person in charge of putting together your certificates and making sure that everything gets out to you as quickly as possible. We
Yeah, you do a
do
great job,
sometimes.
Jessica.
We do sometimes, hit a little bit of a hiccup. So we, just like everyone, we sometimes do have personal issues that do take us away from
Yeah,
Pet Fleet.
but your hiccup is it takes more than 24 hours to get back to people.
Well, okay, there is that. But we do try to make sure that everything is entered absolutely correct. And we know that we did have one where we had a spelling error, and the member reached out, and we got that fixed and sent
One
back
out of
out
like
immediately.
100. Let's bring Aaron back in. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Aaron!
We could hear Aaron. Where is she?
I don't know. Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Hi,
My
Aaron.
headphones stopped working. I was like, I think everybody's muted.
We can hear you.
Okay, Randy, that was awesome.
Thank you.
Aaron, can you hear us?
I just
Yep,
said,
she can.
I just said yes.
I think we have a communication error between us for it.
Okay,
so,
probably.
Yeah, it's okay. I took my headphones off, and I'm going to fix those when we have a break. Randy, what do we have next? We have a photo contest, right?
Yeah, let's judge the photo contest.
Okay,
we had 9 judges in the last couple hours working hard to come up with our winners. Usually I give our judges like a week or two to pick the winners. But because of the VIC, we wanted to do it really quickly, and so I invited a bunch of judges. And we have a slideshow that we can show. So we do a photo contest every single month. And this month's photo contest started last month, and for the VIC, and we had some wonderful entries. We had a lot more entries than we normally do. There we go. I was just about to say, can we queue up the slideshow? So we have a QR code there. If you guys have your phone, if you pull out your camera and point it at that, it'll take you to the Facebook group, and you can apply. There's 2 questions that we ask. We ask what your position is, what your SCC number is, chapter, ships, etc. And then we ask you just to agree to the rules, and then we let you in. It's only for Starfleet members. So let's go on to this week's photo contest. So we had 5 categories this time around. Normally we only have 1, but we wanted to make sure that we gave you a category for everybody to enter. So the first category that we have is Beyond the Holodeck, which is basically creative editing, photoshopping your pet photos. We do allow people to Photoshop and edit photos that they enter into the contest. All that we ask is that they are original photos that you took of your pets. So let's go on to our honorable mentions. Oh, you know what? Let's just jump right to the winner. I put these in the wrong order.
Oops.
So we're going to show the winner first. What do you guys? So both of you guys were judges, and this was the photo that we ended up picking by Simon. What did you guys think of this photo that was edited? I thought it was pretty cool.
That one was in my top 3.
Yeah.
It was very cool, but just flipping to it was definitely a startle.
I think if I was crawling down an access tube and I saw that, even though it's wearing a Star Trek comm badge, I think I would be startled too.
Oh yeah.
So let's go on to the honorable mentions here. So I really liked this one with all the tribbles in the background, and Kirk even snuck in there a little bit. Yep. We all love tribbles. They tend to get into everything. Yeah, this was a cool photo. Oh, you guys are welcome to comment too.
Well, yeah, no, you're doing just fine.
I love this one.
I thought this was a really cool edit. This is Firedog Oakley, who was featured in our most recent. Yeah, I can see Jessica. The tribbles are getting into everything, aren't they?
Yep, which is totally okay because there's
you got a couple of them there. Wait, what?
And
what?
3.
What's this?
Exactly. Yeah, there's only a couple of them. So
this is Teresa, who is the handler of Firedog Oakley, and Firedog Oakley makes a very frequent appearance within Starfleet. We love having her join us and participate in all the things that we do. And I thought this one was great, the paw up and everything. And if you notice, the comm badge is the dog comm badge.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. So our next category is Boldly Going. Basically pets in Starfleet uniforms. And when we did our judging, I asked our judges to judge it based on the theme. So just don't pick your best photo. Don't pick the one that you like the best. It has to match the theme too. So hopefully all these pets are in Starfleet uniforms.
You know how I feel about cats.
I know how you feel about it, but they're not black.
It doesn't matter. I like all cats.
I think both of you would prefer if they were black cats, right?
I was definitely biased with this photo because I'm just like, ooh, cats. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I'm definitely a dog person. I've had cats before, but I've always had dogs in my life. And
we cancel each other out.
They cancel each other out. Okay. We have more cats than we have dogs registered in PetFleet. Cats are the the most registered pets that we have. So I mean, there's a lot of cats out there, and I think, Jessica, can you remember? I think we have like 3, almost 400, maybe 400 cats registered.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. I think
I'd have to go splunking to find the actual number.
They're all in your database there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So this was an honorable mention also. I love the uniform, medical uniform, even has the stripes on the sleeves and that. And we've got a Starfleet Command crest in the background there. What did you guys think? This is not a cat, so obviously.
I mean, I have like a good dog uniform. I thought it was really cute. I liked it a lot. And it looks kind of like a uniform that I have.
Yeah. You have a lot of uniforms.
I do.
You do.
See, and we don't have any yet. So
I wish you wouldn't have outed me because I often say that I don't have one.
Oh.
The cool thing with our judging, before we go on to the next one here, the cool thing with our judging is we have quite a few judges we usually try to have, and then that way there is no bias. This time around, we had 9 judges, which I think is the most that we've ever had. Usually I use my staff, so all of the staff of Pet Fleet votes. But then if you've won a contest, we actually invite you back to the next month's contest as a guest judge, which is pretty cool. It serves 2 purposes. One is that you can't win twice if you're a judge, and you get something to do that's kind of cool. Let's go on. We're coming up on time in a little bit. Go ahead. So, Captain's best friend. I know all of us have a pet that's our best friend. A lot of us have a pet that is literally our best friend. Nero's my best friend, right up there with my wife. She's also my best friend. But both of them are really, really important in my life. And a lot of us have a pet that's very important. So what we asked was for our Starfleet members to wear their uniform and take a selfie with their pet. The pet didn't have to wear a uniform. It was more of them wearing the uniform and having their best friend with them. So let's go on to our winner. I gotta let you guys comment.
I love it because it was a cat. This was in my top 3, so I'm really glad to see it.
Yeah,
I'm pleased that we had an Orion, and
yes, that too.
and they are in command gold.
Yeah, I thought that's pretty cool. We Pet Fleet is all about diversity. Stepping into Pet Fleet, one of the first things that I did was I did a survey with our members to ask them what do they want at Pet Fleet, and a lot of them spoke up and said to them Pet Fleet is very diverse, and it's not just cats and dogs. It's a lot of other animals, and we have some really exotic pets. The very first newsletter that we did, we featured a Pet Fleet member who has cheetahs and meerkats and that as pets. They work at a wildlife reserve, and they work with these animals on a regular basis and work very closely with them every single day, just like our personal pets that we do too.
I think we might see a cheetah or 2 later in the day today.
Cool. Awesome. So yeah, that one was really important to me too. I just wanted to say with voting too. So this time around, because we had 9 judges, some of the judges were also people who had entered in it. The way that I handled that was I basically deleted the entry of the person who entered and then averaged all of the other entries. So it worked out to the same as if they just cast the same vote as what the average of everybody else was. So that's how we handled having judges actually be able to enter too. And I didn't want to exclude anybody. The only entry that I took out of the judging was my entry. And I always try to throw an entry in there first just to get the ball rolling. So Nero and I weren't in the judging, and we couldn't win because I'm hosting the contest.
I don't know. I think Nero might have won every single category if you would have left him in. He's so cute.
He was with me when we were interviewing Fire Dog Oakley, and he just sat on my lap here the whole time and was perfectly good. Teresa sent me a screen capture of the 2 videos side by side, and there was one shot where Nero and Fire Dog Oakley were looking at each other as if they were having a conversation, and she sent that to me thinking it was pretty cool. So once again, honorable mention here. Constance is a very frequent poster in Pet Fleet and also in the photo contest. You pretty much can guarantee that she's going to be in there. And she has been a past winner and a past judge, so she had some past experience with this. And she was also featured in our last newsletter. I think you guys, did you guys vote this one up? Yeah, we've got 2 uniforms, and that Starfleet uniform on, I'm guessing, are we thinking Doberman? It's a little backlit, it's a little hard to tell, but I mean I think the fit is perfect, and it's a great shot there.
Yeah, no, the uniform on that one is definitely bang on.
Yeah. So our second from last contest is Pets on Away Missions, which is just adventure action pet shots. So they don't actually have to be away from home. They could be at home. I have about half an acre in my backyard fence for my dogs, and I have 2 doggy doors so they can come and go all they want. And my dogs love playing in the backyard. I have I don't know, like a 40-pound pug, and she loves chasing her ball around the backyard. And they also love going for walks and that too, with our Pet Fleet Walk Challenge that we do every month. But these were Pets on Away missions. So who's our winner?
Yeah. Love this one.
So I'm thinking that this is Fire Dog Oakley. I'm thinking that he was, that Fire Dog Oakley was just teleported into that spot right above the ball planet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good action shot. I love it.
It is a good action shot. I love the fact that Teresa has this outdoor pool for Fire Dog Oakley. You can see there's a fence in the backyard. She's recently had to raise the top of the fence a little bit so that so Oakley can't jump out. And she posted a video recently of this deer on the other side of the fence, and Oakley is very curious on this side of the fence, and they have to be less than 5 feet away for it. And the deer's not skittish because I think the deer knows how well behaved Oakley is, and the fact that Oakley wouldn't chase the deer, although maybe honorable mention. So summarizing the diversity of Pet Fleet, I think here, this is seeking out new life and new feathered friends is the caption.
Yep.
For it. And I don't think you can get much more diverse than these 2 pair. What did you guys think?
I think it's adorable. It looks like they're having a conversation. They're very, very focused on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome.
I really like this one, but this was one of the reasons that we really like this one is just the serenity of it, and the fact that the dog is I mean, they are backlit, but it's so peaceful.
Yeah, it's a nice photo.
Backlit sunset photos are great.
Oh yeah.
This is also a good away mission for a dog. I mean, I know that my husband and I like to go to the beach really early in the morning, so that we can go and watch the dogs at the off-leash times that they have scheduled, and we just sit there and watch dogs running around, and it's the best time. So I kind of feel like this dog is having the best time.
Even if you're not taking your dog to the beach, it might be worthwhile just to take a visit during the
We don't take a dog. We just show up, look at other people's dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. There are quite a few beaches that do allow dogs during certain time periods, and then there's other beaches that do not. So make sure that you abide by the rules for your away mission. But yeah, I mean, sunset pictures backlit like this are great. I have a picture that I took with my wife on probably the very second canoe trip we ever did together. And we're standing on a big rock with a tree, and the sun is setting in the background. And I asked her to come over and give me a kiss in the picture and take it that way. And she had a water bottle, and she sat it down, and the sun is glowing through this water bottle in the frame. And we've redone that picture pretty much on every trip. And we have to have the water bottle in the frame. So sometimes when you get a great shot like this, it's worthwhile redoing it the next time you come to a beach or whatever to just recapture the moment. So this is our last category. We're just wrapping it up here. We've got, what do we have? About another 10 minutes for it. So this is this category was actually Aaron's suggestion.
It was.
Yeah. Why did you think to suggest a miscellaneous category?
Because a lot of the categories didn't really work for most of my pets that are in Pet Fleet, I felt. So I wanted a miscellaneous category that would kind of just work for everything, including pet rocks. So, and then I didn't submit one for it. I just thought, people might like this.
You definitely have some pretty cool pet rocks. I love the one, you have one that looks like a little planet.
I have about 10 that look like a little planet. And then I have a little solar system of them. Wow. Like I made a solar system.
Love it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, Teresa has named the deer apparently. It's Alice.
Nice. Alice and Oakley.
Naming her and registering her. She has been to play with Oakley every day for the last 2 weeks. See, I told you Oakley was such a friendly dog. Even the deer come to play with her.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Oh, look at the kitty.
The light. The light.
It probably is. There's a pretty harsh shadow behind there. So Jessica, you're probably right. It's probably like, oh, it's too bright.
It's so cute.
With the solar system in behind, I wonder, is it approaching a sun? Is it getting too close to the sun?
It says Oliver snoozing among the stars.
It was either that or it was, standing in front of a Cardassian with 4 or 5 lights.
Yeah.
Okay, that was our one dig at it.
One too. Okay, so I have to explain this one. So if you were paying attention, Fire Dog Oakley was actually a winner of a previous category. And we do have a rule that says that you can't win more than once. We don't want somebody that has amazing photography skills and an amazing pet to just do a clean sweep across the board and win everyone. Because we did allow you to enter one photo for each pet you have. How many rocks do you have?
In Pet Fleet?
Yeah.
Or in real life?
Well, let's say in Pet Fleet, because you
I think I have like 4 or 5.
Okay, so you could enter 5 different rocks in each category, and you could have entered 25 times because you have actually, is your cat registered too?
Sarah Marinera is also
I thought so.
registered, yeah.
So there was lots of opportunity to enter more than once, and quite a few people did that. Teresa entered Fire Dog Oakley a couple of times, and she was actually the winner of a previous category.
Yeah, with the dog jumping into the pool, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Or being teleported onto a little planet. One of the two.
Okay.
I'm sticking with being teleported onto a little planet. She also tied for first place here. Can we go back a slide, Chris? So this was actually our winner. The scoring for Oliver, let's go forward, and Oakley came up to the exact same number. Our judges were tied between these two. And unfortunately, I can't name Fire Dog Oakley a second winner because they've already won in a previous one. But I wanted to give them kind of a special notice here. So they still got the little winner ribbon for it, and they will be getting an honorable mention. So all of our winners are going to get a little swag package from Pet Fleet along with a certificate. And then all of our honorable mentions will also get a certificate sent to them for it too. So everybody that have seen their pet up today is going to receive something, whether it's a digital certificate or whether it's an actual package from Pet Fleet. So another honorable mention in our miscellaneous category. And Aaron, I have to thank you for suggesting a miscellaneous category. Even though it was opened late to the game and people only had about a week to enter pictures into the miscellaneous category, we did get a fair number of entries, and I think it opened up the doors for more diversity in pets.
Well, and I love this photo, but honestly, where else would this go?
I agree with you. Like, how would you fit it in? So I love the fact that I missed a miscellaneous category and you suggested it. Thank you very much. Again, we'd like to be as inclusive as possible. And this category opened up the door for some great photos.
This is an awesome photo.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, Stuart here is really loving whatever it is that.
I just want to point out that this is a total wine receipt.
It is. Sorry.
After my own heart.
It
look
should,
at that puppers.
So nobody picked this one as an honorable mention, or it was close. But I tried to limit it to 2 honorable mentions for each one. This one here is the director of Pet Fleet's pick for the happiest pet in the contest.
That pup has a huge smile.
Cleo definitely is a happy pup, and you can just tell by the look on her face that she's super spoiled, and she's just a really good girl. So this is my pick. So here's another one in the miscellaneous category. This probably could have fit in the Photoshop category also. But I think Constance was doing the shotgun effect and casting her options for possibly winning far and wide in all the different categories, because she did enter in every single category that we had.
Yep.
Did you guys, how did you rank this photo in the miscellaneous?
I don't remember what the ranking number was, but we really actually quite loved this one. The reflective with it is fantastic. The fact that it's manages to stay so sharp. Being able to see the fur specifics, you can see the eyes and they're just how they're set, and so this one to us was right up there. And of course, being Mirror Universe,
Well,
of course.
the Mirror Universe is definitely a fan favorite, and I would love to know how that one was done. I'm wondering if it's 2 layers or 3 counting the background, and the dog is actually like standing on a mirror or something like that to get that image, or if it's 2 separate images that are just perfectly aligned.
I think it's probably on a mirror.
Yeah, I think
for it to be that perfect, I think it would have to be a mirror.
I have to say, I'm really sad that black cat that was my number 1 did not make it. That was my favorite photo of the entire contest. It was wonderful.
So I will post that one to PetFleet so that people
Thank
can
you.
see what photo that you're talking about. So
Yeah.
we'll post it to the PetFleet Facebook page. We'll also post it to the Discord channel within the Starfleet server. We get that all the time. Judges always ask me, if I ranked a photo my number 1 photo, why did it not win? And
Randy, we're starting to get some questions, and we only have like 4 minutes, so let me answer a couple.
Let's head up the questions. Do we want some teleporting tribbles too?
No. This one says, do you have to be owned by the Starfleet member, or can we register a family member or friend's pet?
Yeah, so good question. Again, we have dolphins and we have cheetahs registered that I'm going to assume that they are not owned by the person who registered them, but that they work with that pet all the time. And that we can only have 1 owner per pet, the way the database works. So if you're a couple and you have 1 pet together, you have to decide who owns the pet or who registers the pet. I always hate saying owns the pet, because I think my pets own me more than the other way around.
You're a caregiver.
Yes. So the answer is no, it doesn't have to be your pet, but then that excludes somebody else from being able to register the pet too. So it can't be registered more than once. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I think you did say we had questions.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, I think that's it. Well, that was really awesome. Do you have a website up yet, or is that still in the works?
So there is a 1-page parked website that is on SFI. So it's petfleet.sfi.org. It's just a static 1 page. It has a link to our Facebook page. It has a link to the Discord channel, and it has a link to the registration form. So quite often people are saying, well, how do I find PetFleet? The easiest way is to go to petfleet.sfi.org, and you'll have the links there to the Facebook group and the Discord channel and the registration form, which are sometimes a little difficult to find within the actual channels themselves.
Are you more active on Discord or Facebook?
Facebook.
Okay, so if somebody's interested in joining, Facebook's probably the best place to check you guys
most
out.
definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Almost all of our members' postings are on Facebook. We do have maybe 1 a week, maybe 2 a week on Discord. I try to post the important things to Discord too, like our contests and that. So I posted about the VIC to Discord also, but you won't find as much member activity there. I wish there was more, but we go where the people are.
So I could talk about PetFleet for a while, but we have to leave. We have some Marines backstage. So Randy, Jessica, I wanted to thank you. This was great. And then, I look forward to seeing more stuff on PetFleet. I'll check you out on Facebook.
Thank you very much for having me. And thank you, both of you, for joining me. It was great having you, and great.
Oh, I'm glad you asked.
All the members entering the contest was great too. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Bye, guys. We have Jeremy back, right? Hey, Jeremy. I'm going to leave this in your capable hands.
I should unmute myself. Pets are awesome. Glad that was a totally great presentation. It was really, really fun. I guess my counterpart disappeared. Awesome. So we're going to go into Starfleet Marine Corps next, but I want to thank PetFleet for all that really awesome things. I don't know if you can get more cute than pets on camera, right? Also, Randy will get with everybody and tell everybody his new title, because I didn't think Director of PetFleet, that seemed really boring. So we were coming up with a lot of stuff. We'll let Randy announce his new title, which dodged him from being the Grand Poobah of the Water Buffaloes. So with that, we're gonna I think there's like a countdown to the Marine muster, and we'll go do some Marine things next. But thanks to all of these services, this has been awesome for me. Just getting to see everybody's stuff. So, and so last but not least, Starfleet Marine Corps, folks.
Greetings, Starfleet Marine Corps. How is everybody today?
I'm looking better than Force Column, apparently. Wow.
Have you seen the reports you have to deal with? Before we get into the slides, I'm going to comment here. Shane, unfortunately, had to go into work.
And our Sergeant Major is busy handling a bunch of unruly troops.
And how do you sign up for the muster attendance? If you sign up for the VIC, you're included in the muster attendance.
Made it easy this year.
All right. Once again, welcome to the 2023 International Muster. Your general staff is made up of myself, General Edward Junis. Deputy Commandant is Major General Chris Boggs. Sergeant Major is Sergeant Major Steve Sarson. Force Command is led by Brigadier General Ferber. InfoCom is led by Major General Jeremy Carson. And Treycom is run by Major General Shane Russell. We couldn't do this without these gentlemen, and they all deserve a round of applause. We're going to go over a few things today. We'll go over the state of the Corps overall, One thing that everybody wants to see is the Honor and Achievement Awards. We do a little quick housekeeping with some policy review. And did you know there was a Starfleet Marine Scholarship? We're bringing that back to life. And the logo is going to be discussed as well. So we'll post this all on Facebook and on the Discord later. Here's our Achievement Award winners. Give a few seconds for everybody to let that sink in. Congratulations to everybody. Our service commendations. Actually, generally, this is the wrong slide.
I'm kind of wondering that myself. Like, didn't we fix these?
My apologies.
Did we forget to delete the bad ones? Because didn't you have like some stuff before that?
Yes.
Hey, we all get technical issues, right? Blame it on Infocom. Wait, it's me.
Seems to be a theme this year.
Last year I had someone else to blame.
It would not be a proper muster without something happening.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go with you, Chris. Next time we should not have white backgrounds. This is getting a little vibrant off of my screen. There's a whole lot of light in my room right now. I'm missing my sunglasses.
All right, it's loading up here. Try again. There we go.
That looks way better.
Little better for people to read. Apologies, everybody. So that's when we go up to the current file. Our ship of honor, which is the Marine Volunteer of the Year, is Johan Caulfield. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. From the 5th Brigade. Congratulations. Sword of Honor, which is our Leader of the Year, is Eric Larkin from 1st Brigade. Cross of Honor, overall Marine of the Year, is Tracy Clark, 3rd Brigade. Legion of Honor, which is our Unit of the Year, the 275th Tom Cutters on 12th Brigade. Our the Commandant's Military Service Award, which I had to realize that I give that out now. Not used to that. Pretty much everybody should recognize these names because these are people who do the majority of the work.
Like so if you want to go back, I don't know that all the Marines know this one, but there's like a number of operations to even qualify for this one. So really great things. Like you have to have gotten the Commendation Award previous twice. Correct. Thank you for correcting me. Even to be considered for this one, and then this one you need this one or the Starfleet Cross in order to make the next award. So there is a hierarchy of things. So this is really kind of mapping out people's really, really long periods of dedication.
All very deserving. Our Distinguished Service Cross. The two names should be not unfamiliar with the people.
That's the highest one. Like that's the big one.
Okay, remind people about we have a policy manual for the Starfleet Marine Corps. First one is the personal data and privacy, which is basically reiterating the Starfleet Data Protection Plan. Thank you to everybody who did that quick emergency audit we had to do for all the units. Wanted to also remind you about the use of the Starfleet Marine Corps CO logo. Do not use it for profit. We found a website that was selling T-shirts and stickers and other paraphernalia with the Marine logo on it, and we had to put a copy strike in. So please don't do that.
Please report it to us if you do find it so that we can take care of it.
True. There's a Starfleet Marine Corps scholarship which hasn't been touched in years. So after the IC is over, we're going to be working with the scholarship people, try to get that up and running. Then chain of command. A lot of your questions can be answered by your next level of command. I can't tell you how many times I've been contacted directly about a problem with quartermaster, or someone's got a problem with where to find something for brigade level. We have brigade OICs, you have unit OICs, please utilize them. Logo updates. Well, there's a new Starfleet logo. They're trying to get all the departments to incorporate this ring design. So the Marine's going to be updating the logo. It's going to be very similar to what it is now. It's going to be a little more modernized.
And then we'll also have, like I said, on the slide, the threefold schema, but also we'll have the master files, which I don't think any of us have right now. The one that was designed in 14. So making great things and getting bigger and better products was kind of problematic. And we'll make sure that in perpetuity the master files get saved for folks. Hey.
So I guess I'm up. Good morning, troops. My name is Major General S. Christopher Boggs. I'm the Deputy Commandant for the Marine Corps. And we have a couple of things that are going on right now within our department, one of which is the uniform recommendations. Everyone knows that we've been inundated over the last couple of years to do shows and all the different uniform types. As you can see, we have 4 different uniforms right here on screen, and there are a plethora of others. If you would like to make a recommendation for a particular uniform to be added to our uniform manual, you need to be very concise in what you are telling us and go into cover the cost, availability, etc. We need to know all that information. At the same time, understand that because there are so many different uniforms, no 2 people are going to wear the same thing. If you are, I guess my rule of thumb is have 1 Marine uniform for dress like today, and have 1 uniform that is your unit uniform that you wear for recruiting and other activities. That way you're not spending thousands and thousands of dollars on every uniform that you could possibly get, but you are you're within the realm within the specifications of your unit, as well as your brigade, and then on up to headquarters. So please don't hesitate to give us that recommendation for what uniforms or pieces of uniforms you'd like to see. But we need to have it in clear writing, as well as it says here, canon uniforms. The one that I'm wearing is the Monster Black that is based off of Strange New Worlds Season 1 finale. It is a special uniform that was created through Mart. You can find them on online through Facebook as well as through eBay. They're relatively inexpensive and they look very good. There are some drawbacks, as you can see. There's drawbacks in this whole thing. But that being said, it is a comfortable uniform to wear, and it is within regulations because it is a monster and goes along with our Monster Blacks. But other canon uniforms, just don't go off the rails too much if you can help it. The second thing is the Marine Force Manual is in the process of being updated. We're looking at everything, making changes. So it is a work in progress, and will be out hopefully soon. We don't have a projected ETA yet, but it will be soon, hopefully. As far as other manuals are concerned, I know Treycom has been working diligently on all of the manuals for all of the branches. There is a committee that goes over every one of the manuals as well as every one of the exams to make sure that everything is uniform in that. And yes, we do still have hiccups, and we appreciate every one of the students who tell us. If you find hiccups in the manuals, whether it's the Marine Force manual or another one, we want you to bring that to our attention so that we can get it corrected. It may have been just an oversight on our part, but we are working diligently to get all of the manuals updated. There are quite a few of them that are just so outdated for our purposes that they're being combined with others, etc. So we are working on that. So that's my report.
Unfortunately, Sergeant Major's unavailable. Jeremy, a report from him?
Yeah, he's dealing with some troops. I got some messages from him about whatnot. So if it's cool, we're recognizing unit first sergeants and brigade sergeant majors respectively. Those are now optional fields in the respective forms for your reports. So as part of big fleet and recognizing some of the enlisted forces and getting and trying to encourage that, Marines lead the way, right? So we're going to go make sure that we recognize our more local unit stuff for those enlisted folks, and they are absolutely a critical part of the chain of command and mentorship. As far as I play a general on Starfleet here, but being a real world NCO back in the day, it's a critical role. We really need to make sure that the enlisted get more play. You don't have to be in charge, but we know that you're important. So yeah, both respective fields, and that's going on. And the sergeant major wanted to encourage everyone to start utilizing those chains of communication more. Not necessarily chain of command, but make sure that that info flow goes up and down, and we take care of people. And you don't have to be enlisted to benefit from some of these NCOs. I mean, a lot of that mentorship, like in the real world, is every lieutenant's going to get in trouble unless he listens to an NCO, right? Some of them are just going to sit back and watch, but go find somebody that's been there or done that a little bit. And yep, sergeant majors. We're trying to recognize how that works, and that you don't have to want to always be the captain or the OIC or whatnot, so that you're still doing leadership, and we know that. We're trying to reflect that a little more. Slide, I guess. Okay, on behalf of Sergeant Major Steve Sarn, we're going to announce the Star of Honor, which is the NCO or Enlisted Marine of the Year. And this is D. Spiruk of the 17th Brigade. Congratulations. Oh, hell, it's Infocom. No one wants to hear from that guy. It's really weird sitting in this seat. Like I was over in Dave's seat earlier last year, and I keep looking around. Where's Mark? So, Infocom is me. Basically, I think I'm here to help Ed, the commandant here, manage all the communications things we're about to be. All the auxiliaries are being told to go do. So I figured I'd come help him out, and that's one of the reasons I'm over here in Infocom now. My deputy is Jake Thompson. Publications officer, you guys are going to see this name a lot all over the place. Mike Timko, doing amazing work. They are this close to the new Marine Force Manual coming out. Most of it, I think, is actually almost like graphics and beautification there. And really excited to talk about the newsletter editor, Bob Stronach. I probably butchered that. I apologize in advance. Another person with so much talent, we don't deserve them. But they're going to bring back the attention on deck, and it's going to be awesome. So accomplishments, these are all Mark's, by the way. This is not me. This is last year's accomplishments. Mark, really, really happy about getting off the old domain and server. He's only been working at it for like 6 years. I thought he was going to cry the day it finally got done. So goodbye, old domain. Everyone's now on an @sfi.org email. And goodbye, DreamHost. And I say goodbye with the most vehemence any of us can possibly muster. We definitely mean different terms there, right? Mark also has been maintaining and updating the ribbon rack because Mark is talented and I am not. He actually does coding and whatnot in the background, so he's still updating that. It's not me. I'm doing like some Google stuff and WordPress, but Mark's still involved. He's one of those guys like, he got out, just not very far. And then, of course, we had the change command to Infocom. It's me. Okay. So yeah, sure, Sinar. That's still a little too kind, but we'll do what's printable and publishable, right? All right, let's go at next one. Looking at so the newsletter is going quarterly. The communications department for all of Starfleet, if everyone saw the new CQ, right? That went out through MailChimp so that Starfleet doesn't have to send each individual email, which would get us flagged for spam so very hard, which is one of the issues with Dreamhub. So we're going to utilize that, and all the services are going to get a little time in the sun. We'll do that, but we were already on deck for asking how. We were the first. How does it going to get you? So it's going to go through the registered email to your account, your Starfleet membership account, and it'll go out quarterly. And Bob's got so many cool things in store for this. It's going to be awesome. Our new communications plan is going to kind of flow into that. This is going to be true of all the services as well, but we're definitely the biggest with the most. It's wish list of mine for the reg. Have it auto populate with the yeah. We'll get right on that, Eric. No, that's maybe the new one. I actually think the new one probably has the coding that might make that possible, at least
That'd be wild.
in the future. Whereas this one, no, that's an amount of tinkering that would be rough. But yeah, so the communication plans, everything's going to start on the website. So go to sfmc.sfi.org. All news and announcements will go there, and then from there they'll propagate out to the social media platforms of your choice. But that gives us a place where all the information is also stored and archived, is in a place that Starfleet controls and isn't controlled by those other entities that we are the product, not the customer. And then we will also feed into that newsletter. We'll have all the records and stuff. And we just click, pick, choose, make a newsletter propagation go. So from unit commanders to brigade commanders to whatever, we're going to get you eventually and moving forward on a means to get that information that goes on the website, so that they could just be blog posts. I mean, it's WordPress, right? So we're going to use it as a blog. Not saying that you're necessarily going to log in, but we'll get it to where you can get on there really quick, and news can be news and timely. The storage plan for Google Drive, Starfleet bought into Google Workspace. We have a fair amount of storage now. Getting all of that to where Starfleet actually owns all of the copious amounts of information and files and whatnot is going to be great and awesome for Starfleet as a whole, certainly for the core. I know there's about probably 15 Gmail accounts out there in existence. I'm probably lowballing that one pretty hard, of where all the various owners and files and things have been stored and created over the years for various departments, from headquarters down to Forcecom to Infocom to this. It's all going to go one place and proper access and control, so that we eliminate some of the headaches for the future. And so that's going to be a heavy lift. That's going to be a lot of work, and as kind of one of the older and most spread out services, shall we say, we'll probably have the hardest time of it, but it's what we're here for. We'll make it happen. So things that I forgot for a while was that the CEO of Infocom, and sometimes I still have a hard time remembering that that's me. Get so ingrained to our other activities. Gives out a really cool award, and it's the Communication Service Award. When I did remember this, it just stood out in my head that there were two people, and it's not that they're a package deal inherently, but there was two people that had different means of communication that were awesome and enabled all of this to happen, this VIC. And then I remembered they are a package deal. They're newlyweds. They're newly moved into a house together, and they're still making such a difference of communication styles, and they're still making it work. So I am the most impressed for communications between Aaron Poole and Chris Poole. Thank you guys for making this happen, and thank you for being just icons of how communication can work, both in Starfleet and in a relationship. So props.
There we go. Yes, the universal translator is operational. Thank you. Yes. Forcecom staff. I don't know who this fervor person is, but I am Madrigon Grack, Commodore. I don't know why they have to insist that I'm a brigadier general, but I'm not. I am a Commodore. DCO Forcecom Ops, Lieutenant General Ivan Kijé. Some Russian guy, I believe, except he doesn't really exist. It's just a placeholder. DCO Forcecom Awards, the ever-eminent Major General Eric Johansson. He's a great guy. He does a lot of work. Sometimes he even shows up. It's great. Let's see. Next slide, please. There we go. By the numbers. Active. Last heard, hopefully, 557. Reserve, 560, 576, something like that. That's damned old English, Total, 1133. Active units, supposedly 127. However, if I go by my notes, we have in August, we had 73 units report in, so that seems rather unlikely. In June, we had 81 units report in. Well, that's not very good, but I hope that we might be able to get this fixed at some point. Brigade, well, obviously the brigades have not sent in for this month, but in June, they sent in 14 of 15 reports. Congratulations. For perfect reporting streamer 2022, 5th Brigade, 7th Brigade, 10th Brigade, 11th Brigade, 13th Brigade. All right, Brigade staff meritorious unit citations. Well, I'm not going to read them out. You can read them yourselves. Very good. Next. You got anything else? What the devil? Something else? Is there another slide? No. All right, go back to my slide. Go on. There you go. So, I was giving, let's see, we had 511 awards processed in 2022, but only 175 of them, I should say, not only, but that's 34% of 2022 SFMC awards were filed by 3rd Brigade. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Transmission ends.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's the most creative way of doing it. Rock on.
And props on that comment. That was beautiful. Thanks.
Very good, yeah.
All right, Treycom got axed. Who's doing this one? Or are you going?
Chris.
I'll be happy to step in. Shane's not able to
Torn
be with us
downhill. I
today.
love it.
Treycom staff, your CO Treycom is Major General Shane Russell. The Deputy CO of Treycom's Doctrine is Brigadier William Hoff. Deputy Commanding Officer of Training is General Michael Malott, who's also Superintendent of the Academy. And Deputy Commanding Officer of Training is Michael Timko, who is the Deputy Superintendent of the Academy. And all these fine folks do a fantastic job. Next slide, please. All of the current courses have been moved to Moodle per the former CS's mandate that all courses in the Academy be moved. Courses are updated and additions have been made to the SFMC Academy. Certificates have also been uploaded to Moodle. We do still have a couple of hiccups, and I appreciate those folks who have contacted us about that. Shane is on top of it, as well as Timko and Malott. MOSC and degree program is open. We are working on that. Malott got that open here within the last, I believe it's been the last month. So if you are interested in the degree program, please don't hesitate to get all of your stuff together and contact Michael Malott and let him know. He'll send you the link for your degree program and all of the requirements that you need to meet. SFMC course completions, we had 1,028 courses. Distinction 229, honor 459, and pass 354. Stephen Richard MOSC is not in database yet. It will be soon. Next one. Treycom Commanders Awards issued by the Commander of Treycom, given to the Marine for their exceptional service to Treycom. We have one staff member, Michael Malott, who received it this year, and Arnell Carigio, I believe that's right, student. Goodness gracious, 172 courses. Rock on.
Is that
That's
1 year?
incredible, and congratulations to both of you on winning that award.
In a year,
That's just this past year, 172 courses. So Arnell, that is fantastic. Please keep up the fantastic work. Yes. And let's see. Anything else? I think that's it.
That brings the Q&A session. Let's scroll back here for some questions.
Yeah, the questions were kind of rolling in. More Gorn comments because those are hilarious and they're amusing me greatly. Not only is it puns, they're terrible trick Gorn puns. I love it.
Eric Jansen asked, college graduation still a thing? The War College, that's what Michael Malott has been working on and has done that. It's called the degree program, so that you can go in, you request one of the 4 colleges and ask for the link. He'll send it to you. It's a Google document. You fill that out with the courses that you've taken and send it back to him, and he sends you a certificate, and it's put into the database.
All right, we got a question from Joseph. Apparently, he sounds like he's been applying for positions and he's not hearing back. My first question is, are you getting a confirmation from the HR people when you apply?
Yeah, for staff stuff, we are beholden to the HR process, so that seems very, very odd. If that's what's happening, then we do need to check on that. Either a tech issue or someone not doing it.
If they send it to the correct place, then we get it. Sometimes they don't send it to the correct place. It goes somewhere else.
Okay. Shane Russell is in the chat, so if you have something direct for him, please contact him.
Hold it. I am not a Gorn. Thank you. I'm a Treycom, not a corn. A Treycom. Thank you. All these corns.
Okay, that makes it much harder for the jokes and the puns. Tom, you kill me. I love it.
I'm looking back through questions to see if there's anything else.
I know we all look the same, right?
Born again.
I guess here's one for Jeremy. On the master logo, have you checked with Mike McGowan? He was commandant when the logo was created.
He was, and he was the creator of it. And
have you spoken with him about that?
I haven't. Yeah, I've been trying to reach out to him. We keep missing each other. Ships passing in the night, whatnot. But it's definitely on my to-do list. Especially with making sure that all of our heraldry from a tradition standpoint is kind of maintained. So we're definitely not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. We're just trying to standardize a couple things and make sure that we have the master files in hand going forward. Because I know there's been, like, Mike made one, and then I know Greg Mortensen made an iteration for like a little bit more simplified and stylized versions, and like there's the ones that like have all the gradients and stuff versus all the ones that we had pins made of. And there's a lot of stuff out there, and we just really do make sure that we have everything to go forward. And again, this was kind of actually requested by the CS and the VCS to update that Starfleet portion of it that they announced at the ECAD meeting last night. That they've updated that, and that's just kind of what led us to like, okay, it's an opportunity to go clean up, kind of thing. So it's probably not going to be a huge world-ending change or anything like that. We're just looking to clean up and whatnot. I know that the Starfield is not going away; it's still going to be an anchor, and all that. So I wouldn't be too worried. And that one's for you, there, boss. Combat armor.
As far as the combat armor is concerned, it's a great suggestion, David. I would say, submitting it to me, in the long run, it would most likely end up going to infantry as well as some of the other branches for utilization in their manuals. But yeah, I'd love to see what you come up with. That is for sure. Obviously, giving us every bit of detail that you can on cost, assembly, everything that you can. Oh, please go back to the four of us instead of just me, because the background is doing horrible things to my face. But the idea is a wonderful one. I'd love to see that, and I definitely agree with you, Jason, about the Strange New Worlds armor that they just had in the last episode. Was really nicely done. I'd like to see that. See what happens with that.
ETA, the ribbon rack. I'm sorry.
The ribbon rack is up and running. Has been for a long time.
Maybe
the original and the new
I might know where Mike's going on this one. Let me paraphrase, and he could just yell at me later if I'm wrong. I think we were trying to get to that unified hierarchy with both the Marine and the SFSO, and if other services decide to do ribbon-styled awards, unifying that. Do we have a rough ETA? It's still on Mark, so it is as busy as he is versus where that racks and stacks and how hot it is. I know he's working it. He was actually, I believe he reached out to the Corps of Engineers to see if there was some ambitious web devs that would like to actually rebuild it from a little bit more scratch and have it where it's, again, like that code is a little bit more in-house. We're not just copy and pasting and hoping we don't break stuff too much.
Another question from
Sorry, Dave Nottage. I finally did it once. 13 we're working on Harold.
fall under the deputy commandant, I believe. Heraldry.
The heraldry office is part of compliance, which we do have two folks that are in the compliance office that just came on board. The heraldry, that's that's still a work in progress, getting that back up and running. But anything that you decide that you want to do for either brigade or for unit needs to be submitted for approval. And what we will end up doing is the compliance office will look at that and make a decision on it. And then we'll also talk with the compliance for SFI to make sure that it doesn't ping anything outside of the brigade. We want to make sure that we're following to the letter. But we're still in that infancy process, since it has been a while since heraldry was up and running.
Probably not.
No, not the only thing.
Gods, I hope not. Again, with we don't own a lot of the master files for stuff. So a lot of the major command logos like ForceCom, InfoCom, and whatnot are like these little tiny logos. So we'll probably utilize the new insignia to inform and iterate for the other major commands. Is I think where that's going. Possible time with new database, maybe blow your word triggers. I'm not speaking for information services, but you know what? We should probably start a good idea list that we'd have a big ask that. Mind you, Chris Poole is one of the guys that does this, so if he just cuts us off for too many good ideas, that's what happened.
No uniform question.
Minimum added to the uniform. Convention minimum. I'm not getting that. What? Convention minimum.
I think you're looking for a.
One of the questions from Gathertown: why were the last? I'm sorry. I'm seeing two things because someone just said that we've got questions in Gathertown as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't get convention video. I don't understand the question.
I think you're looking for a uniform minimum. I believe that's the question.
There's no minimum Starfleet.
As far as minimum uniform policy, that really does entail talking with your unit OIC and what the unit standard is for participation in conventions or parades, etc. As far as formal events is concerned, it's your best dress. And if you do not have a uniform, obviously for dress mess in particular, wearing a jacket, tie, or nice dress. But that being said, don't break your bank trying to get every single little thing and every single detail. Just try and look your best.
Rolando, it's fixed. It should auto go to your brigade commanders as well as headquarters.
Wilderness challenge. We are looking into this. It's supposed to be done at some point, but first I shall have to hire a new DCO. That's all I can say on it. Thank you.
Raymond Anders, the ribbon for Toys for Tots is the Commandant's ribbon that he gives every year.
I don't even know if I'm still logged in yet. Just look at that screen or something. I don't know. I'm stuck in a shuttlecraft. It's cool. Yeah, that really seems like a local kind of thing. Starfleet doesn't mandate any uniforms or anything like that.
Correct.
New flags, yes. Yeah, the CS was very sad that we did not have the logo in time to make the new flag order.
Oh, trust me, they tried pressuring us.
But you can't rush perfection, right? We got it with the artist, and we're gonna let the artist art, and that's the best way. Otherwise, things come out bad. You don't want rushed bad art. Is anyone else hearing water in the background?
Yes. I was wondering what it was. I don't think it's raining in here, but you never know.
Wilderness challenges should be hosted by the brigade. And the brigade will submit an application to ForceCom for it to be make sure all the items are checked off.
Okay, it's not just me. Is that you, or are you like in a fish tank there?
It's not me.
I think I'm back. Are you all back? I think it was probably a glitch on my part there.
No, it's something in Chris's background, I think.
Oh, we're still talking about the water.
I don't have anything running.
Is your fridge running? You should catch it. No. List vacancies, and it applies to HR, but positions are listed in HR. Okay, the social media admin, that should have been taken down. And I thought it was, so maybe hit refresh. That does have a caching issue sometimes. So found the refresh button on that one. I didn't see the other one, but they do get updated pretty often, and HR's been actually pretty responsive to it. Every once in a while, something falls through the cracks. But yeah, we can absolutely go double check, especially after after this week was grueling for everybody involved up and down the chain of command.
I looked about 4 days ago, and there is a list of brigade OICs and DOICs positions available.
Yeah, that's kind of like the trickle down thing. Like if those are open, then you're pretty sure some other stuff's probably going to open up after those get appointed. So, the process plays out. But as for I know in Infocom, I removed, or I had asked for the social media ones to be removed, pending our interactions with fleet comms and working out what that would entail. Like I didn't want to hire somebody and tell them to sit and wait, to not have anything to do. And so once we get better aligned with Big Fleet and integrated into their social media policies and procedures and whatnot, we'll actually re-engage that one. And you know what, Tom? We love you and we miss you. SFC 301 standardized and more uniform, and how I have no idea what that sounds like.
I can actually answer that question. The 301 exams are actually being presented from the director of the branch to a standing committee within Treycom that looks at those and grades them. It's not done by the director and shouldn't be done by just the director. We changed that policy the very beginning of this year so that it wasn't up to just one director to say yes or no, but to have everybody's input in what's going on. To date, we've only had a handful of 301 courses that have come in. So the committee has looked at very few, but really and truly, I encourage every Marine to take courses in the academy. As you've seen, I mean, we had one individual who took 172 courses in the course of the year, and you all can do the same thing and go for those go for those ribbons, those awards. But as far as standardized 301s, there are qualifications and minimums, but 101 course is a pretty easy course, or 100 level courses are pretty easy courses. 200 courses get more technical. The 300 level course is supposed to be hard. It's not supposed to be a walk in the park, and we're not expecting you to hand us in a 15 to 20 page paper, but we are expecting you to do more than 2 or 3 pages. Please be as specific, and it has to really go on, or it really has to encompass the branch that you're working on, or the content. Don't just go off willy-nilly. And remember, you can't just you cannot take a 300 level course without taking the previous courses, 101 or 100 through. That's a requirement. PD 100 has to be taken by all Marines in order to take any other courses in the academy. Then you have to do the 100 level, 200 level, and 300 level in order to qualify for that branch.
Chris, I got a little question for you. Are the 300 courses, is it still an option to do a project versus a larger paper?
Yes.
It's the only way I can do your mind.
Yeah, you can do a project. The main thing here is that you present your idea to the director. The director approves it or says, "Hey, you need to go in a different direction," and then it's up to you to do that project within the 10-week period and to submit it. Photographs, web address. If you've done something on a web address, I actually did 15-minute screenplays for each of my 301s with all of the storyboards included and the script and everything. But I talked with the directors ahead of time in order to be able to qualify for that. Main thing is, yes, you can do a project. We want to see the pictures. We want to see. I'm sorry, say again.
Oh, so yeah, for mine, I just straight up asked the directors what they needed done, and they gave me work to help update the course further, kind of thing. So that was fun to play for me.
In some cases, that's a great way of doing it, and there are a lot of directors who really do need the help, as well as they want the content to be able to add to the manual. It's even been suggested through some of the folks in the Treycom that we take each of those 301s during the course of a year and make them into a book that can be shown to other members of SFMC for the 300 qualifiers. So
I just want to kind of Chris for that. They were in flux. Yeah, the unit reports, they were in flux between the Google form and the new Gravity forms that are on.
We're all better now.
Yeah, we're all better now. We're feeling very better. We're all good here. How are you? Those notifications should be much better coming from the Gravity forms, and then even then we learned a thing that turns out there's a whole lot of entries in a short period of time. On Marine reports, who'd have thought it? We had 127 units there, 70 of them reporting in about the span of 2 days. So just for on the server side, they went and they were moving it to a different mailing system so that again, Starfleet doesn't get tagged as being terrible spammer people. So just some of the technical widgets as we work through. Overall, this new forms the software is much better at the notifications than Google solutions were, which is painful to say as a Google fan.
Shane is aware that you did not give me a list for Team Delta, and I believe Shane is working on that.
Didn't get those notes. I'm just loving that. I'm waiting for a fishbowl. Like something's got to swim across the stream with whatever that's got going on there. I keep thinking it's force comm. That looks like a more moist environment where he lives. Takes him to redirect the mail.
I've seen it take several
Probably
hours at times.
The
Sometimes
unit
it's
reports
instantaneous.
getting to the right people.
Sorry. No, that said, like if there's a brigade change, then we need to know that over here in Infocom. Otherwise, it goes to your old brigade commander, and you know it went somewhere. So sometimes it's like, how long does it take? As long as I know, and then log in and do it. For that end, like the system's a computer. It does exactly what I tell it, whether I tell it it's the right thing or not. You know, there's always the human element still. I think we're probably getting close to the end of our time.
We're about a minute or two left.
Shall we sing a song?
And once again, the Wilderness Challenge is run by your brigade, and it could be a multitude of different things. It could be a walk in the park. It could be an overnight. 3rd Brigade did an overnight on a Ren Fair. I know, I think 11th
1st Brigade just did something having to do with aviation, as I recall. Big thing. Nice. Very good. Excellent.
I don't know. For down here in 3rd Brigade, my biggest wilderness challenge is going outside. It's way too hot. I don't like it. So if we do anything, I didn't even entertain the idea until like December.
All right, well, I guess this is going to conclude our re-muster. I want to thank everybody for coming and give the ForceCom folks some time to get those parts updated.
Like you do. However, I think we can all agree who the real captain of the Enterprise should have been. We're going to sing about it. This is for you. Starfleet. Let's go to space, Grant. Anticipation. Oh, that's the wrong track. Did I number them wrong? Oh, space. Let's get the original theme song up in here. He's a real tough captain with a long history of breaking lots of hearts across the galaxy. Gone away, get a team to do it. Like Planetary class, let's beam down to it. Now you got the green spot. You're in command, you got the green spot. Louisiana Comic-Con Enterprise. One to beam up. One to beam up.
Hi.
Hi, folks.
Hey.
Good morning.
How are you, David?
Oh, so far so good.
Good.
Got some sleep, and so did. I hope you did too.
I did. I did. I got about 6 hours.
Oh, awesome. Well, welcome everybody to the to our. I guess this is the hard opening, the grand opening.
It is.
And for our this year's VIC. Yesterday we had our ECAP meeting in 3 parts, really well. I hope all of you are looking forward to hearing who got lifetime and distinguished memberships. One of the fun things that did get passed by the AB is that the Planetary Society, which you've been seeing a lot of information about on the business only, and you'll see more today, was voted in as an official charity for Starfleet International. We'll have a program that will come out with that in the coming weeks, if not probably 3 to 4 weeks. Other than that, it was just amazing to be able to broadcast. And thank you to the InfoServe team for working through all the technical difficulties that we had, from switching between the Zooms to the Facebook to the to YouTube.
It was no problem. It was no problem trying to sort that out. We were running around here like crazy for a little while, but it definitely went well. And I have to say, David, I thought it was really cool that the membership got to see those meetings for the first time, because they're always shrouded in a little bit of mystery. And I know when I first joined, I wondered what you guys did or what you talked about. So it was really cool to get to see that and know that everybody out there was getting to kind of join in and add their questions and comment on the discussions. It was cool.
Well, that had been talked about a lot for a long time. When I was on the AB, people would always ask what was going on behind the scenes. With this administration, we try to be a little bit more transparent. I hope the folks that did show up, how many did we have on Facebook? It was about 75, I think.
Yeah, Facebook was around 80.
About 80.
It was 82, I think, was the final number. We had great turnouts for everything. I mean, even today we have like 90 people at one point so far, and the day is young in YouTube, and we have about between 70 and 80 right now in GatherTown.
Nice. Well, that was a first. We will continue to do that going forward as much as we possibly can. Obviously, the AB business and executive meetings are kept a little private just for business reasons. But other than that, it was a great opportunity for everyone to see what was going on, to actually put some names and faces together. So what we've got kinds of fun things going on today. We have special guests, Diana Phillips, John Billingsley is coming up, JJ Hertzler. How do you pronounce his last name?
JG Hertzler.
Hertzler, thank you. Dr. Mohammed Noor, Doug Jones. He is absolutely fantastic. Saw him on the Star Trek cruise, and he is he's a great personality. Dominic Keating and Connor Trenier. Really looking forward to seeing all of those. They'll be interspersed throughout the day. So hopefully everyone catches all of that. The big thing, I think at least, as part of one of our core values is recognition. Fleet and Academy Awards are coming up at about 3:30. And really looking forward to seeing who gets what. Just as a reminder from the communications department, the deadline for submissions is September 15th. There is a current CQ photo contest, and that is open until the 1st. The topic is selfies with Star Trek actors. So, hey, Aaron, what kind of selfies do you have with actors?
I don't do a lot of selfies with actors.
Yeah, I don't either.
It makes me nervous, but I do have a couple. I have one with Jonathan Frakes. I have one. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the actor's name. The guy who played one of the Voyager characters. Like I have maybe 4 or 5. I don't have a lot. Who do you have?
I've got 2. The one that was at a private, actually a non-Trek event that I met her at. And the other one, I was going back and looking when I was reading through some of this stuff, and I don't remember who the other one, I think it's Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun to do those. I see in the conventions now, they do a lot of those selfie pictures that I never really had seen before. You know, my collection is their character headshot signed. You know, that's what I collect. But it's really fun. I did see a whole bunch coming out of Star Trek Las Vegas. I saw oh God, there were just so many that were coming out. A couple members of the Golden Gate were there. Stephanie, she had a bunch with Jones, and there it's just a lot of fun to be able to do that. Want to say congratulations to the first place winning writer of the communications new fiction publication, Strange New Words. That went to Zebariah Young here in Region 4 of the USS Longbow out of Arizona. The next deadline for Strange New Words is going to be November 1st. So get your submissions in there. And there's always great prizes being given out by the departments. Last night, one of the things that on the academy courses, Jill Rayburn brought up that we have a whole bunch of new courses. There are over 3,000 courses that you can take, all different kinds of genres, not just, there's something there for everyone. There's new ones coming out all the time. So Aaron, I want you to put on a different hat for me if you could. I know that you, well, everyone should know that you are the DPO, and that is the Data Protection Officer.
That's right.
You want to talk a little bit about SFDPP real quick?
Yeah, sure. So right now the SFDPP recertification course is closed. That's going to be reopening next year. And the reason we're doing that is so Education Services has the opportunity to kind of reevaluate the exams, and we're going to do them a little bit differently. So nobody can get a recertification right now. If you've already taken it and you're compliant through January, you're good. We're counting that as being current. Don't worry about it. If you expired before the cutoff, which was July 1st, you cannot have access to the database unless you contact Jill Rayburn and make some sort of arrangements. We have a couple backup plans for people who are in need. Maybe they took a new position and they expired a few years ago, so that they can get recertified. It's a little bit longer. It consists of actually taking SFDPP 101 and 102 again, but that option is there.
Well, what about the new chapter? What about the new chapters coming on board? If the courses are closed, I mean, what are they going to do?
They cannot commission until they take the recertification, unless they
take 101 or 102.
Well, they can take 101 and 102. It's the recert that's the problem. So if they need to recertify, they do have that option, but it's on a case-by-case basis, and you have to contact Jill Rayburn personally to do that.
Awesome. One of the things that I just want to make a quick mention of, Aaron, and this is in regards to GatherTown.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure, and this kind of tags along with the DPO hat. I really want to make sure that people are not sharing their logins. You should be yourself. You should be identifying yourself. Try, wherever we go and whatever we do, whether it's in Discord, whether it's in Facebook, we all want to know who you are so that we know who we're talking to.
Yeah, and last night we had somebody that was logged into a registered guests account that is a band member, and we don't want their toxic behavior in our GatherTown, so that's being looked into. Don't share your login with anyone. I mean,
and it should be made clear too that it's not only the person that used the account, but it's the person that gave the account away.
Oh yeah.
So those kinds of actions are unethical and are not anything that should be done within the nature of the fun that we are trying to have. All right, moving on away from all that seriousness.
Yeah, David, I just really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to talk about the amazing stuff that Modifius is doing for us.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was going for.
Oh, okay, cool. So they have door prizes. There are 6 of them. They are the Captain's Logbook, 5 PDFs, 1 hard copy. We have selected the winners. We'll be announcing those on Sunday. Actually, Jim Johnson's going to come on and announce those for us. And he's done amazing things for us. He and the head writer for Star Trek Adventures, Michael Dismuke, are going to be walking all through our GatherTown, going to their podcast booth. They're going to be answering questions for you guys. So if you have any questions about it, go visit them at the booth. Like I said, they'll be there in and out all weekend. You'll be able to see their little names in the list of all the names. And they're offering us a 10% discount. So if you want to get any of these books, you can use that discount code, head over to their booth in GatherTown, and it's written in there.
Excellent. So the other big thing that's ongoing all weekend, folks, is the auction.
Yes.
Please, all the part of the scholarship fund. If you don't want another piece of memorabilia, and you have a little bit of extra, send in $1 or $2 into the quartermaster, or into the IC at sfi.org. If you want to help out with the membership grant, please, either send some dollars in earmarked for the grant, or at the same time, if you have any extra pips or any extra comm badges or anything like that you're not going to be using and you don't think your chapter or your region can use, please send them into the quartermaster so that we can recycle them and resell them with all the proceeds going to the grant.
Yeah, we have a beautiful painting by Jeff Tolliver. Before I talk about it, can you bring Rich Davenport in? Hey, Rich.
Oh, hi, how's it going?
So Rich is actually a really close friend of Jeff, and that's how we got connected with Jeff. He has done, this is his 3rd commission that he's done for us. He does it for free. This is we're his charity thing he does every year, and he's happy. He loves our scholarships. So if you like it, please bid on it. It's beautiful, and it's really big. So it's bigger than it looks. It'll look really great in a frame on your wall.
How big?
I don't have the dimensions offhand, and I don't know if they're on the auction site. I'll have to either look and let you know later or ping them. I'll make sure that those do get put up there though. But I mean, it was big. It was very nice.
Well, that's really cool. I look forward to going through the auction. Last year I spent too much. I don't know how much I'll spend this year, but we'll see.
You bought my Batleth last year. I wanted to introduce Rich. Rich is going to be our interviewer. He's going to be with us for a little while today, and he is going to be speaking to Diana Phillips. So anyway, you guys enjoy today. I will see you tonight. Bye.
Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Oh, I guess I'm in. This is me. All right. So as Aaron said, we're going to be talking to Diana Phillips. Diana is an alumnus of Space Camp, which is pretty freaking cool. She also is a graduate of the Zero G Corporation Teachers in Space Weightless Flight Program. She's a founding member of the Montreal Storytellers Guild. She's a proud member of the McGill University Black Mentorship Program and local teachers. Since 2019, she has been the president of DKG Quebec, which is an international organization of leading women educators impacting the education scene worldwide. She's got more than 27 years of presentation workshops at the Johnson Space Center in Houston and has trained over 25,000 educators during her career. So I guess, I don't know, are we going to bring her in now for her?
Hi.
Oh, hey, you're not Diana Phillips.
I'm not Diana Phillips.
What's going on?
So Diana's actually running a little bit late.
I'm going to have to vamp?
Yeah. So we're going to, no, you don't.
Can I Vogue? Should I Vogue instead?
No, we're going to show the John Billingsley program and give Diana a little bit of extra time.
Well, then, do you want me to repeat this later?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's we're gonna watch this awesome program by John Billingsley, and then we'll be back with Diana.
Hello, my name is Commodore Derek France, and I'm Regional Coordinator for Region 10. On behalf of the humanoid and non-humanoid members of Region 10, welcome to Virtual International Conference 2023. We hope you're having fun learning lots of new things, being entertained by our various guests, and meeting lots of Starfleet members in Gather Town. So, without further ado, on to the next segment.
Okay, so hello, John. How are you? You can answer now.
God, I was running out of breath. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So hello, everybody. This is I'm Captain Lynn Harper from the USS Renaissance, and this is Ensign Junior Grade Roberge, also from the USS Renaissance, and we are thrilled to have with us John Billingsley. All of you, of course, know him as Dr. Phlox from Enterprise, one of my favorite shows. I'm going to try and summarize this 4-page bio of Mr.
Yeah, 4-page.
Yes,
Padded, I assure you.
Yes, and I didn't even
have my Secret Service background on there because that should not have made it in. All right.
No, but I honestly, holy cow. Yes. So I'm just going to highlight some of the things. So
let's low light some of the things. Let's point out some of the real flops that I've been in.
I started looking at films. So Born to be wild, eat your heart out, Kate's addiction, and then it kind of reads like
Did a good job. Those are three of the big stinkers. You've got a shrewd eye for the stinker.
NYPD Blue. You cannot say that's a stinker because I love it.
No. I've got a pretty good television career. My film career never really quite soared to the Empyrean.
LA Doctors, The Pretender, which is like one of my I loved it. Loved that show.
I was on for a wee tiny minute in that.
But I loved this show. X-Files, Tuesdays with Maury, Breaking Bad, The Others, A Diagnosis Murder at 6 Feet Under. Like as I started,
Breaking Bad should not be on there. Breaking Bad, no.
Okay, we'll take that out.
That might be something. That might be another thing. Breaking Something. I did a movie called Breaking Something long ago.
Okay. Oh, hard. Sorry. See, I didn't put it in 16 font. That's why I can't see that.
I was going to say, I'm
There we
pretty
go.
sure I would remember if I was in Breaking Bad. Yeah. I was the drug lord.
I have my nephew sitting in front of me, so I'm like, Ripple Effect, The Man from Earth, Prison Break. You were on 24, True Blood. It goes on and I want to tell you, I know it's part of what I was going to say later, but when I was watching the Orville and I was like, wait a minute, who's that? I'm sure wait a minute, that's John Billingsley. And then I see Robert
Now,
Picardo.
Bob Picardo, they just cast. Me, I had to audition. That's my career in a nutshell. Bob Picardo, just get Bob. John Billingsley, who? Make him audition. Oh, yeah, that guy. Before I get to that question, I'm going to apologize for several things. One, my neighbor's gardener is out doing all sorts of things. So if you hear background noise, I unfortunately can't control. The only way I could stop it would be to go out and slip him 100. And as much as I love you guys, I'm not going to do that. Second, I have yet to figure out how to get the lighting, because a couple of our overhead lights went out in this room so as to not be in shade. So think of this as some sort of a strange kind of like almost characterological kind of thing where somehow my soul is actually reflecting the evil within. Put it in those terms. It's just my overhead light blew out. Yes, it does seem like that long ago. In fact, when you're 63, everything seems like it happened in another lifetime or to another person. It's like, I can't believe I was on that television show. I can't believe I was married once. I can't believe I used to do theater. I can't believe I used to live in Seattle.
Crazy.
It all seems like it happened to another person.
Yeah. Daniel?
So, were you a Star
Those of
Trek
you who are
fan prior-
young, you would have no way of understanding what the hell I'm talking about.
Well,
Hey,
yes.
you'll be soon.
So, were you a Star Trek fan prior to auditioning for the franchise?
I was not particularly a Star Trek fan. I'd watched the original show when I was a kid. It premiered in 1966 when I was 6. And I have a vague memory of watching it as a little boy, but mostly I watched it in reruns on WPIX in New York when I lived in the New York area in the early 70s. And I loved it the same way you love all sorts of action adventure shows when you're a kid. But after that, when I went off to college and I traveled and I did theater, yada, yada, all television was pretty much off my radar until I moved to Los Angeles in the early 90s, at which point I thought, well, if I'm going to be on television, I better start watching it again. At which point I kind of reacquainted myself with the entire world and became a little bit more cognizant of the fact, but no, this franchise has managed to resurrect itself, and look at it, it's going gangbusters.
Yeah.
Beyond that, no, not particularly. Big reader, so I'm very conversant with a lot of the writers in the Star Trek genre. I was very aware of Jerome Bixby, for instance, who wrote for the show, and I knew Gene Coons and a bunch of those guys who I was Harlan Ellison. I was aware of had written for the franchise.
Now that you've had a few years to reflect on your performance as Phlox, is there anything you would change? Anything you would regret doing that you would do differently today?
No, not really. mostly because so much of what you end up achieving or not is simply a reflection of what the writers give you to do. I mean, it would have been lovely to have learned a little bit more about the Denobulan culture. I would have been interested in finding out more about their polyamorousness. Did they swing with both the husbands as well as the wives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But beyond that, in terms of the choice work, no, there wasn't. I really enjoyed that part. It was unusual insofar as I've played a lot of derelicts and scumbags and louses and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to play a really kind of a lovely guy with an optimistic attitude and a positive, sunny nature was a great treat. So no, nothing really jumps out. And generally speaking, I find as an actor, one of the great acting lessons is live in the moment, present beat, present beat, present beat. Don't start thinking about what you screwed up 3 beats ago, or you'll lose the whole performance. So I once it's done, and I let it go, and I don't look back.
So I spoke with Doug Jones like a month or so ago, and I took note of how much knowledge he retains about his character and his species culture.
Oh, okay.
It's incredible. Like, you talked a little bit about it before, but like, how much lore did you retain since playing him, and just the series and Star Trek in general?
I'm sure Doug Jones is probably infinitely more intelligent, more serious than I am.
No.
Probably. So no, I'm sure he is. Everybody is. I'm a frivolous human being. I don't know that I could answer that in any kind of yeah, it's been so long. I mean, I can only speak in the most general terms about the franchise. Certainly, I'm not as well versed as many are. So other species and their ticks and quirks and peculiarities would be. In terms of denobulans, I mean, it wasn't as if we were given a ton to hang on to, and generally speaking, I tend to believe it's on the page. The scene is the scene. You have an action, a playable action, a reason why it matters, and then you let yourself be available to what comes up in the moment. All the lore, except insofar as it does give you certain parameters, if you're a Klingon, if you're a Vulcan, kind of impinges upon certain kinds of behavioral choices you might make. Because there had never been a Denobulan before, I had a lot of latitude. So, to a certain extent, my behavioral choices define, to a certain extent, what Denobulans could be in the future. So I weirdly didn't ever feel like I was terribly imprisoned by the nature of what made Denobulans Denobulan, and they didn't give you a lot of information either. Candidly, when I got the part, I thought, how do you explain the fact that there's never been a Denobulan in Star Trek history? I thought, well, perhaps they come from a monastic world. There are only 6 Denobulans left. He goes away just because he's bored as hell. There's nobody to talk to. And it turns out they are, in fact, the fuck bunnies of the universe, and there are a gajillion Denobulans, and we're, packed in like sardines, which just goes to show you when the actor tries to figure all that stuff out, usually he's going down the wrong path anyway.
Yeah. Okay, how do you think, did Enterprise help you like grow as an actor? Is that something that was even like on your radar?
Well, I mean, yes and no. You're always growing, but if you're working, I mean, every day at work, you learn something. You learn a gajillion things within the industry just that are purely concrete. The fact that as opposed to a theater, I mean, I kind of was a theater actor and segued into film and TV in my mid-ish, late-ish, even 30s. It's very different to be on a set. There isn't really rehearsal. You show up, you know your lines, you block it quickly, and then you're shooting. There isn't a lot of conversation. There isn't a lot of, let me talk about what it could be. You have to make those choices fast. I instinctively knew that, but there's nothing like being a series regular, I think, when it's, you know, boom, 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 boom every day, to really reinforce the importance of having really thought through the choice work before you arrive. It isn't about, let me ask a question about whether you prefer. It's, you've made your choice and go. If they stop you and they say, actually bend it in this direction, you probably have already thought about that possibility anyway, so it's easy to do.
Amazing.
This was never my inclination. I have seen a lot of actors hold up camera because they don't have the answers to the questions that they raise. If there's anything I won't say I learned it on Star Trek. I'd been on another series before Star Trek, but being in a series regular reinforces it because you see it day in, day out. Actors who stop and ask questions, who don't know what it is they're looking for themselves, hold up camera, and you should never hold up camera. As in terms of range wise, you know, in terms of getting to play, the one drawback potentially, I think, of being a series regular is that, generally speaking, you're asked to play more or less in the same kind of behavioral and emotional sandbox repeatedly. You know, again, if you're a Vulcan, you're hemmed in by what a Vulcan culture allows. If you're playing a tough cop, you're hemmed in a little bit by the fact that, you know, your character has certain prohibitions against what he or she is going to allow to do behaviorally. Probably the nice thing about being a character actor and doing a lot of things is that you aren't necessarily kind of, you know, supping from the same cup over and over again.
Yeah.
To that extent, I was not unhappy that the show didn't last 4 years. I mean, didn't go 4 years.
Daniel?
So quite a few Star Trek actors, especially leading actors and actresses, have done stage work before their Trek series, in particular Shakespearean work. Do you think there's any kind of intersection with what kind of passion for stage work and working in the world of Trek?
Well, it's certainly something that a lot of people say, and you know, I've heard it often enough for me to think that perhaps there's some truth in it. But generally speaking, I think most actors who have careers, like as not, have some stage background. I mean, here's the reality: if you're young and you're kind of interested in acting, you're going to be able to get up on stage right away. You're not going to be able to get into a movie or a TV show. So generally speaking, with exceptions, young people who are so attractive they go right to Hollywood and boom, they're working, or young people who are starting in the industry, most actors have a stage background. So I tended to sometimes think that there's a little bit of I hate to say sanctimony, but a little bit of preening when we we as a community of actors on Star Trek say, well, of course, my Shakespearean background allows me to do these things that other actors, I don't know if I buy that. Possibly it's true that when you're wearing a set of prosthetics, particularly if you have to wear a mouthpiece, and the nature of sometimes the gobbledygook, it does require the ability to articulate. You really have to pronounce your words carefully. You have to hit your consonants. So there may be some value in having elocutionary skills, and a lot of stage actors, particularly, you know, the bromide is that American stage actors in their training, the emphasis is on emotional availability as opposed to technique. Star Trek may be a little bit more reliant on what might be considered classic stage technique, but I don't like to oversell that either.
No, it's a little bit like a Broadway actor, you know, that kind of intensity that you need on the stage. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, a camera, you can't, I mean, the camera is here, you know, it's right here. It's right in your eyes. If you bring, and I do think that, yes, there is a certain amount of bombast required by some of the alien characters. You know, obviously the Klingons have a certain amount of hurrah, and so perhaps there's a little more theatricality. But generally speaking, I kind of feel like you're going to bone yourself as an actor if you start thinking that you need to kind of hype up the size. It's about the opposite. If you're an actor in film and television, your ultimate goal should be to try and figure out how to justify having it smaller. You know, there's a famous quote of Bernard Shaw's to the effect of the performance is in essence tied to the optics of the space you're performing it in. You know, obviously he was referring to the size of a stage. You didn't live in the you know, essentially in the era in which we were filming performances. And that's very true. If you're doing a 99-seat house performance as opposed to a, you know, got to hit the back wall in a 700-foot house, you've got to justify having bigger choices.
Yeah.
Film and TV, that doesn't come into play.
No.
Which I love about it. You know, you don't have to think about scale. You don't have to think about how do I justify making this a bigger choice. Maybe on Star Trek that happens a little bit more. Did we lose your partner in crime?
I don't know. I
don't
might.
see it on my screen.
That's okay. I don't know. I'll keep going. Can you share one memorable, like, behind the scenes story with our viewers?
Do you want to give me any more parameters than that?
Well, you know, like you're working backstage, a funny story or a silly story or something that came along.
Well, of course, you know, anytime you're on a set, you know, it's a family. So there's always, you know, there's not a day that goes by that isn't full of, you know, sort of teasing and fun and games. I just feel like sometimes I've told the same story so many times that people who listen to me must be sick of hearing them. I used to play a lot of pranks. We all kind of did to a limited extent. I think perhaps my favorite was in Dear Doctor, when the conceit was that I am sending a recording to, in essence, a pen pal of mine. So the whole episode, I'm in voiceover, narrating what's going on, and there was a scene that was called what was MOS, Without Sound, no, we're going to hear the actor's dialogue. It took place on the bridge. It was a quick little shot. We've stopped to pick up an alien ship in distress, and in voiceover, you're supposed to hear, and this would be going over the image when the show airs. Oh, here we are, Captain Archer stopping to pick up an alien ship in distress. What good humans they are. They have no idea whether this is going to be dangerous, but their first instinct is to, you know, bravo. So when we filmed it, the gag was to make sure that the voiceover is the appropriate length for the physical action. They were going to play my voiceover. So I substituted a tape instead. So I'm standing on the bridge, and when they called action, what everybody heard was, "Look at the ass on the captain, so firm. Right, I wonder if I might get him down to sick bay on the..." And I went on in this vein, and everybody did break up. That became a little bootleg tape. It was a as I think is true for every cast if they've been together for a while, unless there's a real sourpuss at the helm, you know. Scott was not a sourpuss. Generally speaking, it's very playful, and we all got along. We liked each other. There was a lot of good humor. There was a lot of sportiveness.
No, that's awesome. Was it difficult, like as the doctor, was it difficult to get your mind wrapped around all the techno babble and the medical jargon?
I didn't have it as bad as like Connor or God forbid Hoshi, who had to speak, you know, sheer gibberish. Generally speaking, I just had to know a few, you know, basic medical things. You know, what is the endocrine system? Occasionally, you know, if there was some kind of, you know, manufactured procedure, drug or whatever. But I didn't feel like I had a burden of gobbledygook very often. Once in a blue moon, and this just happens on television, the rewrites come in, you know, and the rewrites can come in right up until the night before you're working.
Yeah.
If they change keywords the night before, which I find is even more onerous the older you get, if they change a name, a character name, or they change a medical procedure, or they introduce an alien name, that was not in the script. That can be a challenge because you have to get it exactly right. You can't fudge it. And if somebody says, oh, and by the way, the character's species has been changed to xylithine. It's like, I didn't memorize xylithine, and I'm getting this now. Xylithine is not going to come out right away. Those kind of things would irritate, but that was equally irritating to all of us.
So I'll tell you, I serve as Surgeon General for Starfleet Medical. Don't ask.
Oh, okay.
And actually, it was one of the doctors, one of the people.
Does that mean you'd be able to like give me a tracheotomy if I?
No, I cannot.
Okay, all
My
right.
background is actually in educational psychology and counseling, so no, you don't want me with a scalpel. No, not a good idea for you. But this question actually came from one of the folks that is in medical services, and he said, I'm in the medical field and I find them difficult sometimes, even though I say them all the time, especially some of the new drug names where it seems like they random Scrabble letters together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I mean, you really want, there's nothing an actor, I just finished a project, or last year I finished a project about Lincoln's assassination, largely about Booth and his flight after the assassination. For various reasons, I'm not really entirely sure why. I think in part because right out of the gate, some of the lead actors had issues, and they'd established a back and forth with the creators. So always pages, pages. And all that didn't have a big part, but almost every night, it's like right before you go to bed, your call is like 5 or 6 in the morning and you're waiting up until midnight. It's like, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Not infrequently, it'd be like brand new scene, almost a page 1 rewrite. We all have to deal with that sometimes as actors. And those rewrites frequently are making the project better, but they are absolutely, it's a nightmarish moment for the actor. And not literally, because instead what you're doing is staying up till 3 in the morning to learn those new lines. It's the worst sinking feeling to get like pages the night before. David Milch, notoriously, that's why Jimmy Smits supposedly quit NYPD Blue, and why on his brilliant writer. Now, sadly, for a man as literate as he is, I believe, with Alzheimer's, but on Deadwood, I mean, he was notorious for the day of handing somebody, and he wrote this very dense Shakespearean language, handing somebody, a half a page monologue.
Oh my God.
It's like James Wood supposedly has the kind of memory where it's like you just look at it and you know it. Most of us have to spend quite amount of time material, which is sometimes I think something that writers don't realize.
No, well, it's their words and it's in their head, so why isn't it in your head now?
Yeah.
I believe my co-host is back. Daniel, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm getting up the question.
There you are. Okay. You changed spaces. Very good. Where it's
I see a little Cary Grant poster in the background. Is that North by Northwest?
Which one?
Other direction.
This is my father's room. So.
Oh, okay. Look to your left.
This one is which one are you talking about?
One with Cary Grant's big face. Are there multiple ones with Cary Grant's big face? It doesn't
probably.
matter.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
That's Night into Morning.
Night into Morning. I think I know that one.
His father is a huge movie.
Yes.
Aficionado. Doing a Bachelor of Arts in Film Studies. Yeah.
Night into Morning. That is a new Cary Grant movie by me. I'm gonna look that.
See, we gave you something new today. Fantastic. Daniel, we're at the In Thinking About.
I'm sorry, interrupted you. It's not the first time, it won't be the last. You were going to
You
ask
don't have to apologize. This is your interview, not mine.
So in thinking about the various characters on Enterprise, it occurs to me that T'Pol was the voice of cold reason and logic. Archer led with his heart, Trip with his emotions, Malcolm led with a phaser, Poshy and Meriwether were the innocence of youth, and Phlox was often the conscience of the ship. Phlox did not always agree with decisions being made by his captain, and I was wondering how you, John Billingsley, felt about some of the storylines, particularly when Captain Arthur seemed to go off the rails in season 3.
Yeah, I would agree with that summation. How I felt about it, generally speaking, I don't think it's my job to have a feeling in terms of whether I agree with the writer. I mean, I liked having the role of ship's conscience, or elder statesman, I suppose, is how I thought of it. I mean, the Denobules are long lived. I mean, my sense is that I was probably in my 80s or 90s. And I'd been around the block. I mean, I had gajillion degrees. I was familiar with a lot of the other species that, Earthlings were still bumfuzzled by. As an actor, you want conflict. I mean, that's what makes a scene pop. So any time I was given the job of saying, hey, it's great. It's great. There were a couple of instances, I think, in Dear Doctor, most notably, where the doctor's decision is, in essence, to sort of let the more, quote, evolved species die from a disease that is, in fact, curable. Where I would have said myself that was not an appropriate decision to make. But and I think that is a very controversial episode, consequently. There might have been another couple of episodes too where I would have said, I'm not entirely sure Dr. Flock should have done that, but there again, I don't write them. I just act them.
That's right. That's right. So for example, when you are confronted with a script with an ethical issue, so do you rely on research, life experience, or something else when you're working through the scenes, like trying to, what do I do? How do I move forward? I know the director is there, but like when I get a script, I want to read it and understand and put myself into it, not me personally, but the character into it. And who am I in this scene?
Well, I mean, it depends upon what you mean by ethical. I mean, there's a personal ethical dilemma, for instance. Let's say that your ethical dilemma is that if your sister needs an operation and you have the opportunity to steal $5,000 from somebody, what are you going to do? In that sense, yes, that magical as if that Stanislavski talks about is how you imagine yourself in a situation where you would do something unethical to help somebody you love. In Star Trek, sometimes the ethical is cerebral. It isn't so much about, for instance, in that episode of Dear Doctor, it isn't really a question of whether or not I need an as if to help me decide, to find my way into emotionally the decision-making process of I'm going to let one species die off to save another species. I suppose there are actors who would say that, the extent to which they can find a way to somehow personalize this ethical dilemma, it might help them. I don't tend to think sometimes actors need to do as much work as they think they need to do. We make ethical decisions in our lives all the time,
Yeah.
We know in our bones what it's like to have to kind of make a decision that is not clean.
Yeah.
What that feels like.
Yeah.
Uta Hagen's famous book, Respect for Acting, which she then went on to kind of revise. She kind of, to me, I think later in her life said, you know what? I don't think actors should spend quite as much time thinking about what they had for breakfast this morning, or whether or not their third wife was a Serbian or a Bosnian or yada, yada, yada. We are not thinking those thoughts when we're playing a scene. We are actually I'm a Meisner guy. I taught Meisner. I'm a great believer that, the heart of the performance is rooted in the extent to which you're really available to the moment, and the moment is what's being given to you by your fellow actor. The emotional connectivity, I kind of take it for granted. I just believe in the circumstances, the imaginary circumstances. I do not do a lot of, a lot of intellectualizing to get myself to a place. I don't find that necessary.
Good. Do you have any advice for folks in the new Star Trek shows as they're beginning their journey?
No, not really. I mean, it's, the main thing that everybody's going to decide for themselves based on their own, personal predilection is the extent to which they want to be available in the Star Trek world, which means going to conventions and doing podcasts. And I was a very sociable person. So for me, it was like, wow, this is great. I can walk into any beer in the world and say in a loud voice, back when I was on Star Trek, and somebody's going to buy me a martini.
Yeah.
It's like, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
If that's not your nature, I think, trying to put yourself, and oddly, some actors get into this because they're gregarious. Some people get into this because they're not gregarious, and it's maybe the only means they have to find a way to kind of explore fully what it is to be human, because they're not particularly social. Odd, but it's true. So actors kind of have to make their own, path when it comes to what it means to have celebrity, even on, even within the more narrow parameters of Star Trek. Personally, I think it is one of the greatest gifts that I've ever received, the ability to be fully in this world, to get to know some really lovely people, and to kind of do a little bit to kind of further some of what I appreciate about the ethos of Star Trek. I'm not, as versed. Aesthetically, my interest perhaps lies elsewhere. I'm a reader more than I am a viewer. But I do believe that the nature of what Roddenberry was sort of getting at, this idea that a positive, optimistic outlook rooted in the idea that we collaborate, cooperate, and try and do things that are good in the world, is a wonderful ethos that I think this show has kind of given me a great gift to kind of help, promulgate. For actors, that's the last thing I'll say, is that for actors who are in this gig, I hope they realize that with it, I won't say it comes great responsibility, but with it comes the opportunity to do better in the world.
See, you did have advice. There it is, right there.
Not that anybody will take it. Nobody's taken my advice. 63 years, nobody's ever taken my advice. Why are they going to start now?
So if they ever asked you to be Dr. Floxian, would you do it?
Well, ironically enough, that's been sort of bruited that there's a possibility that Dr. Flox would be still alive and could maybe come back on Strange New World. But I don't pay a lot of attention to that chatter. Were that to come about, were they to ask me, yeah, sure, I'd be delighted to do it. If it was truly a series regular back, which it won't be because that's not the nature of the way streaming works anymore. 22 to 26 episodes a season wearing the rubber head. I don't know how much, I don't know if I want to do that, but like an arc, to come back for a few episodes and walk through and be the sage old guy. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Star Trek is known for writing letters, so you never know. This interview might get you a job.
Well, it have to be a lot of letters.
Daniel?
So, if you could play any role in the Star Trek universe other than Dr. Phlox, what would it be and why?
Well, Porthos didn't have lines to learn, and also anytime he did something right, he got a treat. So I think that
cheese.
Yeah, cheese. I love cheese. Everybody wants to pet you. Everybody wants to make much of you. Porthos actually had a sister, so he didn't even have to do all the work. He only had to do half the work. Two beagles. So I think I'd because I look at it from an actor's point of view. If you ask me to believe that the world really existed, the Star Trek world is real, which character would you like? Boy, I'd be hard pressed to give up myself, because as far as I'm concerned, Dr. Flock kind of had a pretty sweet gig. Long lived, multiple wives, but they were not there. The far too much fighting and responsibility if you have to be the captain. So I don't think I'd want to be that. Yeah, I think you'd have to kind of like pride my flocks rule away from me. The more I think about it.
We're not taking it away from you, so there you go. You can keep it. You sort of mentioned the fans before, and Star Trek is a franchise with a truly devoted fan base. And you mentioned it a little bit, but what has it been like to interact with the fans all over the world?
That's been amazing. I mean, what an amazing lanyap. It's like, been on a lot of shows. There's never been a show that's had this level of ongoingness. For a little while on True Blood, there were True Blood conventions. There ain't True Blood conventions anymore. For a little while, I was, had one episode of Stargate. Now, would you come to a Stargate? Maybe they're around, but you don't hear them. Star Trek is unique. And it's been a great gift. I've gotten to travel all over the world, gotten to go to New Zealand and Australia and Europe, Czech Republic, for God's sake. I mean, all sorts of interesting places where there are conventions. And the people have been marvelous. They've been incredibly warm and friendly. And I also learned something about myself, which I did not know, that I love low vaudeville. So, they give you a mic and a stage, and it's like you can do whatever you want. It's like, really? Interesting. Let me get my cream pie and a seltzer bottle.
Yeah.
And the missus comes with me, and she's
that's lovely.
Yeah, she had a small part on one of the episodes in season 2, but she also played General Beckman on Chuck. I don't know if you ever watched that show. So she's had a long acting career, and she discovered that she had a love of low vaudeville. So I hauled her up on stage, and now we both use cream pies and seltzer bottles. Her gag is, I'm trying to rein him in, when in fact she's merely opening the door to more antics. Of course, with COVID, that whole world of conventions shut down, and it's very hard economically to throw a convention.
Yeah,
it's been reduced quite a bit in the last some years, and so I don't go to as many as I used to. We go on the cruise, and we're going on the cruise again next year.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, there were several of our members went on the cruise this year. It looked like so much fun.
This year I was supposed to go, and I got sick. I was on a movie, and I got really horrible bronchitis, so I had to cancel. No. But I went last year, and I had a great time.
Oh, that's fantastic. Amazing. Ken?
So in my research, I read that you seldom get starstruck. However, is there someone out there that you'd be starstruck to meet? If so, who and why?
It would be somebody in the political realm. I'm very political. Adam Schiff, who is my congressman and who I've met on several occasions, and who I think has just done a terrific job holding, the despicable Trump administration to account. He's somebody that I get a little verklempt. I met Katie Porter. I had a similar reaction. People, I think, unfortunately, there is this is my foray, forgive me, into politics, because I can't be entirely mum. The Republican project for many years has been to denigrate people who go into public service, and to make it seem like they're all either crooks or frauds or bullshit artists. That's a horrible projection. They don't believe in good governance. But the people who I have met who have been Democratic stalwarts are there because they want very much to help. And I look at people who have achieved a lot. In my community, a woman named Sheila Kuehl, who has been was a significant player in California politics and did so much to help so many people. I meet those people. Henry Waxman is another guy. I meet those people, and I'm in awe of their sacrifice, their intelligence, how much they devoted to making life better for a lot of people they didn't know. So those people are the ones that make me go. Actors? No, I'm an actor. I know that it's fun, and I love it, and I appreciate it. But I don't get verklempt about that.
We spoke about the Orville before with yourself and Robert Ricardo. Had you ever worked with him before?
We did a short together years and years ago, although actually I don't think we had scenes together, so that doesn't count. No, I don't know that we were friends. You
Okay.
bump into, that's one of the really nice things that I should have mentioned earlier about being in Star Trek, is that because so many of the people from all the various versions of Star Trek, the iterations of Star Trek, go to the conventions, you get to know a lot of people, not just on your show, but all the way, back to the original. I've, getting to know Walter or George through each, and then ongoing through those that are on now. And now I'm the old fogey that people say, "Oh, I saw you when I was a kid." There's such a wonderful kind of intergenerational. So I got to know Bob years ago, and we got to be friends. I got to, socially. He's an absolute love, and I was elated to get to work with him, and would always welcome the chance to in the future. But that's, I think, the only time.
Oh.
And I got killed. Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! So ain't say me on that again. Yes, I am.
So you're on the board of the Hollywood Food Coalition, and I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the organization and the community which it serves.
Indeed, I can.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm ready.
So the Hollywood Food Coalition's been around for about 38 years. It was initially started to provide street level service for people experiencing homelessness. We served a hot, which we've continued to do without missing a single night, a hot multi-course meal to all comers. In addition, we would also provide, as we continue to do, a whole array of ancillary services, from things that people have an immediate need of: socks and shoes and hats and sleeping bags and tents and laundry vouchers and bus passes, what have you. And we would hook people up to other social service groups to try and get them into housing programs or job programs or mental rehabilitation programs, yada, yada, yada. My wife and I, when we got involved about 7 years ago, felt that one of the things that perhaps we could grow into and expand into was more food rescue. So we helped to spearhead the growth of programs that were designed to rescue and share food with the wider community, in honor of the fact that we were the Hollywood Food Coalition. So initially, that meant doing something. We created a group called the Pickup Artists, and the Pickup Artists went around and picked up food from TV shows and films, mostly to supply our own home kitchen, eventually to share with other organizations. When COVID hit, we dramatically expanded that concept, and we opened something called the Exchange, and we now rescue about 2.5 million pounds of food a year, which we share with about 150 other social service organizations. And what we try and do is buttress and augment their frequently nascent meal programs to help them provide a meal to the folks they're helping. So a battered women's shelter, for instance, that might not have great food. Or basically saying, look, if you can create a good meal program, and we'll get to the food, that's probably going to go a long way towards helping your clients out. Let's start with what they need every day, 3 squares. Additionally, and the last thing that I'm particularly interested in, which is challenging, is so much of what has to happen in the community, the larger community, to help rescue and share more food, requires a level of collaboration that is hard to come by. Shared transportation capacity, shared volunteer capacity, dispatchers, so that when food comes into the quote marketplace, somebody can go, got it. You know who needs it? Da over there. More refrigeration, more storage, more culling capacity. These are the kinds of things that require a lot of intensive collaboration between food rescue organizations. We sit at a lot of tables that are trying to figure some of that stuff out.
Wow. That's amazing.
So I was for a while, my wife and I got very involved. For a while, I was the volunteer co-executive director. We knew that we needed to grow our capacity, so we grew from a $100,000 a year to now, depending upon how you look at it, valuing the cost of the food, a $6 million a year organization. If you factor that in, a little under 3 if it's just monies. But now we have a staff of 27. We were able to hire a full-time executive director. I was the board president. Now I'm the head of the development committee. And I can go on for hours just on this one question. Every year, one of the things that we do, as you may very well be aware of, is I put together with a group of amazing people something we call Trek Talks, which is a 6-hour Jerry Lewis-esque digital telethon with all sorts of Star Trek personalities to raise money for the Food Coalition. Out of that has come something that we're really trying to develop, what we call Trektivism, which is a means by which we can promote, promulgate the concept of giving back by telling stories of fans and actors who are doing wonderful work in their own communities with their own charities. And that's something we hope to keep lifting up and lifting up.
So I was actually going to say I thoroughly enjoyed the programming that was created for Trek Talks this year.
Oh, great.
I watched all 6 hours of it. It was fabulous. I especially loved the science panel you had.
Oh, good.
They were just so good. I love Dr. Erin. Oh my God.
Good. Well, we're always wanting feedback. We got some. We usually have. This is the second year we did it. We're gonna keep doing it. We got a group of about 20 folks, and we did a little 3-hour, brain dump together, and got a lot of great ideas about, people to have, some slight changes to structure and content, yada yada. So hopefully we'll keep growing it, keep expanding the base. It made about $110,000 to the Food Coalition last year.
Amazing. It's just, I'm so thankful for people like you that are doing work that helps other humans, because, we're human, you're humankind. Can we not be both?
Well, as I said, I think that's one of the things I really appreciate about the Star Trek ethos and about the fans, and just generally, I think, the solution to again, not to get on a political soapbox, but when folks run down, I think, our capacity to care, when they refer to people as bleeding hearts, as if that is a horrible thing for the heart to bleed. I turn always, to kind of buoy myself to this deep belief that I see proved all the time, that most people want nothing more than to give back, nothing more than to feel part of their community, nothing more than to go to bed feeling virtuous. And I think that is where our survival lies, in that impulse to kindness, impulse to generosity, impulse to charity.
Yeah. I'm going to ask as well that you give us some information as to where people can donate, where people can get involved.
So the easiest thing to do is to check us out at hofoco.org. That's HOFOCO.org. You can learn more about the organization. If you're in LA, you could volunteer because we cook and serve a lovely multi-course meal every night, and we always want to encourage people to come and get to know members of the community that are unfortunately too frequently demonized and ostracized. You can come volunteer as well at the warehouse where food is rescued to help us cull, sort, and share. And we also, my wife and I, run as sort of a part of the Food Coalition, but a little bit of an adjunct, something we call Sack Lunch Sundays. We have hundreds of people making wonderful multi-element sack lunches. They are all, in essence, dropped off at one location. My wife and I run a team of 15 people that share and distribute them. They are spread with the assistance of about 20 other volunteer groups all throughout the city, anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 sack lunches every Sunday. So hofoco.org, and we can be found on Instagram and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that's always the place. All that stuff is on that website, and you can make a donation. That'd be marvelous. Tell them Dr. Flock sent you.
Donate.
Daniel, take the last question.
So, what projects are you working on right now?
Well, of course, we're on strike, and this is going to be a very long, bitter, and protracted strike. The writers are on strike technically, but SAG also just authorized. What we do. The process is that the members of a union vote on whether or not they want to authorize their leadership to call a strike. We said yes, you can call a strike. Our contract ends at the end of June. I'd be very surprised if our leadership doesn't call strike too. And because so many of these issues are really existential, the streaming model, which is great in many respects, it's a golden age of television in many ways, wonderful content, but the method by which money is raised is flawed. When they got rid of advertisements, they got rid of a primary source of income. So a streaming service like a Netflix or a Hulu, they generate their revenue by charging us viewers a subscription, and they can't charge us enough to pay for all the things they want to buy and show. So unfortunately, what that means is there is not quite enough money coming in to the world of making television and film to allow the great pool of actors and writers to survive.
Yeah.
And I don't have an answer to that. The answers are very complicated. Can you bring advertising back into the streaming model? Will big wig mucky mucks start actually putting a cap on their salaries to bring more money in? Would heavyweight producers and writers be prepared to do the same thing? I don't know that this is going to get solved easily. So candidly, right now I'm taking, in essence, a kind of a strange vacation. I mean, I go out and pick it, I read. I still work for the Food Coalition, but there ain't no work.
No, and it's how do we support that? How do we, the viewers, support that?
Well, I don't know that I have an answer to that. I mean, candidly, I don't, for instance, say, oh my gosh, well, get rid of your Netflix subscription, because Netflix is going to have to do better. Hulu is going to have to do better. They're going to have to figure out a way to survive. We're not going to get rid of streaming services. They may consolidate. They may, synth boil down a little bit more. This is a, in essence, an institutional argument amongst a lot of players. I tend not to think that there's anybody in our industry who, out of ill will, is saying screw you. I just think the economic imperatives and the nature of the structure that has come into being, it needs to be fixed, and a lot of people have to come together and fix it. And I don't honestly think there's anything you can do about it. That you can do. I can strike.
Yeah.
I can withhold my services until there's a solution. It forces people who would rather say, as shitty as it is, we'll muddle in, we'll muddle by, we executives who are trying to run this show, if you would just shut up and stop asking for more money. We have to say, well, no. There needs to be a solution that allows writers to make a living, that allows actors to make a living. One of the big things that's happened is that back in the day, my residuals, all of our residuals, were considerably robust, and that's how actors really survive. You can't guarantee whether or not you're going to work very much in any given year. Some years are good, some years are lean. It's the ongoingness of residuals that actually provides consistency, and residuals from streaming are next to nothing.
Wow.
So it's been a sea change for writers and for actors, and again, that's a gulp. We'll have to figure it out.
Well, we are thinking about you, and
Thanks. I'm fine. I mean, it's fighting for the next generation of actors.
I know.
If I never work again, it's like, oh well, I had a nice career. But
I hear you. I'm a teacher, and do I need to strike? No, but I worry about the teachers coming in first year.
Yeah. I mean, you have their institutional imperatives, and if you're a part of that institution and that institution did well by you, I'm a union guy. I'm going to have 7 My wife's 3 pensions, my 4 pensions, my wife's 4 pensions. In America, defined benefit pensions are a thing of the past. Unionism is a thing of the past. So I'm a great believer that, unions have not only a right, but they have a moral imperative to stand up and say, no.
Well, and I just remembered, I was also asked to let you know that Enterprise is a well-loved show and that we wish there had been more adventures.
It's interesting. I used to joke all the time about being the show that killed the franchise because
well,
when we ended, the broom came in and swept everybody associated with Star Trek off that lot. Every the producers gone, the makeup team gone, everybody gone, and so yes, one sort of thought intellectually, well, it's just a matter of time, but at the time it was like, wow, it took a little while. I'm really glad to see with this is the irony of Netflix. I'm really glad to see because of Netflix and whatever streaming service is on right now, Paramount, I guess. I'm really glad to see that an audience is finding it because it at the time was not generally considered to be a great show. I think, it has its strengths and weaknesses, like all the episodes, all the Star Trek shows did. But I'm glad to see it's getting a little bit of a second whack at the pinata now.
Oh, for sure. It's actually on Netflix in Canada.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, because it kind of moved off of Netflix, I think. Paramount Plus in the States basically wanted to kind of like, circle the wagon around all the Star Trek properties. And I'm not sure it's
No, for me, Enterprise is one of my favorites because it's like all the questions I had about TOS, it was all those little Easter eggs as the episodes went on. Anytime I saw stuff like that, I was like, would make me laugh and be like, oh, look at them answering the question. Very good.
Yeah, I blew hot and cold as just aesthetically. I thought some episodes were strong, and others were not strong. It's the nature of, I think, also having our show, while there have been subsequent iterations under new aegis. Our show was under Brandon and Rick had been behind Voyager, and Brandon and Rick had been involved in Deep Space, and Brandon and Rick had been involved in Next Gen, and they were exhausted. By the time our show came on the air, it was like they were asking, please, could we have a year off to kind of think about Enterprise deeply and figure out its Bible? And Paramount said, nope, got it. UPN needs you. We don't want to kill the golden goose. Come on, let's go. So I kind of felt badly for them because I think they were rushed into production with our show before they had fully fleshed out where they wanted to go. In fact, the initial premise had been that the first season would take place on Earth, and it was going to be about getting Enterprise launched and put the kibosh on that. So Rick and Brandon had to kind of like, a little bit on the fly. Yeah.
Well, I cannot thank you enough for your time, and I know you have a charity event tonight, and really appreciate you coming out to spend a little.
It's not really an event. I just got I got to schmooze a potential donor. So
very nice.
I do have to shave. I do have to clean my shirt.
Well, that's all right. You're allowed to do that. Listen, we were just thrilled that you came out to spend time with us, and my goodness, thank you so much, Mr. Billingsley. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you wherever the stars take you.
Well, bless you. Thank you so much. From your mouth to God's ears, I'll work again.
You are going to work again. It's going to all work out. I'm telling you.
All right. Hopefully.
Oh, yes, it will.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Have a great rest of your day.
Hey, I always feel like we're in a computer game when that comes up. So we're back. I needed help introing this next guest who was just too cool for just one person to intro. So I've got Lauren White here with me to help me intro Diana Phillips. Diana, an alumnus of Space Camp, which is just so badass. To be an alumnus of Space Camp. I mean, I'm an 80s kid. I watched that movie and you thought, Space Camp? She lived it. She lived Space Camp. So, but she's also a graduate of the Zero G Corporation Teachers in Space Weightless Flight Program. She is a member of mentor for the McGill University Black Mentorship Program. And she is also the president of DKG Quebec, which is an international organization for leading women educators to impact education on a worldwide level. She's done more than 27 presentations and workshops at the Johnson Space Center in Houston and has trained over 25,000 educators during her career. I mean, that is pretty dang cool. And her last presentation with us was pretty dang cool too. We had she was talking to us about growing plants in space. And she also brought up some interesting things that kind of made me a little depressed. The fact that the soil is dying here on the planet, and that's why they're doing these things. So it made me sad, but it also made me hopeful. So, Lauren, did you get a chance to watch that video? Were you part of that at all, or?
I did not get a chance to watch that video. It did just make me think of the movie Interstellar, which we're not too far off from. I love that movie.
That's a good movie, yeah.
It is. It's one of my favorites. And kind of relates to all of this space travel, etc. So I'm pretty excited about getting to be a part of this presentation unexpectedly. Having been a NASA engineer and delving into art myself, I'm really interested in hearing this.
Awesome. Well, without further ado, Diana Phillips. Uh-oh. We have no audio. Well, let's see if that's on our end or not. We're going to try and bring her back in, I think. Let's see. We're going to vamp for a second. So
it wouldn't be a good presentation if we didn't have to vamp and make things up on the fly, right?
Technical difficulties are always a fun addition to a virtual virtual conference, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. So why don't we do this? Why don't we talk about movies that have to do with things like Interstellar? The ideas of Interstellar. How about that? Because I like talking about movies. That's all I've got. So.
Well, then you and I will just get along swimmingly, given that I have not met you before this. One of the things that I love about Interstellar and Christopher Nolan's direction is he has this way of combining sci-fi with human emotion. And this thing about our planet kind of being destroyed, being very real, while also teaching people that we're going back in time, which is the very opposite of Star Trek, right? We are trying to get to the future and save the environment. So it looks like we're good to go. Do we have sound?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yay. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for the greeting. Really appreciate it. Got lost in cyberspace somewhere, teleported back now. So really looking forward to being here with all of you today. I am so excited about what I've seen so far. I've been following the broadcast and I am learning so much about this organization and all the amazing things that you've been doing. I want to say thank you to Lynn again for the invitation to speak this year, and also to Chris Poole, who's been in the background helping out an awful lot over the past couple of days. So set your phasers, because we're revolutionizing education for space exploration on this planet every day, all the time. And I'm really looking forward to sharing this with you. So I'm not sure if I have control of those slides or if you do, Chris. So thank you very much. All right, so I am a multi-platform educator and professional. I have stepped into an awful lot of things in my lifetime and continue to do so and want to continue to do so. And one of the things that I absolutely have enjoyed over the years is being able to work with students and also with teachers. So that slide right there sort of tells you my history and some of the things that I'm involved in, but I mostly love being an entrepreneur and being able to reach students and teachers all across the planet. Go ahead, Chris. So who can not think about space without thinking about William Shatner? Especially for Canadians, this is a big deal for us. And his words and the words of the film and the many films that he's been in have influenced a lot of the work that I have done. We're always going somewhere where we've never gone before. I mean, that's huge when you think about that. And we continue to do that. So that's pretty exciting. So let me tell you, there was a day when things just shifted. So from English educator, going every day to classroom and working with kids and running after school programs with them or supporting wherever I can in a school, I just happened to be on my way to school when I arrived and somebody said to me, "How would you like to go to Space Camp Alabama?" To me, that was something that was not in my comfort zone. It was completely out of it. I never thought about going to learn to become a space educator. I'd always incorporated things like hands-on and science and STEM in my classrooms through cross-curricular, but it was not my intention to go fly into space and then do parabolic drops. With that being said, that was a game changer for me because with that, I looked at my world of teaching very differently. Experiments that I could do with my children in class were now going to be performed on the zero-G Boeing airline. Having that said, being able to work with those and see what type of things happen to them in a microgravity setting, and then comparing that to what actually happens in our gravity classroom, our gravity influence classroom, this was amazing for the kids to see. And the footage of that being shared with them was absolutely mind-opening for them. So all that and so much more, because what woman does not want to be weightless? And doing those parabolic drops really influenced so much more on the journey forward. So I was in hook, line, and sinker. Space Camp Alabama, huge influencer, along with Zero G Corporation. Game changer. While thinking about this presentation, I thought about education on board the Enterprise. And what was that like? Well, Mrs. Gladstone was an interesting character from season 2, the child. And we also had Miss Kyle. We had also Lieutenant Ballard in different episodes. So Ballard was in episode 3. Episode 5 was Kyle. And they actually experienced things that real teachers experience. Difficulties with students, not always acceptance of the various types of learning differences. Yet there was no real development throughout time that I've seen yet within the Star Trek series with education. Of course, everybody was educating everybody on the various things that were happening, but when it pertains to classrooms, didn't necessarily see that. So our Earthling educators do have the same challenges that actually were on the Enterprise. That never occurred to me until I started thinking about this presentation. So they didn't really have a great record, by the way. Miss Gladstone was probably the one who really kind of said, you know what, let's accept these kids. Let's make sure that we have some really good teaching, but the storyline wasn't very developed. The Offspring episode in season 2 for the child, well, Ballard was not very accepting of the child that was coming in. Anybody that sort of didn't fit the mold of what was going to be the Star Trek child, that really looked very much like we do in our classrooms and wearing a uniform, they had challenges. And again, not further developed, but there were a lot of similarities once again. So we have to think about how space relates to education. It is so important that we understand that it's not science, it's not STEM, it's not STEAM, it's all connected. So if you don't mind clicking, Chris, go ahead. So all of these subject areas are part of the development of the scientific mind. They're not separate. And this slide actually leaves out the arts. And I am a huge, huge fan of the arts. So it is very, very important that we include that. And I'm going to talk more about that as we go. So the math, the technology, the sciences, everything that's sitting there in those little puzzle pieces right now, and so much more, are leading children to space-related careers if we're making sure that those are the things that are being tied into them. Pause on this slide for a moment. There's only one Earth, folks. We've only got one. So the more we know about our Earth, and the more we know about the planets surrounding us and beyond, the more we can think about what education do we really need to understand the future, because the future is now. So we're going, and we're going again. We're very excited about all about Artemis and the trip that we're going to be making there in 2024. The excitement around this SLS rocket is beyond imaginable. Student projects are involved, teachers are involved in many different ways with curriculum, as well as with the arts again. And we have this notion that we are all a part of this. I was lucky enough to attend the 2 scrubs and then finally the launch of Artemis 1. Artemis 2 is going to be taking on a huge mission. So 10 long days that will tentatively they're scheduled to launch in 2024. And that huge SLS rocket, or what we call mega rocket, and the Orion spacecraft is going to launch crew. And that's going to be a flyby. We're not landing there, so we need to be really clear about that. It's a flyby mission, June 22nd, 2024. Let's hope it works. Let's hope we get there. So we're very excited here in Canada, where I'm from, because Canada has a fantastic astronaut on board. Jeremy Hansen will take his first flight into space on board the SLS rocket Artemis 2 mission. And with him are 3 other American astronauts who have huge amounts of experience. We cannot wait for this to happen. And it is something for us all to be really excited about, because we will orbit the moon and the intention is to land on it again. So this is happening. Here's the orbital map of what it's going to look like when we are attempting to do that orbit with Jeremy Hansen and the other astronauts on board. This is an incredible challenge for our astronauts, but it's doable. If you haven't seen any footage of Artemis 1, have a look at that when you get an opportunity, or if many of you were there, compare the difference between this flight and the other one. So this is where the excitement really, really grows for me. We are the Artemis generation. Our students are the Artemis generation. They are preparing now. They are really thinking about what kinds of things they can bring to this exploration. The curious and the wondering that is going on right now in most of our schools across the world are focused on this mission, but they're also focused on the next missions when we go to Mars, when we go even further, and the work that's being done just in astronomy alone with the James Webb. So working with students through my program, I have the opportunity to expose them to many of the things that I've been taught, explored myself, and share with my colleagues across the planet. So they are getting ready to go in a sense as well. Who knows which one of these children are going to be somebody that makes a change for future exploration. But we've opened the Wonder Box. So Science Yourself is the program. It's Science Yourself, no G's about it. The G stands for the zero G experience that I had. We are now roughly in our 6th or 7th year, and we offer STEM and STEAM to everyone. It is accessible anywhere. And in this picture right here, these are students that are at a camp in Montreal. And this camp, they're right now in that picture, exploring nanotubes. Why? Because nanoscience is essential for us going forward. We need to think about what is it that's going to be needed so that we have not so much volume in terms of making spaceships and so on. Nanoscience, nanofibers, nanomaterials, all of that is being explored in labs across the planet. And university students are very much involved in that process. So especially communities that have limited access to STEM and STEAM education are very much of interest to me. I'm that child that was told, no, you won't be doing any sciences because you don't have the high sciences and you don't have the high math, only to come to learn that there were actually issues where students of color could not be put in those classes in the years that I was coming up. And that was simply by the choice of the government. So knowing that, it is something instilled in me now that we all belong in space initiatives. It doesn't matter which culture, which color is. And the most incredible experience that I had this year was working with the Indigenous community in Matagami in Timmins, Ontario. It was the first time that they had the opportunity to work with the Artemis mission and explore making Artemis landers. The excitement was off the hook, and that's just the way I like it. So we can't underestimate the superior knowledge that some of these children have. The revolutionizing education in space for Earth and beyond the Trek classroom is happening. So while our classes on Trek and Star Trek were different, our classrooms that are here are different now too. And exposing them, providing them with these amazing opportunities to explore and not carbon copy, not use cutout, but bring their brain game to the table because they're intelligent creatures. And that is the way we need to approach it. So I love this. Please state the nature of your medical emergency, the doctor. Well, medicine, and I loved hearing about that today, by the way. I was watching that part in the episodes. I was fascinated with the whole idea of having holographic medicine and hologram doctors. And so I learned actually how we could make these wonderful little holographic viewers. And the students explored that this year. I'll go ahead and change the slide. So this incredible doctor, NASA flight surgeon, Dr. Joseph Schmidt, actually holoported to the ISS in 2021. And Thomas Pesquet was the ESA astronaut that he was working with. Now that's super neat because we've got to figure this out. We can't send doctors to Mars when they need them. Not everybody will have the sophisticated training of surgeons either. So when we go to space long term, we need to holoport our medicine. We need to holoport medical treatment, and doctors are key for all of this. So if we can't get STEM into schools, Science Yourself brings it to them. It is my mission to ensure that teachers get training, that children get exposure. And some people will say, well, this is not all for everybody, but I have yet to meet a child who hasn't put their hands on something that they're going to create or explore in our presentations, at our tables. This is a high school that was presented at. And high school students are some of the toughest clients because they are kind of resistant and reluctant, but the minute they touch something on the table, they're on and they want to know more. So we're feeding the minds, but at the same time, we're opening their discussions up as well because we want to know what they're thinking for the future of exploration. So STEAM is the way forward. It's the way we need to go. We have to incorporate the arts. The arts are not a separate thing. Science and math are not separate. In fact, none of those letters within that acronym STEAM are separate. They are interrelated. So students learn how to do moon sketches. They also learn how to create their own objects for space exploration. They look at spectrums and figure out how to do that. And then we have, of course, the incredible artwork of Nicole Stott, who has just brought to us the incredible spacesuit art over the past few years. As an astronaut and as well as an artist, she has provided opportunities for children, including in the Montreal Children's Hospital, to develop the swatches that are part of these artistic spacesuits that have been worn on the International Space Station. Literacy. This is one of the best finds you can find right now at nasa.gov. This is an interactive novel. The wonderful thing about that is you can literally land an astronaut or that robot RT directly in your living room or anywhere you are through their scientific technology. It's amazing for children to be able to explore not just the book. It doesn't need to be in your hand, by the way. It is something that is digital and can be found online. They have an opportunity to read as well as interact. Well, I think that's kind of fascinating. And there is another book that's being developed now to follow up the first book. So look for that. Explore that book, even if you're just at home wanting to check it out. It's really amazing. So out of this world, professional development, Johnson Space Center, the SEEK conference, I've mentioned that in the years past. If you cannot, if you can do anything and you are an educator, so this is specifically for educators, this conference is an out of this world, not to be missed conference. Go to Johnson Space Center, SEEC, Space Education Exploration Conference. And when you find that, take a look at some of the things that have been happening in the past. But also, if you're a teacher and you would like to sign up to attend and or present, I would suggest you do that. You leave with a suitcase full of freebies. Some of them you'll see behind me. And you'll also get opportunities to meet astronauts and hear about the latest, most amazing events that are happening right now in terms of space exploration. The Artemis moon mission to the moon and beyond. So habitats and creating homes on the moon and or Mars. Well, we need to think about that. And that's already been thought about in lots of different places. But can we have our youth think about it now? Because the home you know right now may not be the home we know in the future. We're hoping it is, but it may not be. So let's get kids thinking about the Artemis mission. Let's get kids thinking about space exploration. This camp was amazing. It was one of the first years that I've worked at this camp and the Kells Exploration Camp. This is another thing that takes me back to the teachers that were on the Star Trek program, because they're children of different styles of learning were invited to this camp, participated in this camp, and I can tell you, I don't think I've ever met minds like this before. They were focused, they were challenging ideas, they were creative. So when we leave them to explore, we get more, and we're going to go forward with that. Astronomy presentations also were something we brought into this program. So investigating lunar craters was a great way to go. Looking at the asteroids and having students drop objects into their pans and seeing the formation of the craters, as well as within the crater boxes that they had, there were all kinds of things hidden in it, including metals and rocks. And they had to figure out, once they hit something with the rock that they were dropping in there, or the large marble, what was it? How could they find out? Could they think about robotics? Could they create a robot to explore more about what was inside those craters? We also invited Trevor Kovalian, an astronomy enthusiast here in Montreal from Plateau Astro, to come on in and talk to the students. None of them had had exposure to astronomy before he walked into that room. It's all about exposure. It's all about opening those minds up. EduGalaxy, this slide really is just telling you that I really enjoy the opportunities to work with people all across the world. Malaysia, Brazil, Mexico, USA, and Canada were involved in EduGalaxy. It's the first time I've been turned into a cartoon character as well. But what we did there was many, 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 many weeks of working with students and other presenters to be able to give them access during the pandemic to this kind of learning, to space learning and space education, so that they could optimize learning at home. And we were so happy to be able to be a part of this. NASA Sparks field tested it, and I'm excited for NASA Sparks to be in every classroom all across the world. This program allows the students to interact with other students. That's a little bit bigger than some of the other programs that we've been involved in with Science Yourself, no G's about it. They get opportunities to talk to children in Brazil, talk to children in Malaysia, and speak to children anywhere. So in order for us to make the most of teaching, we need to join the collaboration train. And collaboration widens our knowledge, opens our scope, but it also allows the children to understand the kids are the same no matter where we go. And when they understand how all the differences and all the wonderful similarities, who knows, we may actually have a better planet going forward. Fingers are crossed on that one. So while the characters on Star Trek, they couldn't last forever on food replication, and we talked a little bit about this in the past shows, well, we can't yet, but we're investigating this. So the versions of food, the gawk, all those other things that are explored, they're found on the starship. But sometimes I think there are actually things that are found on Star Trek that have influenced where we're going now in terms of exploration. So the replicators that are located in the quarters in the ships are something we need to think about. We're going to need food replication going forward. Well, the blue food. I was very happy to see in my research that nobody actually ate the food that was on board, because they just took a look at it and they were not impressed with that. Luckily, our astronauts get to choose their food, and going forward, we now have to think about the size, the type, what kind of makeup it is going to be created out of. Powders, juices are still available, but will those things be the same? Because when we do go, we don't have a lot of room to transport food, but we also do not have a way to keep shipping food back up to the moon or to Mars. So we need to think about these things. So one of the things we're leaning towards is insects. So insects have been eaten by many cultures around the world. There's not a lot new there. I recently bought suckers with tarantulas in them. No, okay, I didn't eat them, but they're pretty cool to look at. So if they're suitable, then we need to think a little bit further, because can we raise them on limited sources? Will we be able to replicate them in some way? Will they be able to be harvested? And if so, how? So many questions. So why do students need to study food crop production? It's pretty clear. If we're going to go journeying off into other realms of space, we need to be fed. We need to keep ourselves healthy. And much to our surprise, we've seen in movies where they're growing food and all of that, our students have actually tried growing plants in simulants, Moon, Mars simulants. No success there. So the EXO Lab mission is something that I've spoken to you about as a principal investigator. We are looking at so much more when it comes to new age food. Our last two EXO Lab 10 launches and missions were not successful. Our plants dried up, a lot of disappointment. So now we're looking at doing it again, but this time looking at what other ways now can we have a more viable result? Can we get results that are going to be allowing us to grow more plants on board the ISS? And will they grow in the soils of the planets to come? So we are a generation of space farmers. The kids here in Quebec are involved in space farming, most notably one of our schools in Dollard-des-Ormeaux, Springdale Elementary. They are 2 years in to growing plants and trying to figure out what would be the best way to get success for these plants. Now, they're in grade 1. So imagine these young people as university students, if they continue on the idea of figuring out through plant biology what will happen for us, and will we be able to have plants that are edible, legumes especially. So I have a question for you. Just think about it for now. It's going to be a really quick question, then I'll answer it right away anyway. Do astronauts shop for their own food in grocery stores? And the answer is yes. They just don't dress like that when they shop. So we're going for grow. We're doing it at home. We're doing it in schools. And I would urge all of you to take a look at the Magnitude.io platform and get involved. You may be part of our solution. Who knows? And you don't necessarily have to be an educator to have a look at it. So we're going to boldly germinate. We're going to get our legumes up and running. We're going to obtain the nitrogen that we need. That is our hope. We absolutely need to think about nodulation. With no nodulation, we have no success. Anything we learn from this initiative will help us here on Earth, because we do need to think our soil viability. We have some of the roughest weather happening across our planet right now. So what are we going to do about that? The answer could come from these investigations. So the achievements right now, we are hoping for more. We are partnering with the ISS National Lab to help us out, and we look forward to the next one. So let's germinate those plants and let's see what we can do in terms of affecting the suborbital conditions in space and achieve nodulation while in orbit. And if you take a look at the picture, so many young people are involved. They come from high school, some of them are in college now, and at the same time, some of them are as young as 5.5. Food, so important. We love food. We all eat food, but if your food doesn't taste great, then what? So there's another issue. how do we solve this issue that we can't really taste food in space? We're using hot sauce right now. What happens is that, the fluids in our body shift when we're in space. So we get this puffy head. So we call it chicken legs and puffy head or puffy face. And so these fluids actually, while pushing up, they actually interfere with the olfactory, with even our hearing, our eyes, everything. So when we go to taste food, while here on Earth, we know it's bitter, we know it's sweet, they don't have that sense. That sensibility is gone. So using hot sauces and other types of things, I'm thinking that the food industry really needs to pay attention to this, because they may be creating sauces out there that will help in this situation. So what child is going to be in a food lab someday that perhaps will create something that allows the astronauts to use something other than hot sauce so they can taste their food? So we've got this food research for Earth and space. We are going to keep going for GROW. It is important to us. We are powered by Curiosity and Magnitude.io, and we look forward to sharing our results with you in the future. So if you think about it, Star Trek, well, those characters had some pretty fancy diets. Love the dinnerware, but that's not what it looks like in reality for us right now. So for this Explorer, well, what's next? Well, that's not me up there, but what's next? There's a lot going on. So Stardust Festival is happening in Timmins, Ontario, beginning the 25th of this month. It is a week-long festival. The opportunity for our Indigenous youth and family to be able to come to see some of the most amazing presenters coming in from NASA, MDA, coming in from Timmins, Ontario, Collège Boreal. I'll also be there. I'm coordinating their discovery room. We have at least 13 or 14 participants, including the Canadian Space Agency, who will be providing activities of exploration for students at the activity booths. So really, this is going to be an exciting time for all of us. It's year 2 for the Stardust Festival. I'd like to mention Jason Michaud's name. He is the CEO and the visionary of the Stardust Festival. And he is trying to change the narrative of what is the narrative, the message that's being shared with the Indigenous youth, and that it's more important for them to only do the jobs that are normally what they do in Timmins, Ontario, so that they go to mining and they go to, fast foods and restaurants and things like that. So we want to let the kids know that space is for all and there's a place for you. Another thing that's going on is I'm also coordinating the discovery space for outside at the Montreal Aviation Museum. So if you happen to live here, definitely go to Free Family Fun Day. Both of those events, by the way, that I'm mentioning are free. And you're going to have an opportunity to see a museum that is definitely out of this world, really different. The planes that are being restored here are Canadian planes. It is housing our history. We also have some items from the history of our space initiatives. So join us. Next up as well, coming up, hopefully that's something I can bring back to you next year, is the very first analog mission. Yes, I'm signed up to be the commander, and I will be living in this remote region like an astronaut, no frills, it'll all be gone, at the Serenity Station in Serenity 1. That will be in November. So get ready to hear more about that. We will be testing some plant growth. And if you go to the next slide, we're going to be living in pretty cold temperatures. We've already been told we may experience some cold there. We will be looking at the green habitat experiments. We're going to be looking at the idea that we have geology to work with. That's a really big one for us. We're also going to be looking at the different types of things that can be done with technology so that we can communicate in the future from Earth to the moon or Mars. it is very difficult for us to have communication other than downlinks and possible phone calls that can come from the ISS right now. But we're exploring this in the manner of which as if we were living on Mars. So health and mental health issues, very critical here. It's one of the big focuses that we're going to be working with. And we have some top secret technology that is going to allow us to hug somebody while they're in space. So stay tuned for that, folks. And of course, the anthracites. These are the rocks that, not the ones that you actually see from the Apollo 16 sample. These came back, but we actually have them in 3 places on the planet, and one of them is Timmins, Ontario. These rocks are important for exploration, and we will be working with them. And we're going to be testing out rovers on that as well, because that is what is done for exploration with the missions that are going to be traveling on the moon. So these rocks are key for us to be able to see, what type of capacity will a rover have when it encounters rocks like this, and probably a lot larger than this in the future on the moon or on Mars. This slide, when I put this slide together, it kind of blew me away, actually. I know there's a lot of jobs out there in the space industry, but if you take a look at all the different words that are on that slide, absolutely unbelievable. So we have to get in a place where we allow our youth to know that just because we see the astronauts, and we have civilian nauts, quote unquote, and we also have people who are exploring space with microgravity and so on, but that's not the end all be all. We need electricians, we need astrophysicists, we need people who are geoscientists, we need people who are sew sisters. That's not even in there. Sew sisters are the people who sew the suit, who have sewn the suits in the past, and now looking at the new suits that are being created, well, we need people who can take a look at that as well. So consider, when we're looking at the job situations that seem to be dire in some areas, this is going to keep growing. It's going to keep being added to. And the future is where we need to steer these kids towards. So we need you. Simple as that. I'll leave you with the words of Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I would also like to go to the next slide. I want to just say thank you very much for this opportunity again. If there are educators out there, please do not hesitate to contact me through your organization or through Science Yourself No G's about it. I would be happy to answer any questions you have. If you need resources, whatever, we will point you in that direction. It's been a privilege to talk to you again today, and I look forward to the rest of the day.
All right. Well, thank you, Diana. We do have a few questions if you have a few minutes.
All right, let's do that.
All right. So we had one, let's see, the first one that I wanted to throw out there was Brenda Bell was wondering how much gravity is an issue with plant growth in space, and if you need to actually kind of engineer plants that will grow in 0G.
Okay, that's a great question. Well, plants have been growing in 0G for forever. All right. Lettuce, tomatoes, flowers. Flowers are important, actually, because that helps with the mental health issues. So looking at something beautiful really makes a difference. Our plants, as we've seen, when they were actually growing, they defy gravity. But what is interesting is that on some occasions, they do kind of like a flip. They will raise upward and then they will turn back downward. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. Perhaps that has something to do with the movement of the International Space Station itself. But there's been no issue with the lack of gravity on the International Space Station while growing plants.
So while Rich is pulling up the next question, I have my own, if that's okay. A very non-technical one. As somebody who is in engineering and worked Artemis, both as a contractor and as NASA, and volunteers and hosts literary events in my volunteer time, it resonated very much with me for you to talk about STEM and STEAM and how all of that is interrelated. And yet, when I meet people and talk about it, it's considered a very dualistic personality, and people look at me like I'm a psychopath. They're like, how do you do both of these things? And I'm very just curious if you've had that experience doing both a lot of this technical work and then doing the Storytelling Guild and all of these activities that you do. Have you experienced that, and how do you navigate that personality?
So no, I haven't really had any issues navigating that. I learned pretty early on in my 20s what I was meant to be doing. I think it's the life coaching that probably saves me in all of this, because we have to plot out our actions carefully. We need to designate time for ourselves. We also need to be able to just segment things so that it's not all encompassing or all on top of the other. So while we're moving forward with looking at all the different types of things we want to be in the world, there are times where you have to sort of say, I'm going to schedule my time for this. I'm going to schedule my time for that. I'm going to not make time for that one. So it's really about plotting carefully, planning carefully. And I think the only time where I had somebody looked at me like I had three heads was when I said, this language arts teacher is now going to be an aerospace educator. So I say, whatever you can do to make sure that you have a level playing field for yourself, it will fit. The puzzle pieces will fit and they will shift. But you need to roll with it or drop things and give yourself time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, so Lynn has a comment. Have you noticed an increase, or a question, excuse me, have you noticed an increase in the number of girls who take part in your programs?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we opened up within my program STEM Genuity. STEM Genuity is for girls only. I actually had a young boy who said, but I really want to be in STEM Genuity. So we had to take that to a vote to the girls. And so after being there, he did come. And after being there, he said, well, I think the girls should have this one. And we were good with that. So yes, exposing it to girls. One of the things that happened in Timmins, Ontario, is I had a young student who wanted to drop her lander at least 50 times. She just did not want to stop. So I am looking forward to seeing her, because I've been told that she is coming to meet up with me in Timmins, Ontario. So we've got to bring the girls in. The girls are there. The women have been there, but typically their jobs have been, as you know, in different realms. However, going forward right now and looking at NASA right now, the women are standing up front. They are present. So exposing women and teaching them that, math is just not for one sex, all right? And science is just not for one sex. That's just a crock of crap. So we have to be able to teach them, don't listen to that. Hang on to your dream and then find the people that will help you get there. So we want to help them get there.
Beautiful. The next question has to do with Artemis 1. Can you describe the experience of being there for the launch of Artemis 1?
Artemis 1, the first two scrubs were very disappointing, but we walked away knowing we're going. And we were going to go. It was as simple as that. So being able to go back and at the courtesy of Lockheed Martin and thank them for creating an opportunity at the VIP level to attend, I can only tell you that at 3 o'clock in the morning, when everybody's pretty much draping over tables and ready to go to sleep, they weren't. We were all transfixed, waiting for it to go. When we saw the light of it, the powerful light of it, and watching it move through the darkness of the sky and then feeling the incredible rumble that comes afterwards was an impact and a feeling I will never be able to get my head around. The most important key moment of that, though, was the moment when we were waiting for it to go after the red crew had gone in, and then we got the go. The silence was everywhere. There wasn't a sound. People weren't talking. There was no noise. There was no glass or dish clinking anywhere. So this moment of anticipation overtook us, and we were one for one moment in time all across Florida and wherever you were, even if you were online, but in the hotel that we were in watching from, we were all one. Now that's a feeling I want to see on this planet more often.
Very cool. I was on the beach because I dragged myself off the sofa because I'm like, I've climbed this whole thing. I need to see it launch.
It was so worth it. And I'm scheduled to be back for the next one.
Awesome.
Excellent. So I think we have a couple more here. One is where do you see the work of the EXO Lab going in the next 10 years or 25 years or so?
We are so research-based right now and collaborating with various organizations to make this successful. Where do I see it going? I see it's in partnership with a lot of the other plant investigations and plants in space programs. The difference is the way in which we are attempting to raise these plants. What's going to be our medium? It's different from the other plants. So going forward, I think that it's something we're going to nail it. It's a matter of time. We're going to nail it. And once we do that, then we want to see some incredible plant growth. We want to be able to see more than just, a couple of ExoLab boxes with tubes inside of them. We really want to see a garden on not necessarily the International Space Station, but whatever, maybe the gateway, wherever it's going to go. We want to see that propagating.
How very cool that is. I always think about that because this was part of your presentation the last time we had John. And I always think back to this when I think about, I live in a rural community. There's a lot of farmland around me. And so I tend to think about that a lot, that land gets farmed every single year. And it's just something that keeps popping up. And I guess the last question that I've seen here in the chat so far isn't really so much a question, but I think a lot of people were making Biodome movie jokes when you were. And to be honest, I didn't really even think of it because I'm not much of a Pauly Shore fan, but Biodome is definitely something that comes. Yeah, my wife for some reason. Yeah, my wife for some reason, but yeah. So I don't know. Do we have any other questions? Are you seeing anything else in the chat there, Lauren, that maybe we should throw at Diana here?
There was a question about. Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that is a good one. Yeah. So, go ahead, take it away.
So how can we get kids involved?
Yeah.
Is it specific to ExoLab?
I think it is. Let me scroll up a bit to where that was. I think that was. Yeah. Yes, I think that is exactly what that is related to.
So I would say definitely go to magnitude.io and log in there, sign up. You'll start getting the newsletters, the information. Then if people have classrooms or want this program in their school to pass it on to a science teacher or a STEM teacher and so on, that would be the place to go.
Awesome. And this was a very great presentation. I'm glad that I had the pleasure of switching segments and doing this with you. And just thank you so much for being here with us and talking about just the future of space and saving this planet, etc. It's been great having you.
Thank you so much.
It really
Absolutely
has.
great to be here again.
All right. So I believe, Rich, that you are leaving me.
I will be after we after we get to this next segment, I guess.
Yes. So yesterday we watched a video on the Planetary Society hosted by Robert Picardo, and we have adopted it as our organization-wide charity. And so we're just going to show one more video we have on that by Mr. George Takei.
Hello, I'm George Takei, and as you know, I'm very proud of my association with Star Trek. Star Trek was a show that looked to the future with optimism, boldly going where no one had gone before. I want you to know about a very special organization called the Planetary Society. They are working to make the future that Star Trek represents a reality. When you become a member of the Planetary Society, you join their mission to increase discoveries in our solar system, to elevate the search for life outside our planet, and decrease the risk of Earth being hit by an asteroid. Co-founded by Carl Sagan and led today by CEO Bill Nye, the Planetary Society exists for those who believe in space exploration to take action together. So join the Planetary Society and boldly go together to build our future.
Hello, Starfleet. This is Commodore Justin Fitzik, Regional Coordinator for Region 4. Hope you enjoyed the previous segment we had on the VIC, and we have a lot more fun stuff coming up. One big happy fleet.
Welcome back, everybody. I am now joined by Lynn Harper, VRC for Region 13 and our Surgeon General for Starfleet. We've gotten to see some of her mad acting skills today.
Oh, I wouldn't call them mad, but anyway.
All right. I'm doing
How are you?
okay.
Good.
Doing all right.
Yeah. So, what's coming up next?
So now we are getting to one of the other exciting parts of our presentation, which is awards. So we will be getting into, I believe it's the Fleet Awards first.
Yes.
Congrats, everybody. Congrats, Lynn.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you caught me in the what? Very exciting. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Would you like to introduce the next portion?
Absolutely. Because the next one, everybody's waiting with bated breath for this one as well. So we now have the Academy Awards. Take it away, folks. That was great. Congratulations to everybody. So much work. We're so proud of you. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that does all that work during the year.
And congrats to everybody on their time and grade. Jill, 25 years. Wow.
Crazy, eh? We have a little bit of time before our next video. And I'm seeing all kinds of congratulations coming through from the YouTube channel. And congratulations, Pip. I just saw you congratulating somebody else. Congratulations to you as well. Let's just, can we just back up a little bit and just talk about some of the things that are going on in the background? Like, are you in Gather Town? Hope you're enjoying that. The auction, have you taken a look there? I have not, because I'm trying to hold on to my pennies until the very end. I'm a little bit nervous to go and look, because that's what happens when I go and look at an auction. Anyway, and the other thing I wanted to just say this too, you're seeing interviews that were pre-recorded, obviously. And John Billingsley in particular, and you're going to see one coming up there with J.G. Hertzler. You're seeing the hour that I hit record. You're not seeing the 15 minutes before and the half hour to 45 minutes afterwards that we continue talking about, you know, the world. So giving of their time, all of these people. And I just felt like John Billingsley, honest to God, it was like a master class in acting, you know. I want to be able, I teach performing arts, and I want to be able to play part of that for some of my students. It was just so enriching to listen to him talk about his craft, you know.
I also loved how brutally honest he was a couple of times, especially as somebody that has a bit of a foul mouth. I love when people are their true selves in these interviews. So I that must have been awesome for you to do a lot of these.
Yeah, I mean, super interesting people, and just again, I will say, and it's sort of indicative of the Star Trek world. So giving of their time and really love the fans. I don't know how else to express it. Just, you know, the moment I said what it was for, that we were raising money for a scholarship fund, no question. So.
And I am very excited. I don't know how many scholarship applications we actually had, but I did hear from Rob that we got quite a few, both external and internal. And in case some of you are not aware, this is, I believe, the first year that we will be awarding scholarships for the external ones, or the second year. So, and that's something I have... I am particularly proud of, that as a nonprofit, that is also our way of giving back and giving our time to students who are interested in science, technology, arts, education. So those will get announced later today.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better way to affect the course of our history than to educate people, educate our youth. If you want the world to run and people to learn how to look after what we've got, you educate them.
Yes, I am in love with your earrings, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I was curious to see what you ended up with after talking with you earlier, and you're saying I'm trying to figure out what uniform and earrings.
I got a pile of them, you see. So I didn't know which ones to wear. I went with ones now I'm giving them a plug. Look, Lily Pop, that's the name of them.
So, like from all of your videos today, the medical video, the interviews, and then now, and then looking at pictures, I think you've had on a different uniform every single time, and I'm barely getting into one. Not for profit. Thank you for the correction.
I have
in the chat.
Yeah, I have a thing for uniforms. I'm sorry. It's just like, oh, look, they have a new one on this season. Sorry.
No, all good. I finally got some new ones now that we got Strange New Worlds out. I'm like, I gotta update my original series. It's not technically original series, but I'm diehard.
Yeah.
Anything back in that era, except for dressing as a Gorn. I'm not gonna do that. But props to whoever did that in the Marine Corps video earlier today. It's too hot. It's too hot.
I don't know how he was able to talk, but anyway, it was quite cumbersome. I thought that thing on his head. Anyway, I don't even like to wear wigs, so there you go. I just have a lot of hair.
The hardest bit of cosplay I did was my last one, where I was an Orion and my friend custom made me a dress, but I was more fully covered. Nobody needs to see that. And my friend was Triskelion, so it was pretty epic. Wandering around with a gamester, well painted green, and I came home to my parents, and they're like, "What's wrong with you?" So,
all right. Well, we have the very irreverent J.G. Hertzler coming up next, and he's my friend. He's my pen pal, and you just never know what you're going to get with J.G. Had a hard time getting him to start, and I think he'd had a couple of jars, but God bless him. He's a good character, and I had a friend of mine, the Supreme Commander of CAG from Montreal, do this interview with me. So Ken is behind the scenes there. Ken, are you ready to roll that video?
Hi, dit is Fleet Captain Ivar Bardi voor de VRC van regio 9. Ik wilde graag alle medewerkers bedanken die hebben meegeholpen met de VIC. Heel goed gedaan. Ik hoop dat jullie van het volgende onderwerp zullen gaan genieten. Tot ziens.
Okay, hello everybody. So my name is Captain Lynn Harper of the USS Renaissance. I have a co-interviewer with me. I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Greetings, humans. My name is Degor, son of Marich from the House of Remjar. I'm also a brigadier in the Klingon Assault Group, and I thank Captain Lynn Harper for letting me be here, especially today.
Yes. Well, I couldn't think of a better co-host than you, Degor. When we have none other than General Martok in the room, J.G. Hertzler. Welcome, J.G. How are you, John?
I'm fine and getting better with every little sip.
I think you're too good. How's that? Okay. We'll see if we can hold the interview on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll see if we can hold the interview on the rails. Well, I'm not sure with you. Okay.
No, I won't be able to. You never could, even if I was sober.
No, I know. I know better.
All I need is Bob. If I had Bob O'Reilly here, then there would be no hope for any of us.
No, I know. I'll just sit here and let you. You know, I know. We've spoken before, John. I know how it goes.
I don't remember. I don't remember anything past this morning. Was it today that we spoke at length?
No.
Oh, so it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
Gone. I erase memory banks every night at 12:01.
That's a very smart thing that they don't get overloaded. That's very good.
I don't do it. I don't do it voluntarily. I'm sorry to say. It just happens. Degor, we want to sing the Warriors anthem later, right?
Okay.
Do you know it in Belgian? Do you know it in Klingon? Oh, laddie. Laddie.
Laddie, I.
You know it in Scots?
Problem is today my Klingon brain is a little bit doozy, and my Klingon is bad today.
Well, your Klingon brain, that's the first thing that those two things don't actually go together. We have six brains, but none of them are in working order. My foot's caught underneath it's caught on my Klingon brain underneath the table here. There we are.
We're good for one thing. Being warriors.
Well, that's the song, though, the Warriors anthem. So we'll sing it together.
Oh gosh.
All right. Well, before you sing anything, I'm going to ask some questions.
Did you say sing?
No, not right now. Right. We're not singing yet. We're not singing yet, John. I'm gonna ask you some questions just so that I
don't think so, Lynn.
Yes, I'm going to ask you questions. You know I am. And I'm going to come right at you. Here we go. Okay. So my first question.
Next question.
Yeah, I know. No. First question. Did you always intend to become an actor, John, or were there other paths considered?
Oh, I never wanted to be an actor. In fact, I don't think I am an actor. I love directing and I love writing, but I don't think too much of acting. I never have. I also don't want anybody looking at me. So for an actor who doesn't like acting and doesn't want people looking at him, there is no hope for my career. Does that answer your question? Wait a minute. Turn your
Yes,
sound.
it does.
No.
It does answer my question. You don't want to be an actor, but you are one. So, can you tell us just a little bit about your early career, like as an actor?
I think we should do the entire interview with Scott's accent, no matter how shady and
You do
shocking
that.
it might be.
Well, you do that.
Yeah,
You go
Lynn,
right
that's-
ahead.
Scott's name is Harper, isn't it? It's a
It
big.
is. My
it's a big-
father was from Tain in the north.
Oh, 16 men from Tain.
Exactly.
Oh, yes, indeed. A fine Scots town that is. But let's all do it in fakey Scots accents. All right.
I will do my best.
When did I start? I started in a beautiful little suburb of Washington, D.C. called Silver Spring. And it was a Silver Spring stage, and it was such a poor little theater that I myself painted the marquee for it. After that, I had a speech in that show that was about the death of a young man's father. He was my brother, and it was from a show called A Death of the Family by, a nice fun fair for community theaters. Going Home was the play's name, based on the James Agee, another Scotsman. God, they never stop writing, the damn Scots. They write everything. It was James Agee, but it was based on the short story by James Agee. But it was who wrote the can't remember who wrote the play. Anyway, it had this speech in it that I used for like 40 years after that. I used it as an audition piece. And I went into Arena Stage, which is a great stage in DC. And I auditioned for the Soviet tour. It was a tour that was going to Soviet Russia. This is back before Glasnost, right at Glasnost. And what was the other word? Dayton. And it was about my son. Rufus, my nephew, is talking to me. I say, well, I don't know, but if anything's ever going to make me believe in God or a life after death, Rufus, it's going to be what happened this afternoon in Greenwood Cemetery. They were lowering your father into the ground, into his grave. And just as that casket scraped against the bottom, it sounded like a rowboat. Strange as it may seem, it sounded like a rowboat. And there was a bird that was lying on the coffin. It was sitting there, right over the breast, and it rode that coffin all the way down to where it hit the bottom. And just as it did, that bird flew up right out of that grave, up into the sky so far I couldn't even see him anymore, Rufus. And the sun came out. It was a very cloudy day. And if anything's ever, as I said, is ever going to make me believe in God or a life after death, it's going to be what happened that moment in Greenwood Cemetery. And I did that over and over and over again, some form of it. I probably left out 400 out of 800 words there. But I auditioned for it for a woman who ran the theater, a tremendous artist named Zelda Fitchandler. Mm-hmm. And she said, interesting, where did you study? And I proudly said, because I had not studied anywhere. I was in political science in college. And I said, the Maryland Academy of Dramatic Art, very proudly, the Maryland Academy of Dramatic Art, just as if it were the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art. And they paused and they said, well, thank you.
So you snowed her.
No, I didn't snow her. They knew exactly that I had never done stuff in my life, and but I had this rudimentary talent. I don't know where that came from, except for my sisters dressing me up as a small child all the time and making me be another sister that they were playing with back in the day. And so I proudly said that, and she said, "Thank you." Never heard from them again. And they went to Moscow. I so wanted to go to Moscow, to the theater, you know, to do American theater. They were going to do Our Town in Moscow, and Moscow was going to send, I think it was Cherry Orchard or Uncle Vanya over to the U.S. They were going to trade shows for it. And it wasn't until, I believe, when I was doing that Dutch convention that I got a chance to go over to the Moscow Art Theater. Yeah. No, I take it back. It was when I did a show in Berlin. Bob was there. And man, did I go to Moscow? I don't think I did. But somehow I got a couple of posters from the Moscow Art Theater, which was one of the great theaters in the history of mankind. They were the people that Chekhov did his first productions in. They were the people that created Stanislavski. Stanislavski was a member of that company. So many great, Uspensky, so many of the great theater and arts people came out of the Moscow Art Theater. And I had a chance to, and I didn't get it. I didn't get the tour. And do you think that, you know, this was like 40 years ago. Do you think it's bothered me at all? Not really. I didn't deserve to go, but I sure wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, over the years, you've brought so many incredible characters to life in many universes, and specifically in the Star Trek universe. And you keep saying I didn't study, but you must study humanity, because within all of your characters, there's a different twist, a different look, a different whatever you're going to do, because I have to really listen for the voice, and then I know it's you. But other than that, I don't know it's you. Do you approach each role as if it's like a different jewel? Does the script do it? Is it the director? Is it you?
Hell no. Hell no. No, but I will say, you mentioned I must be a student of life. And I want everybody to sing along. We only know like two verses here, 2 lines. To life, l'chaim, 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 to life. Everybody, you can't not sing along with that song. What was your question, Lynn?
My question was, how do you approach each new role? How do you do it? What's your method? You get a script.
There are 5 things.
Okay.
I never can remember all 5 of them, but objective, obstacle, action, given circumstances, and completing the biography. If you do only the work for those 5 questions, what was the first one? Objective. Why am I talking? Why am I saying anything here? 2, what's standing in the way of me making my point? 3 is action. What action am I taking to make my point? 4 is the given circumstances. I got the air conditioner on over here. It's dark except for this severe and troublesome light right over my head. I'm trying to eat dinner, and I'm a little bit loaded with some margarita because it's so freaking hot back here. This is the hottest the world has been ever.
Yeah.
You guys heard that?
Yeah.
It's the hottest 3 or 4 days on Earth ever.
Yeah.
What?
Is it so that you actually become the character that you perform? That you just step into the skin?
Yeah, I do. Actually, there's a problem. That is a problem. And that's probably one of the things that makes it work for me, but also one of the problems for me. There's a duo personality. There's a dual action of an actor. We are who we are, JG, John, and we are also the character at any given play. So I can't deny that I exist, and my whole job is to create the character and put it inside and outside of me. And so there's a dual personality always involved with an actor's work. You have some idea of what's going on around you, but if you're totally in the moment, you're sort of ignorant of all that is not as part of the play. Yeah. And it may be one of the reasons I've always felt that if I could just be honest, if I could just convey, as Robert Mitchum said very famously, he said acting it's all about lying. If you can lie honestly, you got it. And I think that's what I do. There's an odd thing. I did have you ever done an escape room?
Yeah.
You have. Have you, DeGore?
Not yet, but we're planning to do with our ship.
Oh, fantastic. Be careful. I did. There was a destroyer that is anchored in Michigan Bay, right in Bay City, Michigan. It's Lake, I guess it's Lake Michigan right there, but there's a little bay, and it's anchored there. It's a World War II or Korean War era destroyer. They covered up all the windows, portholes, and bridge windows and whatnot, looking out, and they created a world inside that destroyer that was supposed to be a spaceship on the way to, another galaxy. And there were about 50 or 60 people involved that were crew, officers, people somehow that were along on the cruise, but there were all told about 50 or 60 people. There were a lot of people, and the whole thing we'd be presented with a what's it called, a scenario, and everything else you make up, you improvise. I was the admiral. Even though I wasn't the captain of the ship, I was the admiral of the fleet. So I had a lot of power, but I also had a lot of rank. I had a lot of rank, but I actually had a lot of rank, but I really didn't have power. The power on a ship is the captain, no matter who else is on a ship. And I got so upset with a politician. There were a few politicians in this escape room. They were trying to evaluate the validity of the space program that we were a part of in traveling to this planet somewhere. And they were just obnoxious people. And I so lost it. I think I was ready to come to fisticuffs with this guy who was arguing with me about the management of the ship, the Navy, the war, and I lost track of the fact that it was a game. It was pretend. And I was angry. I was one angry dude. And I think that's a particular problem that I have. But it was in my attempt to be honest with everything I do as an actor, to try to find the core honesty behind everything that character says, I get lost in the character. And it means more to me to be that character than it does to be an actor. And that's the duality.
Yeah.
Character's more important than the actor.
Well, that's fascinating. Perfect. That's perfect. And I mean, when you look back at DS9 and you look at the character of Martok, one of the things that I so enjoyed in watching each episode was the unfurling of layers of this character. He wasn't like one-dimensional. So oftentimes when you look at Klingons from other series, it's like this one-dimensional, they're, you know, warriors, but that's not what we saw with Martok. We saw a man with like a whole backstory that, and you know, like it was wonderful to see that. We didn't have that before. I didn't feel, you know, and so it was one of the things that I loved DS9, but really it was one of the things I really enjoyed about your presence in the scenes that you were in.
He was given, Martok, I was given a tremendous backstory.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Moore. Ira Bear is a magnificent leader of a film crew. And by crew, I mean everybody involved, the actors, the people behind the camera, everything, the makeup there. Literally, Ira loves that world, as a director. He loves that world. He relishes being in it. And he worked with Ron Moore. And Ron Moore is a genius. Ron Moore, who later did Outlander, which we just watched the next episode of the last series, I think, of the Outlander, last season. I don't know if it's the last season or not, but is it Mary Galbadon? Is it Mary who wrote the books? I can't remember, but she did an incredible job writing. But then Ron Moore took that and he adapted it to the stage, to the film set. And he allowed the actors to grow as a writer. So as the years went on, he, leading the writers mostly, in the Klingon culture, he allowed the Klingons to develop. And it wasn't just the two-dimensional screamers, although I have no problem with that. It was more. It was a real culture. And I had a scene in Once More Into the Breach where I had to explain to Worf why I would not ever forgive Kor and allow him to have a honorable death. I refused to do that. And at the end, when we all were supposed to sing the Warriors Anthem, which I will do for you in a few minutes, and drink a toast to Kor, I said, I'm not drinking and I'm not singing, you know. And the reason I wasn't was because Kor was the Klingon leader who prevented me from entering Klingon officers' candidacy school because I was not of noble birth. I was from the junkyards around First City. You know, I was the lowest as low could be. Martok came from the very bottom. And the one wish that my father, Earthog, had for me was to be able to become a Klingon warrior. And Kor prevented him before he died. He prevented him from seeing me achieve that. So I would never forgive him. And my own father, John's father, died at a fairly young age. I'm, in his early 60s, and terrible disease. And he didn't see me do anything in the theater or television or film or anything. When I told him, because I was in political science and I played football at Bucknell, I was a linebacker. And I think the Klingons are a race of linebackers. But I said, Dad, he said, well, I have some people that can, I have some friends at Grumman Aircraft and Northrop Grumman. If you're interested, I said, Dad, I'm not really interested in aerodynamics. I would like to be, I actually said this, I'd like to design fashion. Because I can draw, and I'd love to draw the human body with clothes on. But I abbreviated that to say, Dad, I want to be an actor. And mainly because I want to live 1,000 lives in the time that's allotted to me in this one life I have. I want to live 1,000 times. And I've achieved that. I think I have. And he said, well, the only thing he said to me was, well, John, his name was John too. He was John Sr., I was John Jr., and that always caused a problem. He said, John, there's a lot of kooks in that business. And kooks was the nicest word that he could think of for what he really worried about. And I said, I know. I am one. And so he was terribly worried. We had no theater in our background. First play I was ever in was first play I ever saw was one I was in, Oklahoma, playing Farmer Andrew. The farmer and the cowman should be friends. No, the farmer and the cowman should be friends. One man likes to push a plow, the other likes to chase a cow, but that's no reason why they can't be friends. Anyway,
I was going to join you, but you stopped.
Territory folks should stick together. Territory folks should all be friends. Farmers dance with the farmers' daughters. Cowboys dance with the cowboys.
Rancher's gal.
Daughters. Farmers dance with the ranchers' cows. Yes. Great song. The problem with it is it ended. It has a big fight in the middle of it with Ann Eller. Ann Eller comes in the middle of this brawl going on stage. She fires a gun into the air and everybody stops. And she says, sing it, Andrew. Unfortunately, the score goes up a step from where it ended.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in a different key. And I said, ah. So anyway, I did a few musical theater shows, and I love musical theater. Love it, love it, love it. The heck was I talking about? Where was
You're talking about your dad and being in.
Oh, my dad.
Yeah,
So yeah, I called Ron Moore. I called Ron Moore on the phone. And I said, Ron, from the set, and I walked over and I said, Ron, would it be all right if I add this line at the end of that long speech explaining why I won't forgive Worf, I won't forgive Kor? And I said, the line I want to add is, unfortunately, my father did not live to see that day. And he said, absolutely. Ron Moore said, absolutely, John, that's perfect. That absolutely. DS9, you could not change a which into a that. I mean, it was very prescribed. It was very, they were sticklers. about it. You couldn't make up anyway. And that's one of the reasons it worked so well, because they had some great writers, and actors always try to rewrite stuff. And most of the time we don't know what the hell we're doing. And they've spent months and months creating that lie. But we want to change it to something that's obviously better. Anyway, he said, absolutely, John. And so, but to this day, I have not had anybody from CBS or Star Trek or Paramount call me and saying, John, we want to give you writing credit on that show. Those bastards. Anyway,
Oh, dear. Would if you were going to pick a favorite episode of all the DS9 episodes, which one would you pick?
DS9 episodes that I was in.
Yeah.
It's either that one, Once More to the Breach, or Soldiers of the Empire. Those are the two outrageously good episodes. I you know who directed the first one? Soldiers of the Empire was directed by Geordi. Was directed by
LeVar Burton.
LeVar.
Yeah.
LeVar is not only a wonderful director, but because he is such an inspiring actor, he knows exactly what we are doing on the inside to be able to get to there. And so that's why I think the episode is terrific. And it's my favorite, although that, because of my obligation to my dad, the other Once More to the Breach, they're really the top of the line for me, both those episodes. My dad was in the Air Force. My mother was as I said earlier, a high school French and Latin teacher. Makes me, I have to go into this little short tale with Jonathan Frakes. Jonathan, the first audition I did for a Klingon was on the CD-ROM called Klingon, and Bob O'Reilly was the star in it. And then there were several other Klingons. And I auditioned for one of those other Klingons, and that was the first time I'd ever auditioned for something like that. And when I got the script, I said, oh, it's got Klingon in it. I got to speak Klingon. I don't know any Klingon. And if I try to say these words, which are unpronounceable, I'll sound like a fool. And I'll be stumbling over myself trying to do something. I said, I don't want to do that. What can I do? Oh, I'll speak in a foreign language. I'll speak in, what language would be good? French? Oh no, it sounds like French. Spanish, Russian, but I don't know any Russian. And I thought, oh, Latin. I'll speak it. I know Cicero's fourth oration against Catiline because I memorized it back in high school or college. I took Latin into the third year of college. I missed taking anything that would be of some use to me in my future life. I took Latin. Anyway, little did I know. So I came to this part saying, Worf, you do not understand. Cousque tandem abupere Catalina patientia nostra, quemat fidem nos alludet, immovero insonatus haec intelligit, immovero insonatus. And I finished. And Frakes was just laughing. He said, you know, oddly enough, Mr. Hertzler, nobody's ever auditioned with Latin for me before. And I said, oh, shit. And he said, but I love Latin, Frakes said. And I said, there's nothing for you. He said, there's nothing for you written in this project, but I'm going to ask the writers to write you in. That never happens in Hollywood, you know. And so the fact that my mother was a Latin teacher, and so I took Latin, and I memorized speeches by Cicero, was my keyhole into Star Trek,
Mm.
which changed my life.
Amazing.
Because I'm here talking to you now. Otherwise, without Star Trek, I wouldn't be. There was another further reason about that, but that's basically that story.
That's amazing. Well, so you're talking about the writers and the actors. Was it a great atmosphere on set? Was there, like, with the crew and was there like camaraderie, or was it all business?
It was all business, but there was a lot of camaraderie.
Hmm.
It's you know, the people on that show, Armin Shimmerman spent his life doing theater in major theaters before getting to Hollywood. Rene Aubergenois was recognized as perhaps the best commedia dell'arte actor in this country and possibly around the world for a while. He was an incredible, he had incredible respect from everybody on in theater that knows anything about theater. Armin, Casey spent all those years doing Shakespeare, Casey Biggs. I had many arguments about ridiculous internal lines of maybe a Iago's speech somewhere about what he meant by that, you know, with Casey. So many of the actors that were playing, especially playing aliens, and I have a great, you know, a very strong theory. I absolutely believe in it. So many of those actors were Shakespearean trained, because with Shakespeare, you're talking in iambic pentameter, you're talking in verse most of the time, or at least in some sort of prose that is terribly heightened. And you have to make it sound as if it's commonplace. You have to make it sound acceptable. You have to educate the audience's ear to accepting what you're saying as truthful dialogue and not fake, not put on. That's a hard job with Shakespeare. Well, nobles, well, 'tis politically done to send me packing with a host of men. I take it kindly, yet be well assured you've put sharp weapons in a madman's hands, whilst I in Ireland nourish a mighty band. I will stir up in England some black storm, shall blow 10,000 souls to heaven or hell, and that fell tempest shall not cease to rage until the golden circuit upon my head, like to the glorious sun's transparent beams, to calm the fury of this mad-bred flaw. And for a minister of my intent, I have seduced a headstrong Kentishman, John Cade of Ashford, to make commotion as all well he can. For this went up. Can't think of the rest of that. But that's from Henry VI, Part 2, Richard, Duke of York, which is one of my favorite parts in Shakespeare that I've ever played. Loved it. I got to burn Joan of Arc at the stake 8 times a week. Who can say that? Who else can say that? Anyway, what I was saying was everybody that had really was playing aliens with massive makeup and whatnot, almost all of us had to be able to handle the language that we're speaking in a slightly heightened way, whether by intonation or pronunciation or whatever it was. We had to make it not necessarily human, you know. It had to have a strange edge to it, and we had been doing that, most of us, with Shakespeare all our theatrical lives. So that's why I think so many aliens had on the show had come from Shakespearean backgrounds.
Now, okay, so we talked about it a little bit before, and you kind of threatened to Gore before. So before throughout the series, Martok and his crew, you always have these little songs that you sing. How hard was it to learn the drinking and the warrior anthems? Like, how hard was it to learn those songs?
Well, it was impossible, and the only reason I learned the Warriors Anthem was because it was written for that show that I was the old Klingon. That's the part they had written for me, and there's a woman who was instrumental. I think she had writing credit on that show, on that CD-ROM, Klingon, Hilary Bader. And she wrote cue cards for all of us on the ship. And just most of the time we're looking at this big view screen, which is the entire other side of the ship at that point. It's a giant window onto space. And she would stand out there with a cue card, and the Klingons were in there, and we were singing. And because I did that show, I learned those words because we had to shoot that scene over and over again. There was lots of parts to it that happened, lots of things that happened. But it was koi keles pu plod koi puk me pu yakba machba jeshuvi same wak tu me o mashul manang makak chol me and bajakbo ku yakba cheth bej es joki stak va pumadiv muparek mosutak komamev komashuv tak ma o howl, big howl at the end. And now I've been singing that song for conventions for 25 years. Unfortunately, I can never forget it.
I've been trying. This is because here with my ship, it's a song that I would love to learn and sing it with the whole crew. Because, sorry?
Why don't you? You can get the words in Klingon or translated, but you can get them in Klingon online, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just texted them to you, Degor.
There you go.
And there's one of my warriors, and she said, yeah, we should learn them, we should learn them. I'm gonna teach it to you. So I'm just gonna grab her and making sure that she helps us out.
There's no instrumental accompaniment except timpani drums if you can get your hands on one. Otherwise, you just stomp the floor.
Mm-hmm. We have actually a ship in Portugal, also a CAC ship, and it's on YouTube. And that's what they do. They sing a whole bunch of Klingon songs.
Fabulous.
It is fabulous.
In Portugal, in Lisbon.
No, Brazil. Sorry, Brazil.
Brazil. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know there was I didn't know.
CAC ship in Brazil. We have CAC ships all over the world. Yeah.
Wow. Is it in Sao Paulo?
I think they're based in Sao Paulo. I don't know all the ships out of my head, but we have
Buenos Aires. What's the other big city in Brazil?
Sao Paulo.
What?
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo. Yes, Sao Paulo. But what's the other one? There's another.
Rio de Janeiro.
Rio, yes. When my baby smiles at me, I go to Rio in Klingon. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If I may?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I have to ask you, what would be your best memory of any convention?
Well, there's a couple I can't tell you about. There's at least one that comes to mind. Oh man.
Hard one, isn't it?
Yeah, there are a couple of things. In Berlin, I did a convention in Germany. It wasn't the Berlin. I have a story about Berlin, but there was a small town called Clausthal-Sellerfeld, and this young man had a wonderful convention. And I was there on Sylvester, which is New Year's Eve in Germany. They call it Sylvester, I think. And everybody from that little town goes up into the mountains with everybody else from all the other little towns, and you're overlooking a deep valley that goes on for a long time. And they put off all their rockets and fireworks, and so that by the end of the evening, which is like 3 o'clock in the morning, the entire valley is filled with cordite smoke, and then you'd see rockets go up through the smoke up into the air. But the entire all the young people and whatnot were up on that mountainside. And when I first got up there, a guy put off a rocket was like a foot behind me. I thought literally it was going to go right up my butt, because it was right. It was like, gee. And that was a great memory of hanging with the people of that town. Also, I had some great times in Bellaria in Italy. The club members. I did a drag show. I was in a drag show. I was really an ugly woman. But I had a great deal of time. They called me. I think it was Chiffon. That was my drag name, Chiffon. Let me think a second. Some more. I mean, there are so many memories, so many wonderful. I've met hundreds of thousands, literally, people around the world that are Trek fans, and it's an extraordinary universe to be a part of.
What is I thank you for asking that question, Dagor, because it's the support of the fans. It's one thing to make a show, but Trek is different, and sci-fi fandoms are different in that the fans come to conventions and they want to speak with you, they want to ask you questions, what is it like being part of that fandom?
Is that for me or for?
That's for you. Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing like it.
Yeah.
I mean, 57 years ago, was it? Is it at this point?
Yeah.
59 years ago, 66. What's that make it?
Oh man, you want to do math now? Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, who's a mathematician?
Not
here?
me. Not me.
Well, the first episode was back in 1964. That was the cage. That was the very first episode.
No,
not 64.
66.
Yeah.
They didn't start until 66.
Right.
66?
Yeah.
It couldn't have aired. I don't care how good the Belgian TV. They couldn't have aired.
I'm talking about before it was broadcast.
What?
I'm talking about the first pilot, the cage. The cage.
No.
No?
It couldn't have been. It had to have been in 66.
Yeah.
You've struck something there. I don't think you're right, but I've never heard this argument before. I've been doing this for 25 years in conventions. I've never heard anybody say that the first episode that they reshot with different people was in 64.
No,
it could have been.
No, it was in 60. It was shot in. The cage is shot in 65 and 66 is Star Trek. Yeah.
Well, it started airing in 66. I know that.
But they finished shooting the cage in 65. I think.
Is that the one that was
not the menagerie? No,
didn't
it
go
was
forward?
No, it was the cage, the original pilot. So I can't do math, but those numbers for some reason stick in my head.
Okay. Well, B. Joe Trimble, for instance, is a god among.
Okay. I found the answer. The cage is the first. So none of us are right.
All
The
right.
Cage is the first pilot episode of the American television series Star Trek. It was completed on January 22nd of 1965.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
She did say that.
Said
Yeah.
66.
No,
She
no.
said,
sorry.
I
Yeah,
said
yeah,
66. She's saying it was shot in 65. And they just said it was shot in 65.
Okay, I stand correct.
Now, was that was with Jeffrey Hunter, right?
Yes.
With Jeffrey Hunter, yeah.
Yeah. He was a huge star at that time. You know, Elvis wanted to be Captain Kirk as well. Elvis Presley.
Really?
I think that was the height of his career, but he always loved Star Trek. He loved Star Trek, as so many people around the world do. It's a unique what's the word?
It's a great world. It's a world where everybody gets, we're all together.
Yeah, but it's unique in that among everything else ever produced in Hollywood or wherever, it is uniquely unique is the word. It is one of a kind. The interest in Star Trek being worldwide in every language among all age groups. It has there's a demand for it not to ever go away. Which is, I can't say that about anything else, you know, and that's Michael Westmore, the guy who was really the originator of makeup in the Star Trek production generation on. I don't think he was in maybe he was in the original.
No, it was
Westmore,
Michael
no.
Westmore was in TNG.
Yeah. And after that, beyond. But Michael said to Bob, he said, because Bob has told me this story, he said to Bob, he said, you know, you're part of something now that is extraordinary. Do you realize that? And Bob, as any actor would be, who really was not, I didn't know anything about Star Trek, really. I didn't know anything about science fiction, not really. Robert Heinlein, I loved writers, but he said, you've become part of something that has no end. Are you ready for that? You know, and Bob just, he told me, just sort of smiled and said, yeah, yes, yeah, perhaps, but not today. As only Bob could do it.
Are you getting down to the bottom of your glass? Oh dear.
The cherry.
Oh, you got the cherry. Okay, well, there you go. So you're talking about it not going away. What was it like playing Martok once again in Lower Decks?
Oh, that was, you know, everybody and his brother and sister want to do voiceover, because you don't have to rehearse, you don't have to memorize. You got the thing right there, and then the artists take what you did verbally, and they create the look and the feel around it of your character. You know, with Star Trek, they have a lot to start with, but I loved it. I loved doing the Drukmani captain.
Yeah.
That was basically like a Klingon on steroids. But then I had a great deal of fun when they brought Martok into it, and you know, playing as a game show host. I said, that's fantastic. And I've done a lot of voiceovers for various things. Star Trek Online, Golden Compass, lots of various things. I've never played a video game in my life. And I just feel like my dad would say, the reason I have never done that is because my dad said to me when I was about 10 or 11, we were digging drain fields septic tank drain fields in the backyard. My dad never hired anybody to do anything. It was always him and me. We did it. He knew what to do, and I was the muscle. I was the labor. And then we were digging the drain field, and for some reason I'd stopped digging. I was standing there with just leaning, and my hands were in my pocket watching something. And he said, "John, get your hands out of your pockets. How do you expect to ever make anything of yourself with your hands in your pockets? Come on." I have never forgotten those words. Whenever, ever, in any situation, like right now, I find myself with my hands in my pockets, I rip them out of my pockets and try to find something to do. I've got to do something because obviously I'm doing nothing. It's wrong. Bless you, Dad. But he, I can't remember the question that prompted that response, but
That's okay. That's quite all right. You answered my question, and then you told a story, which is what I wanted you to do in the first place. Now, in terms, okay, besides Lower Decks, if you could play Martok or any other character in your imagination, what, past or present, which series would you pick and why? Would you like me to repeat the question? Yeah, sure.
Dagor. Yeah. You had a question, I think. You were raising your hand.
I was about to ask something, and then it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, that's good point. Oh no. Yeah, I remember. Actually, what I wanted to say is that during this whole conversation, I have noticed that your parents, and I can relate to that your parents have had a great influence on what you've done in your life, and a great motivator.
I never thought about that, Dagor. I never thought about that, but you're absolutely right. I think it pertained, because my dad was in the Air Force, we moved all over the world. So the only constant in my life was that family, my two older sisters and my parents. Everything else changed constantly. So the idea of home is only where we lived. It could have been anywhere. It could have been Morocco, could have been in Amsterdam, it could have been in Wiesbaden, it could be in El Paso, wherever these towns where we lived were. So I think family is so completely critical. Now, I've just written a book called Confessions of a Klingon Linebacker, and it's being published right now, the final edit, and then it goes into being published.
Cool.
And it should be out probably by, I'm told in August, I hope. But I talk about that, the impact of family, and family history. My mother was not a risk taker. My dad was. He was in the Air Force because he wanted to fly planes at 150 miles an hour, or 300 miles an hour, and but his eyesight was bad. He didn't have eyesight enough to be a pilot, so he became a mechanic, and he retired as the director of maintenance at Andrews Air Force Base, where the president's plane is, basically at Andrews Joint Base. It says Joint Base Andrews now, but for all my life it was Andrews Air Force Base. But you're at, I literally have not thought enough about that. Gore.
You should come to Montreal Comic Con one day.
I've been to one in did a couple in Canada, 3 in Canada. I did one at St. John's out there on Nova Scotia or Newfoundland. And then I did one also in Toronto. And I did 2 or 3, Bob and I, in Vulcan in Alberta, you know, that Klingon or Vulcan town. But I don't think I wanted. I'd like to do one in Montreal. I'd like to.
Yeah, I know they want to have you because they want to have you and
Robert.
Yeah, I want to have the both of you. And I said to them, I said, please, if they come, can we be guards to put to guard them all the way up to stage? He says, we'll have to ask him.
You know, I've never done it before, but I've always wanted to be. If you can locate a high school band, I would love to have a couple drummers, maybe just 2, on timpani, with a line of Klingons, as then Bob and I, in makeup and costume, enter with the timpani, you know, you know. Anyway, just a thought.
I can, as the music teacher, I could probably make that happen for you. So there you go.
Are you in Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in Canada. May I tell a little story?
You may.
Okay, thank you. So basically, our ship, the Klingon, the IKV Rising Phoenix, we started very, very small. And my second in command, she always wanted to have, because since that, so we grew and grew. And as we grew bigger and bigger, my second in command, she says, I would love us to work together with people who dress up in Starfleet. Not everybody likes Klingons. Because we have, and I kid you not, our booth is actually a bridge, right? I'll send you some pictures because I've got you on Facebook. Anyways, that's aside. So last year comes this person, yellow shirt, and I said, just a minute, we're still taking pictures, just why not a problem? And as we as we start talking, she presented herself and she was actually just starting her own ship. And I saw where I was so many years ago when I was put in charge of our club. And I said, Captain Harper, would you like to join us next year? So since this year, we have a bigger booth. So we have a double booth. So her ship and she's building a captain's chair and she's going to be just next to us. So if ever you come over, so she's going to be there. So we're gonna talk to the organizers. We're gonna talk to them. We're gonna make sure you're there. And the Saturday evening, we have a good day to dine. You know of those, right?
Today is a good day to dine.
To dine. So this is a tradition that we CAC members have. Is we go in costume, in uniform, all the way to the restaurant. That on itself. But anyways, we are in the restaurant. You don't have to walk with us, but in the restaurant, we're in uniform.
You know, I did that sounds fabulous. And I would love to see Montreal. I took my daughter up there. We rode the train up to Montreal from here in upstate New York. We took the train up to Montreal about 10, 11, 12 years ago for New Year's Eve. And because I'd never been to Montreal, neither had she, and we had a fabulous time. It was a fabulous time, but it was beautiful. And my mother, being a French teacher, you know, there's a certain amount of Francophilia that lives inside of me because of her, that I would love, whether be it French, Klingon, or English. I'd love to take part. Oh, something else was in my mind, but it's forgotten. Anyway, yeah, work
Okay.
on it. I'd love to be there.
Well, we'll
Talk to Scott.
Degore and I will talk to the organizer. He'll be reaching out to you. Well, listen, John, this has been such a great conversation. I cannot thank you enough. And what are you doing next? That's what I want to know.
Well, the thing that I've spent most of the time during the pandemic was writing that book. I said, I've got to take this opportunity, as many people did, to write, because I don't have I don't often have a lot of time. But doing several conventions, but I live up here with my wife who has MS. So a lot of my time is taken up being with Chevy. And, so it's hard for me to go. Well, I can't really audition for things out of town because I can't go out of town for long hunks of time as an actor. And there's a precious little here. The reason I'm up here and the reason Chevy's up here is because I came out to teach in 2007, 2006 at Cornell, which I taught at for a while, theater. And I bought this house, and then they discontinued the theater department at Cornell. And I said, oh, but I just bought a house. But it was so pretty here. It's like probably like not unlike Montreal. It's pretty. I'd like to. Well, anyway,
Yeah, I think that I want people to know about the books that you've written, because I mean, I'm in the process right now of reading The Left Hand of Destiny. I don't know if people know you've written those types of books as well. So if you have anybody listening to this interview, go out and buy them because the writing is fabulous.
The Left Hand of Destiny. I was just talking about it to Chevy. I wrote the first book, the outline for it was about 80 pages, you know, and then my daughter was born in '99, and I said, I don't have that. So they said, well, can you use some help? Can you use another writer? I said, yes. So Jeffrey Lang, who's a brilliant writer,
he's great,
came in and wrote with me. Everything, I was just telling Chevy this, everything that was good in what I had written, he made better. And everything that wasn't so good, he made really good. So anyway, I'm very indebted to Jeffrey. And yet it's also one of the proudest things in my life is to get those two books written. They asked me if I wanted to write, Terry Erdman asked me if I wanted to write a Star Trek novel. I said, of course I do. I'd love to. And he said, we're interested in a kind of Arthurian legend type of story. I said, sounds perfect. I'd love to. And that's what we did. So Worf is basically Robert Goulet. Lancelot Delac. But besides that, it's I created a character for Aaron. Aaron was in my mind when I was writing it back in the early 2000s. Aaron Eisenberg.
Yeah.
And as Nog. And I named the character, he was a little Ferengi, like that. And I named the character Phar, Phar. And just so at some point he could say, when he got done talking on the communicator, far out. And, you know, writers have those kinds of things that are funny to us, you know, but it's, you know, anyway, I loved it. And yeah, I think it's pretty, I don't know. My purpose in writing the book about my life before '99 was it covers the years from 1950 to 1999, which includes Star Trek. Because my daughter was born in '99 and she doesn't really have the ability. There's no way she doesn't know about 50 years earlier of her father's life. You know, so it's sort of a long letter to my daughter, telling her as much as I can about how I got here and how she got here.
That's cool.
And anyway, there's a lot of Star Trek in it.
Well,
Suffice it.
I'm looking forward to reading your Confessions of a Linebacker. I look forward to reading that.
Klingon, yeah.
Klingon, excuse me, Klingon linebacker. Sorry. I look forward to reading that. And are you posting somewhere where the dates
Bob and I forgot about this.
Okay.
We're just now putting together a podcast like everybody else, but it's going to be called Into the Wormhole. And it's Bob and I, Galron and Martok, and Keith Seedor he does Trexperts, and he knows tremendous amount about Star Trek, and he's going to be sort of, I look at it as he's the captain and Bob and I are the out of control McCoy and Spock, you know.
Yeah. That sounds awesome too.
Yeah, we'll have fun.
Are we gonna, how do we find out about when these things are airing?
Oh, when it happens, when it's ready to explode, we will blow it up. I guess.
Okay.
You
Good.
post it on your Facebook.
Well, there you are.
Oh, absolutely.
That's right. Well, I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to see you again, John. It's been just a delight. Thank you so much for your time. Hello to your wife and your family. And we wish you all the best. We wish you all the best.
Thank you very, very much. And the same, of course, back at you up there in beautiful Montreal. Both way out.
Yes.
Both way out. And DeGore, you know, I know why I'm having trouble with it, because every time I say DeGore, I want to say just went out of my head. Who was the last Dax? Cole DeBoer. Yeah, and every time I say DeGore, I think wait a minute, did I just say DeBoer or anyway? And
Nicole
she's Canadian.
DeBoer, yeah.
Yeah, and she's a gorgeous, wonderful person. I love Nicole, and I don't see her enough. I don't see a lot. Well, it's been a bad 3 years for the world.
Yeah,
so
that's for sure. Well, it's going to get better now. That's all there is to it.
We're outside of the tunnel.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you.
Good luck and prosper.
Oh, same to you, John. Kapla.
Kapla.
Hello, everybody. Well, I hope you enjoyed that interview with John. It's a bit like wrangling a litter of kittens. I don't know, but he is a great fellow to talk to. Coming up, we've got a couple new hosts coming in. So we have Anne-Marie coming in with Rob. There we are. How are you both?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be taking my leave. I'm going to leave you to take the reins and lead us forward. Have a great day.
You too.
Well, welcome back to the VIC 2023.
All right.
So, yeah, it's very exciting. I've been in Gathertown all day. It's been fabulous.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
Awesome. Doing well. Excited to talk about the scholarships, which is our next
Yes.
segment coming up.
Yes. So I know we're having the auction going on right now, but we also have the winners and a little bit more about the scholarships.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give kind of an overview about the scholarships here, and we'll announce the winners in just a little bit. So thanks to everybody for tuning into the VIC today. I know I've been watching, and I've taken a look at those auction items, and those are definitely some good stuff. The walking tours and the books and everything over there. I've been perusing that and seeing if I want to throw my hat in the ring on any of those. So all the proceeds from that are going to the scholarship fund, which I'm about to talk to you guys about. So make sure you bid early, bid often. So yeah. So basically, my time here is to tell you guys a little bit about our scholarship program, which, in my opinion, is one of the main reasons that one of the main perks that you get from Starfleet. So when I'm recruiting at my table at any convention that we're at for the USS Zavala, I'm coming to you here from the lovely bridge of the USS Zavala, and one of the first things I tell people about is the scholarship program, because a lot of people, some of our fan base is getting a little older, so they might not be in college now, but they might have kids or grandkids in college. And if they're like me, I added my son to my membership the day he was born. So some of these people have been in Starfleet for a long time and don't know about the scholarship. I reach out to new people every year that have been in the organization for 10, 20 plus years and don't know about the scholarships. And the scholarships have been going on since 1990. So this is our 23rd year of, our 33rd year of giving out scholarships this year. So, we're just trying to, the whole point of Starfleet is, trying to push forward Gene Roddenberry's idea of united humanity in the future and giving back and volunteering. And I know that's a big thing in our ship. We do tons of volunteering and donations and donating our time and everything. And I think the scholarships is a really good way to reward our members for their hard work in the organization. And just as of last year, we've also approved 2 new scholarships for non-members. So a lot of people don't know about those either. That's something that was voted in by the AB last year, that we've got 2 non-member scholarships. So I'm going to talk about those as well. So this is the Starfleet Scholarship Program. We've got several scholarships that we give out each year. It used to be 5. With the 2 new ones that were voted in last year, it's up to 7 now. Scholarships that we offer. So just to give you kind of an overview of those, we have the 5 for members are a engineering and technology scholarship. They're all named after either an actor or one of the characters in Star Trek. So this one we call the James Doohan Montgomery Scott Engineering and Technology Scholarship, and that's going to be for any field related to engineering and technology. We have the one for medicine and veterinarian, which we call the DeForest Kelly Dr. Leonard McCoy Memorial Medical and Veterinarian Scholarship. And you've got to remember, a lot of these were named, there was only 2 series, the original series and Next Gen out when this program came out. So a lot of these are obviously, have some of the older names, but so that's for medical studies, veterinary studies, anything in the medical field. We have an artistic one that's called the Gene Roddenberry Memorial Sir Patrick Stewart Scholarship for aspiring writers and artists. And then we have the business management and education one that's called the Armin Shimmerman George Takei LeVar Burton Scholarship for business language studies and education, as that's what those, we had LeVar Burton doing Reading Rainbow for so many years, and
Right.
All of that. So we've got quite a mouthful on that one. And then if you don't fall into any of those categories, we have the Space Explorers Memorial Scholarship, which is just sort of a miscellaneous one that's honoring the Apollo, the Shuttle Challenger, the Shuttle Columbia astronauts and the Russian cosmonauts that have passed away and are trying to forward space exploration and that sort of thing. So that's a memorial scholarship for if you don't fit into any of the other categories. So new for the last year and going forward, we also have 2 new ones for non-members. That is, one is a scholarship for women pursuing a degree in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or as it's called, STEM. That one is available to women that are pursuing a degree in the STEM field. And we try to, I'm a science teacher. My day job is a science teacher. I teach physics at a high school, and so we're always trying to promote getting more women into the STEM field, because some of my best students have been women, and they're very excited about going into the field and everything, and it's sort of been a male dominated field, historically. So we try to
I
get a
get
lot
that
of
entirely. I'm a
exactly.
math teacher as well, so
Nice. So you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
definitely seeing the same thing. Definitely.
Awesome. And the second one for non-members is the Russell Camp III Memorial Diversity Scholarship. So this is, again, trying to promote more inclusion, more diversity. You kind of have to, part of it is writing an essay. Part of all of them are writing an essay, but specifically for the diversity scholarship, you've got to write an essay that discusses why IDIC is important to you, and any accomplishments you've made in your work to promote IDIC, and all that needs to go into why you're the best candidate for that scholarship. And actually, we had a resounding turnout this year for the Women in STEM scholarship. There were over 20 applicants actually for
Wow.
the Women in STEM scholarship. So I think the EC had a pretty tough time, figuring out who to award that scholarship to, because they were all really well qualified individuals. And I just want to take a moment to mention that any school that takes financial aid is somewhere that you can use these scholarships for. So it doesn't have to be your first year going into a 4-year college and that's all we're giving. No, if you're going into a community college, if you're going into a trade school, if you're getting your master's degree, your doctorate degree, or anything, any institution that takes financial aid, we allow as an institution that you can use for the scholarship fund. So don't just think it's just college. It can be trade school, anything like that. I've seen welding scholarships. I've seen electrician scholarships. People apply for those and get them in the past for trade schools as well. So I've been running the program for about the last 5 years or so. So, I mean, that's my experience with it. Admiral Tammy Wilcox was head of it before that, but I took over for her back in 2018. 2018? Yeah, 2018. So I've been running it for the last 5 years or so.
Wow, that's very impressive. I knew about it, but I didn't know how many scholarships until I was given the position of talking about it with you. And I did some research. So I was like, oh, there's so
exactly.
many.
That's why I try, I do my best to get on the virtual IC, the last 3 years that we've had it. I've been on the Starfleet news service, anytime in the communique, anytime that I can go out and promote it in any sort of fashion. I try and promote the scholarship as much as possible, because that's the only way we can get to all of our members, So I don't just have a platform that immediately goes to all members. So I just have to take everything that I can and put it into these presentations and do, everything I can to get it out there and get people to recognize it and understand it, which is kind of a little bit of an interesting thing for me with Starfleet, because I went through my old stuff as a kid, and I found when I was 6 years old, in technically second grade because I skipped first grade, but when I was 6 years old, I wrote a thing and it was titled The Final Frontier. And so, you can tell that I've been a lifelong fan, ever since I could literally read and watch TV. I've been a fan of Star Trek. And all of a sudden, I didn't even know that this group existed until 2014. So it's I'm 40 years old now. So it's I wish I had somebody tell me about this sooner. And that's how I feel about the scholarship program. I feel like I need to tell people this, get the word out as much as I can, because if I was, 30 years old before I found out that this almost now 50-year-old organization existed, I need to do my best to promote what I see as much as I can. So
definitely, I'm the same way. I didn't realize it until just last year that this organization exists, and now here I am.
Right.
Definitely.
So wanted to talk a little bit about the eligibility criteria for the
Okay.
scholarships. If you are a member of Starfleet and you're applying for one of the member scholarships, then you need to have been a member of Starfleet since June 15th of the year before. That's the cutoff date for the year before the year that you want to apply for scholarships. So the scholarship application process is open from January 1st through June 15th of every year. But if you want to apply, say you wanted to apply for a scholarship in 2024, then you needed to be a member of Starfleet from sometime on or before June 15th of 2023. Just to make sure that you're not just joining the organization for the scholarship and then you don't care about it or anything like that. So they do require a little bit, about 6 months of time within the scholarship within the program before you can apply for it. Also, you need to be able to provide your transcripts. You've got to write a 2-page essay. You've got to provide your resume. You've got to fill out the application form, and then you need a total of 3 references, 2 of which are outside references, and 1 of which is a Starfleet reference from someone in the command structure. So it can be the CO or XO of your ship. It can be somebody on the region level, your region coordinator, something like that. But somebody who knows you and knows, those are the people you want writing, your recommendations. So, that's me for 20 people every year is, can you write me a recommendation for college, right? So, then your best teachers are the ones that you want for your scholarship, for your recommendation letters. So that's what we require there as well. So, so those are the application process and the eligibility criteria. If you want to learn more about the scholarships, you can go to sfi.org and click on the members hub, because this is something for, well, really there's a couple for non-members, but click on the members hub link, and then at the top there's a link to the scholarship page. So if anybody's looking for information specifically on the process, anything like that, then that's where you need to head. And then you get all those materials. You don't have to combine them together or anything. You just get all your materials together and you email them to me at scholarships@sfi.org. I compile all that information into a nice, easy to read PDF for the EC. And I do a bunch of Excel tables and stuff so they can see what's going on with GPAs and everything. I send it up to them. They vote on it. They send me the results back. And then I get on the VIC and I tell everybody who won. So
the whole process.
Exactly. So it's a long process each year. It takes me a little bit towards the, I kind of wait till the end of June because there's some people that'll last minute getting me in some recommendations and that sort of thing. So, and then I compile everything and, try to get that into them by mid-July or early to mid-July so that they can get their voting done and get it back to me in a timely manner. So, we have had a lot of repeat scholarship winners as well. So this isn't something that you can only win one time. If you apply for it, if you win it one year, you're still welcome to apply for it the next year, and you could win it again. And these are so. I want to say these are this amount of scholarship, but it kind of has been fluctuating. Historically, we've given $1,000 scholarships each year for each scholarship. Last year, we had an influx of donations, which has been amazing from our members and everything. And we were able to give out $2,500 scholarships last year. So I don't want to say there's a specific amount because I'm not entirely sure. And my boss, the CFO, hasn't quite got back to me with the amount for this year. But we are going to be giving away four scholarships this year to 4 really well-deserving candidates that are definitely going to put this money toward their future and toward really the future of humanity, because these people that are going further in their education are going to be the people that are giving back to society, and making sure that, everybody's living a better life than they were previously. So, but yeah, I just want to mention a lot of our scholarship donations come from people throwing in $1 or $2 or $5 when they renew. We don't really have a way to just pass a hat around or anything for scholarship donations. So when you're renewing your Starfleet membership every year and it asks you, hey, do you want to throw in an extra $1 or an extra donation for the scholarship fund, just know that is most of our scholarship donations do come from those those renewals. So if you have it in you, if you're sitting on a little extra $5 or something that you can know goes to a good organization, then please just throw that in the Starfleet donations. And of course, we do have a few more good places like the VIC auctions and things like that, where we also get some extra influx of donation money. So yeah. Can you think of any questions, anything that people might have for the scholarship program or anything?
I was just looking at our comments. I don't see any. I do see that when you go to the quartermaster, if you order something, you can, starting next month, you can start to donate as well when you order something from the quartermaster. And
Oh,
then
that's great.
so we have the CFO said this year that'll be $1,000 each.
Oh, she said that. Okay, good, perfect. $1,000 scholarships. Then we're about to give out $4,000 scholarships.
Perfect.
That's fantastic. Great to hear. Something
And then
even a surprise to me on the VIC stream here today. So,
and then of course our auctions as well. There's plenty of books, walking tours, an autograph, and 2 paintings.
wow,
As well. Yes.
that's awesome. And they're not even just boring walking tours. I saw one of them was like London.
Yeah, London, Johannesburg, Berlin, not Berlin,
Pittsburgh, I think was one of
Beijing,
them.
and San Francisco and Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Oh, look, we've got the painting up here on the screen.
And our painting.
That looks fantastic.
I
Wow.
do love this. I think I saw that there was one bid the last time I saw it. So, yeah, get on to it.
Wow. Absolutely.
Definitely.
Okay, so let's see. So FAQs. Okay, I may or may not have wrote up a little outline for myself to go off of,
That's
because
perfectly fine.
So I'm just kind of reviewing my little outline here. So remember that the application deadline is June 15th. I do announce on the SFI members only and the SFI business Facebook groups when the application period opens. I get on there and put a nice long post on January 1st. And then I try to get in there about mid-March or so and remind people, hey, we still have a scholarship program, get your applications in, that sort of thing. And then I really hit it June 1st. I'm like, hey, 2 weeks left or so. And then maybe right before the June 15th cutoff, I'll say, hey, this is the last day or the last couple of days to get in your scholarship applications. So that plus everything else I do, I'm feeling like I'm just reaching out as many ways as I possibly can to get the, so if you're a CO or an XO or even just a member of your ship, please make sure that your ship knows about the scholarship program, and please use it to recruit for SFI, because we're trying to give out thousands of dollars to people. That's a reason to throw your $5 at a membership for the year,
Definitely.
So, okay, so I think we can go ahead and announce some winners here.
All right, the moment we're all been waiting for.
I've put it off long enough, I feel like, So we've got 4 scholarships that we're giving out this year. We had tons of applicants. Everything that I had to go through and vet and everything that the EC voted on, they were definitely into voting and everything like that. So I love working with this EC. So we've got 4 winners. We've got 2 winners from our member category of scholarships, and we've got 2 winners from our non-member categories as well. So here are the winners. So for our members, for the Gene Roddenberry Memorial Sir Patrick Stewart Scholarship for Aspiring Writers and Artists, we'll be awarding that scholarship to Daniel Roberge. I really hope it's Roberge and I'm not murdering that. So Daniel Roberge, congratulations on your $1,000 Starfleet scholarship. For the other one, we have the Space Explorers Memorial Scholarship, and that one will be awarded to Edward Tunis IV. So Edward Tunis IV, congratulations on your $1,000 scholarship. I happen to know he's going to University of New Orleans, so they will be very happy to accept that money from me technically. And then for our 2 non-member scholarships, he's in my region, so I happen to know where he's going. So for the 2 non-member scholarships, we have the scholarship for women pursuing a degree in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That scholarship will be awarded to Sky White. So Sky White, congratulations on your scholarship for women pursuing a degree in STEM. And then for our last one, it's our Russell Camp III Memorial Diversity Scholarship. That scholarship is going to be awarded to Patience McHenry. So Patience McHenry, thank you very much for your application and congratulations on your $1,000 scholarship for continuing education.
Wow, congratulations to all our winners. I know that education is a big thing and they'll go far.
For sure, for sure. And thank you for all of our applicants, because going through the applicants and vetting everything, I mean, I barely had to do any extra work as far as chasing down extra recommendation letters or anything like that. So our applicants did a really good job of filling out everything that they needed. I mean, for the members, we require seven different things for members to submit for applications, and I believe it's 6 for non-members, because they don't need that Starfleet recommendation letter since they're not in Starfleet.
Right.
So yeah, I just want to thank everybody that donates to the scholarship fund and everything for that. Yep, there's a proud mom there in the chat, looking like he'll do that. So if you did win a scholarship, then look out for an email from me that'll be coming out later on today after I'm done with my VIC hosting duties. And I'll have an email that I'm going to require you to send me some more information. I need to know where these scholarship checks go. So I'm going to need your student ID, and I'm going to need, the address to your financial portion of your institution where I need to cut these $1,000 checks and mail them to, and that sort of thing. So I'll be emailing all of our winners a little later this afternoon to get that information, and then we'll have the checks cut and sent to the universities probably by next week. So
great.
So yeah, congratulations to Daniel Robert, Sky White, Edward Tunis IV, Patience McHenry, the 4 winners for our scholarships. And everybody needs to get in on this. I mean, you need to send in your applications. I mean, we're just trying to give away money. Please help us give away money to you. Yeah.
So the next opening, if they wanted to join, will be in January, correct?
January 1st. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
January 1st.
January 1st, and it'll be until June 15th. June 15th is the cutoff, because I need a little bit of time to prepare everything so we can get these checks sent out by mid-August or so. So yeah, June 15th is the cutoff for that year, and you just have to, for the member scholarships, you need to have been a member since June 15th of the previous year. For the non-members, of course, there's no requirement for that. So.
Well, that's wonderful. So we have a little bit of time. So if you want to donate, they said next month, quartermasters, you will be able to, when you go and purchase something, you can donate in the quartermasters. We have our lovely auction still up until tomorrow. So different places for you to go and donate for us to raise even more money to give away to more people.
Yes, please get on that auction website and get in there and get your donation. I mean, sorry, your bids in.
Your bids in, yes.
Get your bids in.
So a couple more things coming up. Well, not coming up. Well, come get some swag from the VIC. You can get a t-shirt. I have a sticker at our TeePublic store. I wanted all of the designs, honestly. But I can't, but I want them.
Right.
So we are about to go to our next segment.
Okay. Looks like we have Rich Davenport coming in next. So we want to welcome him back to the VIC stream. He'll be doing
both.
Hello, Starfleet International. It's Jonathan Frakes. Commander Riker from Star Trek, The Next Generation, or should you happen to be watching Picard, Captain Riker. I hope you're having a wonderful time. May you all live long and prosper.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for doing the academic awards. That was fantastic. It was great to see.
Yeah, I love your mic. Wow, that looks
Thank you.
nice.
Oh yes, I'm a hobbyist podcaster. So that's
Gotcha.
my claim to no fame, zero fame, lack of fame.
Getting fancy.
So we rolled out the big guns to obviously to introduce our next guy because yeah. So well, speaking of, I'm here to introduce our next speaker. It's Dr. Muhammad Noor. He is a man of many talents and a very, very smart individual, an evolutionary biologist, an evolutionary geneticist. So way over my head. I podcast about movies. I talk about my stupid opinions on movies. This gentleman is very, very smart. He has a video that we're going to roll before we bring him in for questions and answers, or Q&A, I guess we'll call it. But Dr. Noor is the interim vice provost for academic affairs at Duke University. But even more impressive than that is the fact that he has his own Wikipedia page, and he has his own Memory Alpha page on the Star Trek Memory Alpha. This is a guy who has his own Memory Alpha page, but on the side he's also an evolutionary biologist, evolutionary geneticist.
I'm already impressed.
Right?
Yeah, it just has everything.
I'm completely outclassed here, so I don't know how I'm gonna work here, but I'm gonna try. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to keep up.
I believe in you.
Thank
you. You got
Hello, my name is Mohammed Noor. I'm a biology professor at Duke University, and I'm an occasional science consultant for the Star Trek universe. I'm so excited today to talk with you about biology and science consulting in Star Trek Discovery. This will be a full-length convention talk that I will have actually given at some conventions too. So I hope you enjoy this online, and thank you for joining us. Let's dive right in. So I'm going to start first with an outline for today's talk. I'm going to first talk about some science tidbits from seasons 1 and season 2 of Discovery. Now, this will also include a little bit from Short Treks. I should stress, I did not consult on either of these 2 seasons, but I just picked some science bits that I thought were really cool, and I hope you enjoy them as well. Then I'll talk about some science that I actually worked on for seasons 3 and season 4 for Star Trek Discovery. Some of this was collaborative, a lot of it with the science advisor for the Star Trek franchise, the amazing Dr. Aaron McDonald, but also some pieces that were collaborative with some other folks as well. And then I'll close out the talk talking a little bit more generally about what it's like being an occasional science consultant for Star Trek. Now, I want to stress one thing, which is very important. I am a biologist, so I'm only going to be talking about biology in these depictions. I'm not going to be talking about physics, so I can't explain the warp drive or transporters or any of those things to you. I apologize. That will be somebody else's talk, I hope. Anyway, without further ado, let's dive right in. For season 1, I picked 2 interesting biology topics that are very short to cover that I just want to comment on briefly, and I picked 2 that I want to go into in a little bit more depth. I bet you can guess one of those. Anyway, let's start first with one of the short ones. There was a quick comment in the very first episode, the pilot episode of the series Star Trek Discovery called The Vulcan Hello, about DNA unspooling. You might remember Michael Burnham was sitting in the Shenzo's medical bay, and the doctor said, "Wait, the recombination process is nowhere near finished. Do you understand the effect of genetic unspooling? You don't want to die that way." Very dramatic. I was very excited about this because when I heard the mention of recombination, that's something that my research laboratory actually works on. So I was like, ooh, recombination, that's great. And the unspooling thing is especially cool. So let's talk about what was happening there and what this doctor was actually referring to. You might remember shortly before Michael Burnham ended up in the med bay, she was flying like an astronaut just in space there, headed towards the Klingon ship. As this was happening, she was being exposed to galactic cosmic rays, a whole bunch of other radiation too. Radiation is really bad for you in a lot of ways, but it's also bad for your DNA in a couple of different ways. Now, when we think about DNA, we tend to think of DNA as this long thread-like thing, which is kind of true. But in fact, it's not hanging out in your cells as this long thread, just loose like that, but it's actually tightly wound around these proteins that are called histones. Now, recombination is a process that repairs broken DNA by using the unbroken copy, because you have 2 copies of your DNA. It uses the unbroken copy as a template. Now, for the recombination to happen, you have to unspool it from these little histone proteins. So unspooling happens during repair, but you can't stay unspooled without the DNA being at risk. So what I infer is going on here is that either the DNA was very severely damaged, which was, affecting how it would spool, or the histones themselves were broken. Either way, this was some pretty cool science that was just slipped into a passing comment in Star Trek Discovery's pilot. Just a couple of episodes later, in episode 3, we saw a reference to some microbes that can get energy from electricity. This was while Michael Burnham was on a shuttle. This is before she actually ended up on the USS Discovery. They referenced species GS54, which feeds on electricity. So this got me to look up, are there any microbes that can actually get energy from electricity here in the real world that we know about? And in fact, there are some Earth microbes that can directly accept and use electrons from electrodes for energy. These are in the genus called Geobacter, and they specializing in making electrical contacts with electron acceptors. So this is really cool. This is actually a real thing. There's multiple scientific papers about it, and yes, this is not at least a crazy concept. Now, let's go into 2 more things in a little bit more depth. Those were just some little appetizers, but now let's get into the meal here. A big one that we saw in Star Trek Discovery Season 1 was the tardigrade, also known as Ripper. You may be familiar with tardigrades. They're often called water bears. They're found just like on little bits of moss, maybe out in your yard, things like that. They mostly eat algae. There's a few that are carnivores, and some will eat smaller tardigrades too. Now, Ripper, the one that we saw in Star Trek Discovery, does kind of resemble some Earth tardigrades in some ways, but he's really different in other ways. So, like the Earth tardigrade, they have the same kind of overall appearance, a little bit like a roly-poly sort of. Like Earth tardigrades, we saw that Ripper can dehydrate and can live for years all dried up. This is also true for Earth tardigrades. They can actually dry up and live for years dried up as well. Now, there's a lot in the popular media about how tardigrades can survive the vacuum and radiation of lower Earth orbit. I'm going to come back to that in just a second, but that again at least matches what we hear about tardigrades all the time. I'm going to come back to that though. Now, some differences between Earth tardigrades and Ripper were, first of all, Earth tardigrades don't have antennae, right? They don't have an internal skeleton. We actually saw a scan there of Ripper showing a skeleton inside. Earth tardigrades don't have that. Earth tardigrades don't have jointed legs. They just kind of have those little stubs. Earth tardigrades are aquatic, meaning they don't actually have lungs. You might remember Ripper actually could scream. But the biggest difference, of course, is size. Ripper was gigantic. Earth tardigrades are microscopic. Now, there's a common misconception in a lot of sci-fi that you can take something that's tiny and just make it really big. That actually doesn't work. And the reason that doesn't work is for something called the square cube law. So volume grows faster than area. For something like a cube, volume is length times width times height, whereas for something like a square, area is just length times width. Now, the cross-section of a muscle will grow much slower than the mass they're supporting, because the cross-section of the muscle is using surface area, whereas the mass is growing as the cube. So let's say, for example, you're going multiples of 2. You go from 2 to 4 for surface area. You go 2 to 8 for volume. Now, as you do this more and more and more, you eventually have something that's so big that the muscles can't support it. This is why small animals like ants seem much stronger than they really are. But if you made an ant gigantic, it actually wouldn't be that strong at all. It would fall apart under its own weight. So we have to assume that Ripper is dramatically stronger than Earth tardigrades, given its dramatic increase in size. Now, let's talk for just a minute about this surviving in space thing about Earth tardigrades. There's lots of hype about this and their ability to survive in space. You might remember there was a story recently about some tardigrades that fell to the moon and maybe they were still alive. Yeah, they're not alive. But here's a headline from Popular Mechanics: 7 fascinating facts about the tardigrade, the only animal that can survive in space. Now, I want to show you the actual scientific study that looked at how well tardigrades survive in space, where they actually, the European Space Agency took some up there and actually exposed them to the vacuum of space and radiation and things like that. So in this figure that you see here, the rows are 2 different tardigrade species they studied, and the columns show survival of adult tardigrades over time and hatching of eggs. So first of all, let me just say, none of the eggs survived when exposed to both vacuum and all forms of UV radiation that you see in space. 0. when you look at survival of the adults, one of the tardigrades also had 0 survive at all. Like, none of them. The other one had this, you see the little circle I have there on the bottom? They had a tiny little number, I think it was literally 3 out of around 100 survived for a couple of days after having full space exposure for a couple of days. So by and large, I think this is a little bit overstated in that, yeah, I can survive in space, a tiny bit of them, of one species, for a very short length of time. But, still really cool. I mean, that's still better than I could do or better than humans could do. So fair enough. Now, one other thing that came up about tardigrades in the series was this reference to horizontal gene transfer. Okay? I'm going to play a little clip.
Like its microscopic cousins on Earth, the tardigrade is able to incorporate foreign DNA into its own genome via horizontal gene transfer.
This was actually really cool that they incorporated into Star Trek Discovery, because in 2015, just a little bit before Star Trek Discovery premiered, there was a paper published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which is a really reputable journal. This was the first full genome sequence of a tardigrade, and they found, and it's shown here in the title, evidence for extensive horizontal gene transfer. So that's really cool. This actually got a lot of publicity. My good friend, Dr. Aaron McDonald, always likes to point out the first author of this paper was Boothby. Just a coincidence. Anyway, this got a lot of press, and that's probably why they went ahead and incorporated that into the series. And in fact, the authors argued that this horizontal gene transfer may be what facilitates its broad tolerance, including in things like space. Unfortunately, the paper was just wrong. They thought they had it right, but it was just wrong. And in fact, the next year, there were many papers published showing that, in fact, there's not extensive horizontal gene transfer into tardigrades. That said, unsurprisingly, the original result got a lot of publicity. The papers showing it was not correct did not get as much. Still, I applaud the showrunners and the writers for trying to incorporate some super recent science into the series. So I still call this a win nonetheless. Now, last but not least, let's talk briefly about one of the highlights of Star Trek Discovery, which is the spore drive. So this is one that takes a little bit of extra explanation. Now, interestingly, you can get a lot of this explanation, not necessarily just from me, but in fact from somebody whose name is Paul Stamets. And this is the real world biologist whose name is Paul Stamets, who actually is a mycologist, meaning he actually studies fungi. Now, he has a fantastic TED Talk that you can see. I'm going to play a little clip here.
This was first discovered in 1859. This is a photograph by Franz Huber. This photograph was taken in the 1950s from Saudi Arabia. 420 million years ago, this organism existed. It was called Prototaxides. Prototaxides, laying down, was about 3 feet tall. The tallest plants on Earth at that time were less than 2 feet. Dr. Boyce at the University of Chicago published an article in the Journal of Geology this past year determining that Prototaxides was a giant fungus, a giant mushroom. Across the landscapes of Earth were dotted these giant mushrooms all across most land masses, and these existed for tens of millions of years. Now, we've had several extinction events, and as we march forward 65 million years ago, most of you know about it, we had an asteroid impact. The Earth was struck by an asteroid, a huge amount of debris was jettisoned into the atmosphere, sunlight was cut off, and fungi inherited the Earth. Those organisms that paired with fungi were rewarded because fungi do not need light. More recently at Einstein University, they just determined that fungi use radiation as a source of energy, much like plants use light. So the prospect of fungi existing on other planets elsewhere, I think, is a foregone conclusion, at least in my own mind.
This is a fascinating talk, and I encourage you all to listen to the whole thing for it. But briefly, some of the things you tend to see if you look at this talk is, first, there's a lot of references to mycelia, which are kind of equivalent to roots. I guess it's the closest equivalent I could think of that everybody would know, right? We see the name Paul Stamets, which actually made it into the show. We see the reference specific to the genus Prototaxides, which you might remember is exactly the one they reference in the first season of Star Trek Discovery. There was a quote of organisms that paired with fungi were rewarded, which, as we saw, is exactly what happens with the tardigrade. And he has a very specific reference to these extraterrestrial fungi, which he sees as a foregone conclusion. I confess I'm a little bit more skeptical about that than he is, but nonetheless, the idea that fungal spores could have been introduced into space from Earth, that seems quite reasonable. Now, if you're thinking all this might still just be a coincidence, I want to show you one other thing. Here's a tweet from Brian Fuller, which you might remember is one of the people who started off the series, talking about this particular TED Talk, saying, watch this 6 ways mushrooms can save the world. Clearly, this was the inspiration for the series. Now, could this lead to transportation across the universe? That's where there's, I think, some creative imagining there. My friend Dr. Erin McDonald actually has a great thing she presents in her talks about how maybe it's not actually the fungi themselves, but if you look at the fabric of the universe, it kind of looks like this mycelial network. Anyway, that's a little bit more figurative. I leave that to her, but nonetheless, if you think of it in a figurative way, there may be some basis to this. So, yay, science in season 1 of Star Trek Discovery. All right, let's move on to season 2 and also a little bit of connections to short treks. This time I'm just going to look at 2 broad categories of things rather than doing the little nuggets, since we already had our appetizers now. First thing, which I thought was really fun in season 2 of Star Trek Discovery, was a lot of discussion of Kelpian natural history. We loved seeing Saru in the series throughout, and it was nice getting a lot more backstory on what are the Kelpians? How do they differ from us? What's their natural history like? Now, they're obviously vertebrates. They seem to be mammals in the sense that you see the females seem to have what look like mammary glands, but let's dig a little bit deeper. First of all, they seem to have some senses that go beyond our senses. Very first one, of course, that we see right off the bat is the what I call the spidey sense for danger, kind of a Spider-Man reference there. And Saru has those little threat ganglia coming out the back of his neck, and when there's a threat, they kind of get erect or sticking out like that, right? Well, there are some animals that do this, that they like have little spiky things that become more erect when they're threatened. One you might think of is the African pygmy hedgehog. I don't know if any of you have ever had a pet hedgehog or knew somebody who had them, but again, when they're threatened, they erect their little spines. Now, that is not necessarily actually warning anybody or anything like that. It's actually to protect themselves. But something where in terms of warning, which might be what the function for these are, is vervet monkeys. They'll actually give this distinct alarm calls for different kinds of predators, like whether they're aerial predators or ground predators. So anyway, really cool. One of the things Saru seems to be able to do is he can smell emotion or anticipation, right? Now, we may not like to think about this, but we do exude emotion sense. And there was an interesting study done where sweat samples were taken from people who had watched a scary movie or not a scary movie, and then they were tested to see how their dogs reacted to smelling the sweat samples. Interestingly, the dogs definitely mirrored the owner's stress levels. They could smell this emotion from us. So again, this is based on some real science here. Last but not least, he has excellent vision. But in fact, not just excellent vision, but he has what they refer to as a wider optical window. What that means is he can see further into, say, ultraviolet light or infrared light than we can see. Now, kestrels, as an example, can actually see ultraviolet signals associated with rodent urine, and that's how they track down their prey. So again, there's a basis for this. Now, there's a big thing you might be thinking about in terms of the Kelpians. Now, this happened in season 2. And this is this big metamorphosis when the threat ganglia fall off and all of a sudden Saru's behavior changes. And they refer to this as the Vaharai. Unfortunately, they also refer to it incorrectly as an evolution. I want to stress, evolution does not happen in individuals. Evolution is something that happens across generations, not to an individual. So, for example, if you look at me in the 1970s versus me just a couple of years ago, I looked very different. I did not evolve, I just developed. Now, metamorphosis is a better word for this, and when we think of metamorphosis, we often think of like caterpillars changing into butterflies. There's a big change in an individual. Again, not an evolution though. Now, interestingly with this metamorphosis, not only is there a change in form, but there's also some change in behavior. You might remember Saru became a lot bolder, and there's a possible diet change, it seems like. So, for example, young Kelpians seem to eat this kelp-like stuff, okay? As they get older, they seem to like baul sandwiches. No, I'm just kidding. There seemed to be some sort of, we don't actually know if they were eating the baul, hopefully not. But nonetheless, there seemed to be behavior and possible diet change there. Now, there are frogs and toads that are herbivorous as tadpoles and carnivorous as adults. So again, mirroring this sort of kelp to baul transition. Again, we see this here in the real world, so yay, good science. Another sort of surprising thing we saw in season 2 of Discovery was these spikes. This is a great threat response where you could shoot the spikes at an enemy. When you think of that, when you think of an animal that can shoot spikes, what do you think of? You probably think of the porcupine. Unfortunately, you're thinking wrong. Porcupines actually cannot shoot their quills. They can kind of shake them off and have them kind of fly around a little bit, but it's not at all directed. Something that's a little bit better, but still not perfect because it doesn't really aim, is tarantulas. This is something actually I learned about at the Vegas convention when I presented a similar talk several years ago. They kind of do this. What they will do is they will essentially like rub off their little spines, and those go flying about, and those can be damaging to a predator. That's pretty cool. But if you want something with actual aim, my favorite example is the bombardier beetle. This is a little beetle that, when threatened, will actually spray boiling acids, and it can actually aim it at a predator. That is pretty intense, but very good defense mechanism. Nonetheless, shooting something from your body is definitely something that we see here in animals on Earth. So again, really cool. And finally, last but not least, we see this change overall on the planet Kaminar, which is where the Kelpians and Baul are from, in terms of the predator and prey dynamics. And this is something that obviously happened here on Earth over time. If you look, more than 65 million years ago, we had dinosaurs dominating the planet. There were some mammals around, but they tended to be small. They lived in terror of these dinosaurs. And then, 65 million years ago, we had this asteroid impact on Earth. There's a lot of volcanic activity, and that knocked back most of the dinosaurs. We still have the birds, which are basically the living dinosaurs. And now today, we see that lots and lots of large mammals here on the planet. Now, in terms of Baul, maybe there was something else like that happened. Maybe since the Baul are a little bit more aquatic, we see them kind of rising up from the water, maybe they were less susceptible to some sort of natural disaster, and that's what triggered the turnaround where the Kelpians were no longer dominating the planet, but instead the Baul turned it over. We don't know. But anyway, it's a neat hypothesis, and again, it's a great connection to sort of real-world ecology over time. All right. Next big category I want to talk about from season 2 of Star Trek Discovery is lots of references to one of my favorite fields, genetics. Yay! All right, let me do a quick intro for genetics to make sure everybody's on the same page for some of the terms, and then I'll tell you some interesting examples from Discovery. First, DNA. Most of you are familiar with it. This is the hereditary material found in all life on Earth. Stretches of DNA with a message like turn hair color brown are called genes, and genes are assembled together onto chromosomes. All your chromosomes, all your DNA all together is referred to as your genome, and this is mostly found in the nucleus of your cells. Okay, I'll come back to that in just a second. Now, you get one copy of all your chromosomes from your mom, you get one copy of all your chromosomes from dad, and that's why you have 2 copies of all your chromosomes. And these affect how you look, how you feel, they affect how old you might grow up to be, things like that. They don't completely determine everything, but they have a big effect. Now, what you can do by studying DNA and studying genes and things like that, you can use these for identification, right? That we all have we have a unique genetic code that is unlike anybody else's, except maybe your identical twin. But this is something that's commonly used in forensics and other applications. And we saw this in the context of Captain Pike when he first joined the Enterprise, when he put his hand on there for a DNA match. We saw a reference to cloning. We have a mostly good but dark reference here where L'Rell is showing the severed head of Ash Tyler. Now, it turned out they said the severed head was a clone that was correct down to the genetic code. And it's true. If you were to have genetic code and somehow let something live that long, you would probably have a head that would look like the original head from Ash Tyler. Minus, of course, any scars or anything like that. So, yeah, it's a mostly good reference. There was a more mixed one in the context of Dr. Culber and his return. Apologies, this is a little bit of a spoiler. It was really good when Dr. Culber was reconstituted from his DNA in that he did not, in fact, have any scars, right? Because those are not encoded in your DNA. What wasn't so great was this reconstituted Culber somehow seemed to have all his memories. Now, those would not be in your DNA, so it's not really clear how that happened, but it's okay. There was a little bit of timey-wimey fun stuff in there. Now, I mentioned before talking about chromosomes, you get one copy from your mom and one copy from your dad for all the genes that are on chromosomes in your nucleus. Now, you also have genes somewhere else in your body. You have them in what is referred to as the mitochondria. The mitochondria, as you may remember from high school, is the powerhouse of the cell. Yay! I always love it when I say it at conventions. People very often remember that fact. What's interesting is the mitochondria also have their own little genome. It's much smaller than what you see in the nucleus. So for us, there's like 3.1 billion of those letters in the nucleus times 2, because you have one copy from mom, one copy from dad. For your mitochondria, there's only like 16,000. Much, much smaller. Nonetheless, some of it is important. Now, mitochondrial DNA was important in Star Trek Discovery Season 2 because when they were studying this Red Angel suit, they said at first that it was associated with a genetic profile. And that's where they figured out, oh, this seems to be maybe associated with Michael Burnham's genetic profile. But they later specified it was in reference to Michael Burnham's mitochondrial DNA. Now, this is important because mitochondrial DNA is not inherited one copy from your mom, one copy from your dad, but in fact, your mitochondrial DNA is identical to your mom's. And Michael Burnham's thus was identical to her mom's, Dr. Burnham. So that was why either of them could fly this Red Angel suit, because they are genetically identical in terms of the mitochondrial DNA. That's awesome. Now, let me talk for just a second about how genes work in another reference that came up in the context of the Red Angel suit. So DNA is sort of the instruction manual of your cells, right? And I mentioned the genes or what have specific instructions for something. But proteins are the workhorses of the cell, right? So proteins are what make up your enzymes, your antibodies, they're more structural, things like that. So DNA encode what eventually become proteins, but they don't do it directly. There's an intermediary. So in between, your DNA will make what's referred to as messenger RNA, and that eventually, there's a couple of steps, leads to the proteins. Now, in Star Trek Discovery Season 2, there was a reference to Michael Burnham's mRNA being a perfect match to her mom's DNA. Now, I'm not quite sure why they did that, why they said mRNA, but it is true that any mRNA produced by the mitochondrial DNA of Michael Burnham would be a perfect match to the mRNA produced by her mom's mitochondrial DNA. So that's correct. I honestly wonder, though, if somebody thought M referred to mitochondrial, but nonetheless, it was accurate, even if it was a little bit funny. All right, let's move on to Season 3. Now, Season 3 is when Dr. Erin McDonald and I first became involved with Star Trek Discovery. She actually became involved with the whole franchise. I just did for Star Trek Discovery at this point. I had 2 contracts for Season 3. One of them relates to prions, and the other one relates to an overarching plot of Su'Kal and the bird. I'm going to come back to the second one in just a second. On the first one, the contract I had with respect to prions was this ask of, okay, we have some aliens who are going to be arriving at the starbase. They're going to be sick. They're going to have a disease. And we need to know what this disease would be. And these are the parameters I was given. The disease has to be very hard to cure. It has to be fatal if uncured. It has to be associated with something they had eaten, specifically a fruit, because they were then going to have to go find the seed ship to understand it. And it has to be not communicable between people. They didn't want there to be some fear that everybody else was catching it. So my suggestion for this, and this is what actually got worked into the show, was that we use what are referred to as prions. Prion comes from the 2 words protein infection, and actually refers to an infectious kind of protein. Now, they're really interesting in that what happens is prions literally change other proteins to be like it, right? So this is going to be, let me show you what I mean by this. Now, when we think about proteins, we again tend to think about this sort of thread-like thing. And you produce proteins in your cells that have lots of functions, but these proteins have a 3-dimensional structure. They're not just this thread laying out like that, right? Now, there are some particular ones that actually are the ones associated with what we call prions that are produced in your cell at all times, right? I'm going to play a short video here. You can imagine these are being produced and they're going out to specific parts of your cell to do their function, and some are brought back and broken down. And you have this sort of turnover of these little proteins. And this is the way it works well. Sometimes you have this other form that comes out and it changes other ones to be like it. It changes the 3D structure of other proteins around it to be like it. Now, what's bad about this, not just that it's changing them, but this new structure can't be broken down as easily by the cell. So what happens after it starts changing lots of these, you accumulate lots and lots of them because, again, they're changing all there's like it, more are being made, and they're changing to look like this prion protein, and they start accumulating. This is an actual picture of accumulation of prions across nerve cells in a human, or actually, I'm not sure if it's a human, across nerve cells, and they tend to accumulate again in nerves and in the brain. Now, there's a famous example of a prion disease you've probably heard of, not in humans, but in something else, and that's what's referred to as mad cow disease. You may remember this was a big problem, especially in Britain, but other places as well. Unfortunately, there's no cure. You may remember the way Britain dealt with this disease was basically sacrificing all the cows that had it. And even when we look at human diseases, I'm going to pull up, this is the website from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention here in the United States. It says, treatment of prion diseases remains supportive. No specific therapy has been shown to stop the progress of these diseases. This is bad. This is a bad disease. It's hard to cure, and it comes from something eaten. However, for us at least, and for the prions we know, it tends to be associated with having eaten meat specifically, not from plants. So how do we adjust for this? Well, I did a little bit of literature searching in the scientific literature, and I found, in fact, there are some proteins in plants, Arabidopsis here is a plant, that actually exhibit a prion-like behavior. So it's not unprecedented that maybe something from a plant could do this. Now, what would have to happen, though, is there has to be a plant protein that's similar to a human neurological protein. And actually, I found one of those as well doing some more digging. There's a plant protein called RHD3, and that's very similar to a mammalian protein called atlastin-1. Atlastin-1, if broken, causes what's referred to as hereditary spastic paraplegia, which is a neurological disease. So, yes, there's some leaps here in terms of thinking that we're hoping that at some point in the future they find a plant protein that can exhibit a prion-like behavior, and that particular one can also affect a human or humanoid neurological protein. But it's possible. There's a little bit of leaps here, but the pieces are all there. And that's what we try to do with science consulting. It doesn't have to be perfect. At least has to just be the elements are there. Okay. Now, the second task was a little bit more challenging. This was one given both to Dr. Aaron McDonald and to myself. And we were told there was going to be an alien, a Kelpian, that was exposed to radiation. He was going to scream, and that all dilithium everywhere is going to go inert. And then we were told, science that. Felt a little bit like Sukhal here in the context of, oh my gosh, that's pretty hard. Nonetheless, my part to this was to look at the biology. And my part for the biology was we just need to make Sukhal different from other Kelpians. And importantly, we need to make him very radiation resistant. Because you might remember he was in that, I can't remember the name of the nebula. He was in a nebula there that had high levels of radiation. And that radiation was affecting Saru very quickly, but he was okay. Now, radiation, as I mentioned before, it can have negative effects on DNA. It can introduce breaks in the DNA, it can introduce mutations in the DNA. By mutations, I mean like changes in those DNA letters. Now, if you have two copies of your DNA, like most of us do, we have one copy from mom, one copy from dad, but you're having high levels of radiation there, you may not have a good template eventually. You may get enough stuff broken that you can't actually repair. It can't be repaired. Now, what I proposed is that maybe Sukhal, because of the radiation, was a polyploid. Meaning rather than having one copy from his mom, one copy from his dad, he may have actually had two copies from his mom and two copies from his dad. Now, radiation can potentially cause polyploidy to happen. But what's interesting about polyploidy is now that you have 4 copies instead of 2, even if some of them get damaged, you have more templates from which you can repair. Now, some microorganisms have more than 2 copies of their genome, and some scientists have proposed in scientific papers that this may make them have more likely templates for repair, and therefore better able to survive in radiation or other sorts of mutational conditions. Now, what this will also do, and when you're a polyploid, this also changes both the amount of protein that you're producing, as well as possibly some of the specific proteins that are being produced, right? So rather than being exactly like a Kelpian, he actually would develop a little bit differently, including potentially his vocal cords. So our proposal then is that maybe like an opera singer who can break glass, when he screams, he actually is screaming in some way affecting the dilithium. Now, specifically, one of the things we proposed is that dilithium, the dye in dilithium, may refer to normal space and subspace components. And that when he screams, he's screaming at the resonant frequency of the connection between the normal space and subspace components of dilithium. And that's what breaks that connection and makes it so all of a sudden dilithium blows up. And since you're using subspace, it could happen everywhere faster than the speed of light. So, okay, there's a lot there. You probably want to read about this and think about this on your own. So I'll refer you to an article that Dr. Aaron McDonald and I wrote on StarTrek.com. It's called The Science Behind Discovery's Burn. But it's laid out in a lot more detail there. I just wanted to give you a snippet of what it was about. The punchline, again, is that we just wanted Sukhal to be different, such that he could survive the radiation, and such that he, when he screamed, he would actually break this dilithium connection. Presumably all the other Kelpians don't do that. Nonetheless, wonderful collaboration with Dr. Aaron McDonald, as always. Now, finally, I want to talk about Season 4 of Star Trek Discovery, and specifically this use of hydrocarbons for communication. Now, the task that was presented to me for this is that we were going to have a truly alien, and this is what's referred to as Species 10C. Now, with Species 10C, they wanted to have a new form of communication such that the universal translator was not good enough for translating it. And they wanted the translation to involve a process. It wasn't something that just, oh, here's the code, done, we figured it out. But there would have to be some back and forth and some thinking. So this was a really interesting problem. And I personally was really excited at the prospect of having truly alien aliens, because I would love to see more of that in Star Trek, honestly. But let's start at the very basics first. We're talking about communication. What is communication? What are signals, right? Well, signals is basically the process of conveying information to another organism, and that message has been shaped by natural selection on the signaler, not necessarily the recipient. Now, why do I say that? Well, for example, we exhale carbon dioxide, that attracts mosquitoes. That is not us trying to signal to mosquitoes to come. That's actually bad for us. Now, what the steps involved in this have to be production, transmission, reception, and interpretation, right? Production, transmission, reception, and interpretation. So you have to produce the signal, it has to go someplace, it has to be received, and then interpreted. Now, in terms of this, specifically looking at the transmission and reception pieces there, we have to think about what is the modality. Now, for us, the primary modalities that we use are visual or auditory, right? Now, there's one that we don't use so often, but a lot of other animals do, which is more chemical. Now, chemical for us would be based on smell or taste, things like that. We don't do so much communication that way, but this is something a lot of other animals do. Now, the most common term you've probably heard in this context is pheromones. Now, when people think pheromones, they always immediately jump to sex pheromones. That's not the only kind of pheromone out there. Pheromones are just chemical signals that have evolved for communication between members of the same species, right? Now, these are things that can either be broadcast in the air, or they can be things that have to be touched directly. So it's not just a scent, right? And one fun example of these is female moths, which release this sex pheromones, and males sometimes have these giant antennae, as you see in this picture here, for figuring out where's that female, and they can really zoom in on them. Now, we again are not great at chemical communication, but if you look, actually, there's some New World monkeys that actually have a whole other system that we don't have called the vomeronasal system. It's kind of like another smell system that they use for communication. We don't have it. A lot of old world monkeys don't have it. We count as old world monkeys in this context. So what I proposed for species 10C is that maybe they use what are referred to as hydrocarbons. These, as you would guess, involve carbons and hydrogens, right? Now, what's great about hydrocarbons is carbon, you may remember from its position on the periodic table, can bind to up to 4 other elements. This allows for a lot more complexity than for some other things that don't have carbon in them. And these are good candidates because you can actually make all sorts of different and complex forms. So you see the pictures there on the bottom right. This is really important because if we're looking at an alien species and we're looking at things that are being elicited that affect us, it can't be super simple. So for example, it can't just be methane. It can't be something that we encounter all the time. Basically, people don't fall in love when they smell a fart. So this was a great opportunity to actually have some very complex things in here. And I was thinking of these hydrocarbons being kind of like word characters, right? And that was the way we framed this out. And I should stress, this was a wonderful collaboration where I was putting in some of the chemistry and biology, but there were 2 linguists who were involved in this as well, Douglas Vacach and Sherry Wells Jensen. Now, Sherry Wells Jensen is outstanding for this because she's also thinking about other modalities in that she is legally blind. They both work with METI. This is the Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence Organization. But this is a good demonstration that no one can do this kind of complex work alone, right? These are massive collaborations. We had lots of fun meetings with the VFX people in terms of what are the hydrocarbons going to look like, with each other about how does this translate into a language, and they proposed the Linkos language as parts of it. So lots of fun. And honestly, this sort of consulting mirrors what we do in scientific research, where everybody's bringing their own expertise and we're learning from each other. And amazingly, that's also what happened in the episode. You might remember they brought down Detmer and some other folks, and everybody was using their own expertise to help solve this problem of how do you figure out the communication. So what was happening in the writer's room matches what was happening on screen, matches what happened in real science. Lots of fun. Anyway, I don't want to go into too much depth on it because, I mean, it's really just this interesting idea of using hydrocarbons for communication, which various organisms on Earth do. Now, let me close out with a couple of words on science and science consulting. I told you a little bit about one of the things I love about this, but what I think is amazing is the networks actually pay for this. That is very impressive. They're actually spending money to bring people together with different backgrounds to make sure the science here isn't just crazy. Now, what they could do, and there are franchises out there, unlike Star Trek, which would just be like, let's have a freeze gun or a time stop gun or what, these sort of crazy things. But no, Star Trek knows about the number of people who are inspired to go into science, technology, engineering, and math because of representations on screen, and they want the science to be good. Now, there's a whole bunch of different scales at which consulting can happen. And I've done actually the first 3 of these. I'm not the last one. It could be a quick text check. It could be just here's a sentence. Can you tell me if this sentence is okay? Okay, here's the answer. And I actually have literally gotten some by text. There could be full episode help. So for example, the piece I mentioned about the prions was a little bit more of a part of an episode in terms of how does that work out. You could have a multi-episode or season arc help, which is what happened in the context of, say, the burn for season 3. Or at the most extreme, they could actually have a staff member on retainer, which right now the franchise has Dr. Aaron McDonald on retainer. Previously, you may remember Andre Bormanis was one of the Star Trek consultants. Again, it's wonderful that they use people and expertise to make the science you see on screen at least reasonable. Obviously, there's creative license there. Obviously, plot will always trump science, but still, the fact they care about the science is great. And the other thing I love is that there's incredible enthusiasm for science. When you talk to the writers there, they're always like, oh, that's really interesting. Tell us more about it. And the one that always blows my mind is when they tell me, oh, what you do is so cool. Like, seriously? You make Star Trek. Like, what you do is cooler than anything. But there's a lot of enthusiasm for science and understanding the science and learning about the science. And it's heartwarming working with these brilliant people who are also just curious and excited and just incredibly kind. Now, as a consultant, this is a question that often comes up is, do you get to say no? Really, the best thing you can do is say yes and. Right? Essentially, because they're going to make whatever has to happen happen. Again, plot will always trump science. So if you can get them at least partway there, make it not crazy, things like that, that is better than just saying, no, you can't. That's not helpful to say no, you can't, because again, what they're trying to decide is going to happen has to happen for the plot. If you can't make it happen, sometimes it's better, just don't explain. And that's sometimes the answer. Sometimes people just say, all right, you know what, let's just have this there. Some future thing makes this work, and we're not going to talk about it. Great example, and this is a physics side, is the Heisenberg compensator, which makes the transporters work. Anyway, I should note just before I close out, a lot of the science you do, and this is true for, I'm sure, anything in show business, a lot of things that you do don't necessarily get used at the end. So there's some ideas that were floated, maybe some ideas that actually got fairly sketched out in detail, but maybe don't appear on screen, or the piece you were talking about doesn't actually show up. That's okay, right? It may be there, but not visible or not audible. Again, that's okay, because we're doing this because we love the project, not because we have to see this on screen. All right. I hope you enjoyed this talk. It's always a pleasure chatting with you. Feel free to follow me on socials or to subscribe to my YouTube channel, BioTrekkie Explains, and live long and prosper.
I think you're muted.
Oops.
It's okay. It's okay, because I was sitting there fascinated. I was like,
you should have translated for me. You've been like, oh, now, yeah, that would,
next time. Let's redo that next time.
Okay,
next
yeah,
time.
we'll have to make sure we do that.
Okay.
No, that was just saying that was absolutely fascinating, an absolutely fascinating video. I have zero knowledge when it comes to science, and so it's always fun to listen to someone talk about something. And he was very, very excited about that, and I love to see that. But yeah, so what we're going to do now is actually we're going to bring Dr. Noor on for a live Q&A. He's been lurking in the chat with us in the meantime. Hi, Dr. Noor.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I apologize for being on my phone, but for some reason the power's out in my house right now. So I'm really glad that we pre-recorded the main part of the talk. So it would have been pretty tragic otherwise.
Yeah, that could have been crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering, how did you first get involved in scientific advising for a show? How did that happen for you?
Sure. So actually, the connection is a very unusual one. I was giving talks at conventions about the science that we see in the shows. It was talks basically like what you just saw there. And I was actually giving a talk on science in Star Trek Discovery with Dr. Aaron McDonald about, I think, the first season or first 2 seasons or something along those lines. And we did this at Dragon Con one year. And back in the back of the room, there are 3 people who we recognized who sat down. They were Mary Chieffo and Ken Mitchell and Jane Brooks. So they played Chancellor Laurel, Admiral Cornwell, and one of the other Klingons. They came and sat in the back of the room. But after the talk, Jane Brooke, who plays Admiral Cornwell, came up and talked to me and said, "Hey, I saw your professor at Duke University. I'm actually a Duke University alum." So we ended up talking a lot. We ended up getting to be friends, and she was one who ended up eventually connecting me with some of the writers there. So that was great. But I'd always been interested in using science fiction as a way of teaching science. I published a book doing that called "Live Long and Evolve." And again, like I said, the science outreach talks were there. So it's great actually getting to feed into the other side of the equation by helping get some of the science into the shows too.
Very cool. Very cool. So you were recruited by a cast member at a convention. So what you're saying is great things can happen at conventions.
Exactly. Like this one. You never know.
That's fantastic. So it looks like Lynn has a question. What is the most far out Star Trek science thing you've observed on Discovery or any other Star Trek series?
Well, the most extreme one, I think, of course, is if you watch Star Trek Voyager, you might remember the episode Threshold, where they go to warp 10, and then all sorts of crazy things starts happening there. But the most extreme is Tom Paris eventually changes to an amphibian, and he takes Janeway to warp 10, and she changes to the same kind of amphibian, and they have amphibian babies together. I'm like, that's pretty far out there. I've heard people refer to it as a Brandon Braga fever dream.
Oh my.
Yeah, that again, it comes back to that whole, evolution doesn't happen to individuals. Evolution is supposed to be across generations. So, but it's still made for an interesting plot, a little chaotic and crazy, but still an interesting plot.
Right. Metamorphosis is what you called it, right? That's more accurate.
That's a much better way of putting it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Fair. Looks like Pip Slack is asking us, is there a particular aspect of science or biology that you'd like to see featured in Trek as a focus of an episode?
What I would love, and I've said this several times before, is I would love to see a species that has all the processes of life. So it has like metabolism, and it reproduces, it goes through natural selection, but it does it at a scale where when we as humans encounter it, we don't even recognize it's alive because it's going so slowly. So like it's doing all those things, but over the course of like millennia. So we might be going through and like squashing it or breaking it up, and we don't know. Like we can't tell it's alive because although it's doing the life process, it's doing it so incredibly slow we don't recognize it. And having then the crew come to some realization that, oh, that's alive. That would be, to me, that would be just scientifically really cool, because it's definitely outside the scope of what we tend to see in shows where everything is pretty much our size, our shape, our speed, everything else.
Mhm.
Do you ever get any input on story as far as like not necessarily just the scientific aspect of it, but would you ever get to say, hey, it would be really cool if this happened?
I've always, that's a great question. I'm very careful. I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to be involved in any way, shape, or form, and I don't want them to ever feel like I'm there. And honestly, like they do such a good job with stories and all the stories. I mean, I love every Star Trek series. The excellent work they put in stories is probably much better than I would come up with in terms of the story parts, no matter what. So I'm happy to let them do their job better than me.
Right. Okay. Looks like we got another one here. Let's see. Do you actually get time to play games? And if you do, what are they?
Oh, I mean, I do a couple of mobile games. I used to play. I haven't done it recently because my son kind of took it over. I used to love Star Trek Bridge Crew, the VR game.
Yeah.
That was so fun. But the problem is my son has the VR set and he takes it with him when he goes off to college, so I don't actually get that much access to it. I play a couple of mobile games sometimes. Like I play Clash Royale and things like that. I used to play Pokemon Go back in the day when that was popular and things like that. But,
Sure.
yeah,
Very cool.
not a big gamer though.
No? Okay. All right. I thought you were going to hit us with like Settlers of Catan or something along those
I
lines.
used to play Settlers of Catan a lot, like many years ago. I guess I played it once in the past year, but only one time in the past year.
That's a fun
I
game.
like games. I just don't
Yeah.
usually have a big group to do it with.
Sure. And you seem like a pretty busy guy too. I mean, let's be
I got
honest
a
here.
few
Probably
things on my plate.
a couple of things here and there. Yeah, sure. So I have a question about Okay, so I'm going to jump us back to the 80s, Star Trek 3.
Sure.
Spock basically growing up before our eyes. Is there anything like, is there any like truth to something like that ever happening? Like,
this is a funny one. This is something that a lot of science fiction does wonky. Is this the problem of conservation of mass? And also, like if Spock is growing that much and getting bigger, like where is that mass coming from? I'm assuming he's not getting it just out of the air. Like, and we didn't see him like eating everything in sight.
Right, yeah.
That to me is one of the first problems. I mean, well, you could do things in terms of just accelerated things happening. Like you can say like, okay, cell division is increased. You can have those kinds of things happening, but something has to be adding that mass, and something has to be giving him the energy for doing everything that's going on there. And that often sci-fi just doesn't even touch that. Like whatever. And we see things all the time where like, oh look, so and so somebody turned into a giant. Like, where did that mass come from?
I feel like
it's not just inflating. There's something being added. So.
I feel like you're going straight at the Marvel movies a bit there with the Ant-Man and the Hulk, maybe that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see like how does Bruce Banner go into the Hulk and then back? Like, does he like poop a lot right as he's going back? Or, like, where does it all go?
Where does it go? I've always had that question. I've always wondered what. Yeah. Looks like we've got a couple more that have popped up here. Sure. What is your favorite science that was first on a Star Trek episode that eventually became a reality? Oh, so okay, that's a good one.
So there's an interesting one from Star Trek Discovery actually. And this was no credit to me. This is actually Dr. Aaron McDonald's in the season 4 where they had to essentially go outside of the galaxy to go encounter the species 10C, which is the ones I worked on the communication part for. They had to pass this galactic barrier. The galactic barrier was actually first introduced back in the original series, I think in one of the very first couple of episodes, and like Where No Man Has Gone Before or something like that. When they passed this thing. So she had to come up with some sort of science explanation for what that was. So her explanation was, well, there's this thing called the heliopause in the solar system, which is basically as far out as the solar particles get. And then after that point, you're leaving it. So she said, well, maybe we could postulate there's something called a galactopause. She just made this up, right? But then what was amazing is just, a month or two after she made it up and stuck it in there was a scientific paper published postulating there actually is such a thing as a galactopause. So I was like, whoa, you nailed that thing.
She was seeing the future. She was doing the Simpsons thing, right?
She was definitely doing the Simpsons thing, yeah. That's not a technology thing, but it's more just a science fact. So I was like, oh, that's so cool. Usually Star Trek tends to reflect the science that's known at the time. So if you go back to the original, if you go back to like Star Trek Next Generation, when they talk about the human genome, they say something like, oh, we have like 100,000 genes. And that is what, back in the 1990s, that's what we thought the number of genes were. Now the estimate's a lot lower than that. But, it tends to reflect the science of the time. And even like the word genome, I think it only came up only once ever in Star Trek Next Generation, but something like 10% of the episodes of Enterprise actually have that word. Because again, Star Trek Next Generation was very early on, whereas Enterprise came out just as the first draft human genome got published. So again, it tends to reflect the science of the time, and they're using science consultants and a lot of things they're looking up to. So credit to them for that.
That is really that's really the one of the cool things about Star Trek is that it does encompass that, and it does it helps teach in a kind of an entertaining kind of way.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So then we've got, what do you think of the microbrain life form that was saltwater based and took over the computers on Enterprise?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's from Next Generation, first season. Home Soil was the name of the episode. Yeah. I like that actually. What I liked about it is people always ask me, like, what do you think is the most likely form, extraterrestrial form of life we would see? And I always say, like, it's way less likely we would stumble across something that looks like a Vulcan than we would stumble across something that's microbial. And that was something that was one of the few examples we saw in Star Trek where, like, oh, look, it's something microbial. That aspect I thought was really cool. That one, I believe, was also silicon-based rather than carbon-based. That's a little more speculative. Carbon-based is definitely much easier than silicon-based. But silicon-based is, it's not impossible. So, again, it was creative there. We got a little bit more dodgy then was how they all like interacted with each other and then start communicating with the ship and communicating with people. Like, okay, this is this has now gotten a lot more, shall we say, speculative.
Sure.
But no, overall, I love the idea that they were using something microbial and they're using something that's truly different from what we see. That to me always gets me the most excited. That's what I love about species 10C, for example, in Discovery. Like, I love things that don't look anything like human. So it's not just, you know, a person with a forehead prosthetic, though I love all of them too.
That is something that Star Trek is kind of guilty of a lot of the time, is everybody is bipedal and humanoid looking, at least for the most part.
And interfertile.
Right, yeah. So it looks like we have another one here. Okay, so this is a good one. I like this. How do you memorize all those crazy complex names in your fields?
Very true.
That's a great question. I mean, honestly, a lot of it is that if you work in a specific subfield, you just see those words so much that, you know, after a while they don't feel that complex. Often, if you know the pieces to it, if you know the roots, and I don't mean necessarily like having taken Latin. People told me when I was in high school, "Oh, you should take Latin if you're going into science." Like, yeah, I did. That didn't really make much difference. But if you just understand the root, that like when it, you know, if it has the word pseudo, that means similar to. If you know some of these roots just in general, as opposed to just taking a full Latin course, that helps a lot for some of these things. We're like, oh, I see. It's these pieces together.
Gotcha. I can't even pronounce half of them, so
No,
you know.
I mean, I know. If it's something from a different field, I can't either. Like if I see all these like physics terms, like I don't know what that is.
Just a big shrug.
You know?
So I wanted to ask about the Voyager and how it was a bioneural computer. Yeah, the jump packs. What? How realistic is that? Like, is that something that we could realistically get to?
Yeah, so it's always tough when they say things like this because we don't really know what that means, right? So, I mean, nerves are very efficient and they have a lot of positive aspects to it. When they say bioneural gel pack, is it actually like nerves that they grew in something, or is it just something like that the electronics resemble that? You know, it's always a little bit vague, and that, to some extent, I think it's intentionally so. And that goes with what I said at the very end of that talk. If something is difficult to explain, sometimes better just not to explain it than to put in too much, where then it's easy to then pick it apart.
Sure.
I mean, I can imagine elements of it that would work. It doesn't feel like from how we would try to do it right now. I can't imagine somebody trying to do something like that.
Right.
But I can imagine sometime in the future, maybe if they find a way that they can actually make that more efficient than just electrical connections, straight up electrical connections. Or maybe there'd be a lot of chemical aspects too, which I'm a little bit more skeptical that would be the most useful. I mean, I feel like you'd have to be constantly like feeding in all sorts of chemicals to them all the time. But maybe it's worth it. Yeah.
Like, I wonder what kind of things they could actually use something like that for, though. You know, would it even work for space travel? Would be something? I mean, I always use the Jedi from Star Wars as a comparative that you know, the Jedi, we only ever see them as these knights or these as monastic type of characters, but there have to be like Jedi teachers too, right? So you could use this technology on a starship, but could you also use it to, you know, do LCDs at home or something, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
No, it's great.
And we have another one here. What could a fruit cause accelerated speciation in a humanoid?
I'm not sure what that's referring to. Is there an episode with a fruit causing accelerated speciation? I don't remember that.
I don't know. Miss Lourdes, if you could elaborate maybe on that. We're a little stumped on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. I mean, just in principle, could a fruit cause accelerated speciation? I mean, again, the problem is fruits would affect individuals, right? So now one could say, could adaptation? Oh, actually, let me give an example of something. Oh, I got one. There's a fruit fly species called Drosophila seychellia. It's found in the Seychelles. It's only found there. It's not found anywhere else. And it breeds on Morinda fruit. What's interesting about Morinda fruit is toxic to just about every other species of fruit fly. But this species in particular has adapted. So not only does it avoid it, it's attracted to it, and it can detoxify it and eat on it. That may have potentially contributed to the speciation of that species from some of its relatives. So humanoid, that's another question there. But I mean, that's the case of a fruit potentially contributing to the speciation process.
Interesting. An
That's
interesting question.
That's a science deep cut.
Right? Like right over my head. So I'm glad you were like, well, I think I can work with this.
I was thinking about the koala and the eucalyptus plant. That's what I was thinking when you said the fruit fly.
Okay. Yeah. If you managed to build a replicator in your garage, what would be and what would be your first print? What would you replicate first?
Oh, first one, of course, like a model of the Enterprise. That'd be, of course, the
Nice.
first one. The Enterprise NX-01. I love that design, especially. I think the Enterprise is to me the coolest one.
The
But yeah, I
original
would,
series one or the refit?
no, the one from Enterprise, from the series Enterprise.
Oh, from Enterprise. Oh, I got you. Okay,
Yeah,
yep.
the
Oh,
NX-01.
NX-01. Yeah, I'm sorry. You said
Yeah.
NX-01.
No, it's all good. All good.
Brains
I
out
love
there
that
in the middle
design.
of nowhere.
Yeah. That'd
That's a
be
good one.
And it's something you could probably do that now with a 3D printer. That doesn't even need a full replicator. But I'd still probably be the first one I'd try with.
All right.
We're throwing a plot.
Yeah.
Well, this is an interesting thing. So I teach a class here at Duke. It's actually called Genetics, Evolution, Star Trek. And it literally shows up on your transcript like that. And one of the things that I challenge students with, I said, it's always easy to throw stones at a plot you see on a TV show. It's easy to do that, especially for something in science fiction. There's a lot of stuff in there like, yeah, that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. But I challenge them and say, like, okay, rather than just saying it doesn't work, try to come up with a way to make it work. Like, what would you tweak? What would you like? Or make it, even for what they've said, find a path that makes it so this is not so crazy. And to me, that's a much more interesting and as well as constructive intellectual exercise, as opposed to the, well, actually, those things.
You're basically describing my hobby here as a podcaster. I do movie reviews. So all I do is like knock down movies. So,
oh, good.
So, okay, looks like, well, we're almost done here, but looks like we got one. Wasn't there a TNG episode where they stumbled on an artifact in space that turned out to be an ancient, long-lived life form? I don't seem to remember that one.
I remember specifically. I remember there was the weird masks one, but that wasn't the life form.
Right.
I guess there was the crystalline entity.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one they're referring to. I mean, there's a lot of things like that in TNG. Yeah, it could be upstream. I was going to say, what do you think of species like Andorians, where there are more than just the usual two sexes in all reproduction? Do you think it's feasible there might be multi-sex species? So this is interesting. That verbiage about more than two sexes gets used often, and it's tricky because it depends on exactly what that means. If it means, so there's a paper that appeared in Nature magazine that said something like the bird with four sexes. That was recent, right? It doesn't mean that four different animals come together to reproduce. That's not what it meant. It meant that there were two different pairings, that A can pair with B and then C can pair with D, but then, A can't pair with C or D and things like that. So is that what so I don't know what the story is with Andorians along those lines. What does it actually mean when you say more than two sexes, right? Because we have a lot of plants that can only reproduce with certain other ones. And there might be, if you call each of the types that it can reproduce with a different sex, then or the ones that can't the same sex, you could easily then have more than two sexes. There are lots of plants that do. But if you're referring to the number that need to come together to make an offspring being more than two, there's nothing, I can't think of an example of that on Earth that needs more than two, but it would be fascinating. I think that would be a really cool thing to observe. I don't see a reason why that would be theoretically impossible. I mean, it just hasn't happened yet, at least not to my knowledge.
Maybe we're working on it. We don't even know.
You never know what the future holds.
True. All right. Well, I've been told that we have to wrap it up. So I want to thank you, Dr. Noor, for coming in and giving that great presentation and then for the Q&A.
Thank you for having me. I'm sorry again I'm on mobile, but I'm glad it all worked out.
No worries at all. Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye. Live long and prosper.
Hey, Starfleet International. I hope you're having a great conference. Cheers.
Hello, I'm George Takei, and as you know, I'm very proud of my association with Star Trek. Star Trek.
Hey, Starfleet International. I hope you're having a great conference. Cheers. Star Trek has always represented the hope for a better future. I don't think you can have that without pushing boundaries. And in the case of space, that is all that we're doing, is pushing those boundaries and finding out more. Always finding out more. And I think it's really important as a human being, as a society, to be able to do something like that. And this is where we do it. 200, 300 years ago, we did it on sailing ships across the ocean. Space is important to me because it's kind of a metaphor for risk-taking, tremendous rewards, possible rewards, being more expansive in one's thinking, and opening oneself up to the infinite possibilities. Probably the biggest thing that differentiates Star Trek from almost everything else is the community in which you enter. Well, the Planetary Society is that type of a community. If you share, like me, the need to expand into infinite possibilities, as my character does in Star Trek, and as I have said to Picard on more than one occasion, then certainly joining the Planetary Society is a good way to go. Join the Planetary Society.
Well, welcome back to the VIC.
Welcome back, everyone.
That was a
Gotta
lovely-
love the Planetary Society. I've been a long-time Planetary Society member, watching the light sail and everything, and man, just an amazing organization to be a part of. Also, they tend to get some Bob Picardo things out to people every once in a while. So if you're interested in a holographic doctor, Planetary Society is the way to go.
Definitely.
Okay, so it looks like we have our next segment coming up here. So I'd like to introduce Alicia from the USS Freedom in Region 1. Welcome. Glad to have you with us here on the VIC.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we also have with us the Vice Commander of Starfleet, Ryan Case.
Hey, everybody.
Ryan, my man.
Hey, how's it going, Rob? Alicia,
Good.
your audio is open.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, whatever you did, what I would recommend is muting yourself until you're speaking, because we're getting reverb. I'm hearing myself twice. It's really hard to talk. Anyway, first of all, thanks for introducing us, guys. Anne-Marie, you're part of my ship. I see you all the time. Rob, once upon a time, bought a pile of books that's just slightly off camera here from you at NIC. That was the first time I ever met
about
you.
the books. Was that the first time? I thought it was that, or I
That was the
thought it
first
was Space City Con when you were over here for that.
Well, that was about a year and a half later.
Was it later? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I didn't even know that you were on Lucy's ship or anything of the sort. I attended a virtual or an in-person IC. Rob bought a box from the auction, and it was a surprise box, no clue what was inside, and it was hundreds of Star Trek books. And he was on a flight, and he's like, I can't do anything with this. So I had driven and drove back with them.
Yeah, this was Niagara Falls, and I'm from Houston, so.
But anyway, thanks for introducing us, guys. I guess me and Alicia, we can take it from here.
Absolutely, take it away.
See y'all later.
Take care.
Bye, guys. Alicia, nice to meet you, by the way. We got told we're going to be working together for this little section here, and it's very pleasant to meet you. I'm going to stop talking so I don't hit the reverb while you're talking, but introduce yourself. You know, everybody's heard from me quite a bit yesterday, so have at it. Where are you located? What you doing?
Hey, everybody. I am coming to you from Sunday morning in Beijing, China. So I am on an away mission teaching English here in Beijing Language and Culture University, bringing some Star Trek to the East and having a great time with that. I have been in Starfleet since, wow, I'm going to say a long time. A long time. Starfleet's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful opportunity. I've met some great folks across ships, across regions, across the academy. And I think my favorite Star Trek is Deep Space Nine. That's my heart. You can see my Quarks bar. Love it.
I adore that.
My heart for this this year's conference is the auction, and because I'm an educator, I have a near and dear place for helping people achieve their academic goals. So I hope people join the auction, look at the great prizes, and just enjoy themselves at the conference.
Agreed. Very quickly, I'm being told that we have an intro to a Doug Jones video. So we're going to let the production team fire that off. We'll be back with you afterwards.
Hi, this is Admiral Mike Irvine, Regional Coordinator of Starfleet Region 6, the Pride of the Plains. On behalf of the chapters of Minnesota, the Dakotas, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Nebraska, I want to welcome you to the Starfleet Virtual IC. Please enjoy yourselves and live long and prosper.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Jones. I'm going to read part of your bio because it's quite a beautiful life story. So I'm going to read part of it for our guests. So while famous for working under prosthetics in iconic feature film roles, Doug Jones is also a versatile character actor who has performed as himself in guest star roles on shows such as Arrow, The Flash, Teen Wolf, Zed Nation, The Neighbors, Criminal Minds, and the list just goes on and on. I remember you from the Mac Tonight commercials because you've done so many commercials. And you were also a semi-regular guest on the hit sci-fi net reality series Face Off. The title role of Pan, and also the Pale Man in your work with Guillermo del Toro from Pan's Labyrinth, and the beautiful work you did as Sapien in Hellboy, and also the Fantastic Four. I mean, the list. As I started to read this list, I was like, as I said to you, how do I leave anything out, right? And then again, in Hellboy 2, Gainsbourg, Crimson Peak, again, incredible work. And my favorite, The Shape of Water. I absolutely adored this movie. I've seen it so many times. It's just an incredibly beautiful, sensitive story, and I adored it. And your work on Hocus Pocus, we really enjoyed that today. I'm a teacher, and at school I said, I'm going to be interviewing Doug Jones, and the students said, well, show us some pictures. So as I started to show some pictures on Google, they were like, Hocus Pocus, what? So they were really excited about that. And of course, we're here today in particular because of the work that you're doing currently on Star Trek Discovery in your role as the incredible Mr. Saru. So welcome and thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much for that lovely introduction that, that explores more of my life than I remember
Right?
about even. I know.
I know. So I would like to begin actually with you. Just can you just give us a little bit of your background? I mean, because I just read about a little bit of your background, like what led you to the stage in the first place?
Right, right. Well, as a child growing up in Indiana, I was a very tall, skinny, goofy child. Not much has changed in 62 years, but I, you know, like many other kids, I felt like I was the only one who wasn't quite right. So I escaped into the television set and found funny people like Don Knotts playing in the Barney Fife in the Mayberry Show, Gilligan's Island, the Comer Pile, the Carol Burnett Show, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke, movies like with Jerry Lewis and Danny Kaye and older ones with Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. It's like, wait, okay, so they're not like classically handsome, you know, football player guys. They're goofy like me, and so I thought I felt a kinship and a place that may be where I belong is on camera one day, you know. So that's kind of led me to. So anything I could do to get there was with, you know, the school stage, whether it was in grade school, high school, and university at Ball State. That's where I joined a mime troupe and learned the art of mime, and that brought so much more physicality to my performing. Along with being the school mascot, I was Charlie Cardinal for 2 years, and so that was Ball State can claim that they were my first costume character I ever played, and it's true. It's true.
That's fantastic. So I'm going to move into talking about creature characters. So they're all consuming in terms of like the thing you have to wear, but do you feel you shed yourself and kind of inhabit the character when you're playing them, or do you still feel like Doug Jones inside the character?
No, right, and that would be a mistake if I were Doug Jones inside the character. Yeah, that would be that would be my bad. I really need to infuse myself with the look that I'm carrying around and make it become a part of me and make it be a skin on me that is organically mine. That's what the mindset I have to be in.
Yeah.
And what comes with that is a head to toe performance. How does this being move, walk, talk, lunge, sit? What does the script call for? And is he menacing, or is he, you know, friendly and flamboyant? All these things come into play. The writers help out a lot with that.
Okay. So they would write that sort of thing into.
Sure.
Okay.
That, and also then what comes after that is the director's notes. I'll love to have a chat with whoever's directing whatever piece I'm in. And then the creature effects team. That's a big part of it. When they interpret and then sculpt and paint what's going to go on to me, that informs a lot of what I can do and can't do performance-wise as well.
Do they ask you for your opinion?
Oh gosh, my opinion would only muck up the system. Yeah, the best artists in the world have worked on me. You know, Oscar winners, Emmy winners. They don't need my opinion. When I do share my opinion, it's when we're in the process and I know that I have to do a certain thing to perform. And if something is inhibiting something that I need to do on film, that's when I'll have a conversation. And one of those, a good example would be Star Trek Discovery. When I was looking at the design for Saru originally, they had finger extensions that came out to here. So he was very long and very spindly with his fingers. Looked great, but I was thinking, how am I going to play this with these hands for 5 years? If they want me to put my hands on any props, operate any kind of a touch screen or buttons or levers or anything, or zippers. There was so much that I could not do with those fingers. So I told them they're going to look great, but I'm going to have to hand all my props off to someone else. So they did shorten the fingers to be more pliable with my own.
Fantastic. So can you tell me a little bit, you started to talk about it, but can you tell just a little bit about the art and the process of acting through prosthetics, which might be seen to have the potential to inhibit the subtlety of performance? What is the process? How do you get to that point? Do you spend time in the costume yourself? What do you do?
Indeed, yeah. Well, first things first. Usually, when I'm informed of it, I'll look at the. I don't. They may not have made the pieces or the suit yet.
Right.
So what I'll have to do first is interpret for myself what the script says. Talk with the director, get notes from them to see like what idiosyncrasies, quirks do they want to see in the character. Then it's between me and a mirror. I might like to go to a dance studio or a gym at night where after the aerobics classes and look at myself in a full-length mirror. What posture do it feels right for this character? What kind of walk? I want to get a movement and a stance that's his home position, and from that everything will flow. So that I can work out myself in a mirror, and that's just me in a t-shirt and jeans or shorts. Then the fittings start, and that's when you start doing test makeups. And will this length of arm work? Are the arms inhibited? Is there something heavy on the head that makes neck movement an issue or whatever? So I have to then incorporate what I can and can't do with the look that I am carrying around, and make that organically mine if I can. That's what I have to go in my mind. This is how this creature moves or can't move, and he's okay with that because that's how he wakes up every day.
Yeah. What would you say is the most difficult aspect of working an entire day shooting in that sort of makeup and prosthetics or whatever they're going to put on you?
Right. Well, I think most people mistakenly think that the hardest part of the day is the makeup process itself. Not true. That is the easiest part of my day. I get to sit there and while they do all the work.
Yeah.
And I am not a bored person who has to be doing something all the time. I am as boring and I love it. I can sit still, stare at a wall, drool on myself, totally happy. So that's perfect for these multi-hour makeup processes. But the hardest part then is once that process is done, you might be a little bit fatigued. You might then have a 12-hour shoot day ahead of you. Keeping your energy up with extra heat, extra weight, extra stickiness, extra, challenges, contact lenses, fingers, not being able to go to the bathroom maybe as much as everybody else because of how long it takes, dehydrating a little bit to take care of that, whatever, one issue after another. And then by the end of a 12-hour day, then I have a long cleanup time too. So I'm the first in, the last out, and I got to do it all over again tomorrow. So that's the hardest part, is keeping the character intact and keeping my dialogue memorized. My brain and body all have to be working all at the same time. It takes an awful lot of energy. So that's the biggest challenge.
Wow. So have you ever had a day where you had quite a complicated makeup shoot, and then you had an early call the next day? Have you ever just said, I don't want to take this off, I'll just come back tomorrow in makeup?
I have only worn things home once on one movie. That was the Pale Man for in Pan's Labyrinth. Of the two characters that I played, he was the longer makeup. It took six hours to apply.
Crazy.
Glued to me, my entire torso was glued down into prosthetics, multiple pieces that had to be blended in together, and then paint touch-ups afterward, hands that were glued on with some claw finger extensions. As they were removing my makeup the first day, I knew my call time was already going to be really super early, and it was really super late the night before. And my makeup artist that won the Oscar for this movie, by the way, so they're the best at what they do, were being very careful getting it off of me, as they should have. That helps keep my skin ready for the next day.
Right.
And it was going so slow. And so I was looking at the clock going, they're going to have to start putting it right back on, right? So I said, you know what, if you can get my head and my hands free, let's leave the entire torso body on. And I'll just wear it again, but let's not tell anybody. So we quietly put my sweatsuit over my Pale Man, saggy skinned silicone body. And that's what I wore back to my hotel room. They wrapped me in saran wrap so I wouldn't stick to myself. It was, so that went on and for 4 days. When Friday night came and they could finally undo the entire thing, that was the best shower I've ever had in my life.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Like, in looking back at some of the roles you've had, which role would you say is the most challenging that you've had to play?
Well, the farther you get from human, the more challenging they become. Add to that heady dialogue. And you might, that's where the challenges come in. Again, when brain and body are being used to their utmost. So I would say in Pan's Labyrinth, also, let's go back to that one. The fawn character was a 5-hour makeup application, so I'm already fatigued by the time I get to set. Clunking around on stilts. I was 7 feet tall, had a very big, heavy head on with these big ram horns with battery packs in them, and they were operating puppeteered facial expression on the top part. Then I also had reams of Spanish dialogue. So that's a language I don't speak. So the memorization process had to start months before. And so then performing that and keeping that up and going and keeping my brain in tune with like Spanish, right? And tons of exposition dialogue while doing this. That was among the toughest jobs I've ever done. Saru on Star Trek Discovery is not easy either. And I will tell you, science fiction dialogue is a world unto itself. And when you are a bachelor's degree in radio and TV and theater, the science doesn't always make sense. So, for instance, like I'll find on our show, if I wanted to hand a mug to somebody and say, well, in a human like a drama, you might, if someone's having a hard day, you might say, well, here, take a sip of this. That would be the end of the dialogue. In Star Trek, we have to say, let me grab this ceramic mug. Now, this was made in 1974, and ceramics were actually invented in the 1700s by so-and-so, and it's used mostly for hot drinks because it does retain the heat. Now, what I put in here is coffee. That comes from the coffee bean, South America, blah, blah, blah. You explain all that and say, it would help your mood if you had a sip of this right now, I think. So that's the difference in dialogue. We expose and have exposition and lots of history to everything we say. We explain the science behind it before it happens. So that is a memorization job that has been tougher than anything I've ever done in my life. And the difference too between that Spanish example and this one in English. In Spanish, since I don't know the language, once those lines were memorized, that's the only way I knew how to say them. So they came out consistently every time. On Star Trek, I speak English, so I have a full vocabulary to draw from. So when your phrasing comes out, your brain can often twist it into other words that that means sort of the same thing. So you find yourself flubbing your lines constantly, and I'm not the only one. Star Trek dialogue is tough for all of us.
Yeah, all the technobabble as well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But the babble all means something, and we want to get it right because there's smart people out there like you, Dr. Lynn, who know what we're saying and care and will check our science and will fact check us. So we want to make sure we get it right.
Well, last year we spoke to Dr. Erin McDonald, who talked a little bit about the science that because she's one of your advisors.
Yeah.
Like it's incredible. It's incredible how much is like rooted in science, right?
Right. We have PhDs on our writing staff for sure. So we want to get it right.
In my research, I came across so many articles which talked about the work you've done with director Guillermo del Toro. Can you tell me a little bit about that relationship and how it came to be, and about some of the work you've done together?
No, sure. I could take up an entire hour and more if I went through all of the details of him. He's my favorite director I've ever worked with, and every other director knows that, and they're okay with that because they love him too. Everyone I've ever talked to has revered his work and admires him so much. I met him on his first American film back in 1997 was Mimic, and I was brought in to do a bug character for him, an overgrown cockroach, for some reshoots. And we hit it off and I didn't really keep in touch, but he kept a card of mine in his wallet. And 5 years later, when the Hellboy movies were starting, and they were developing the character of Abe Sapien, the creature effects team at Spectral Motion, a creature shop, unveiled a maquette sculpture of what this character, Abe Sapien, the blue fish guy, might look like. And director Guillermo del Toro was directing this, and he looked at the sculpture and said, "Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful." And so they said, "You know who should play this is Doug Jones." So that's when I got a call, and his response to hearing my name was, "Wait, Doug Jones, I know Doug Jones," and he pulled my card out of his wallet. So and that Hellboy 1 was the movie that really cinched up our relationship more, and we got more of our working flow and our working rhythm down between each other really well in that movie. And then Pan's Labyrinth was written, and he wrote the Fawn character and the Pale Man with me in mind. And then we did Hellboy 2, The Golden Army. And then after that, we did Crimson Peak, and then The Shape of Water, which you mentioned, which is probably my favorite movie I've ever been in, because the romantic in me was satisfied with that one so much. So Guillermo's the type of director who, once he has a team around him that he trusts and knows your talents and knows and trusts your sensibilities as well, and knows that we trust his sensibilities, he'll keep us around for a while. So he's been known to do that, and I've been very, very blessed for 25 years to have been in his Rolodex when he's creating a creature for me.
Oh, that's beautiful. So of all the characters that you brought to life in the realm of science fiction, horror, fantasy, which would be your top 3 and why? I know they're all your babies. I know they're all your babies. I know.
Yeah, they are. And the favorite question is always the hardest to answer, because when you have 37 years of characters and they all become your kids, it's hard to say, well, my favorite kid is, and then all the other kids are going like, hey, what about me? So I don't want to do that to all of them. But I did really resonate with the intelligent, gentlemanly ones. I find a part. I hope that a part of me is in them. Like Abe Sapien from the Hellboy movies, Saru is. I've gotten to know Saru better than any other character I've ever played. So, he's become quite special to me because we know so much about each other now. Having spent this much time together, his gentlemanliness, his refined poise and posture, and his emotional status. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. And there's something very childlike and innocent about that I just adore. I also loved the quiet, cool, the quiet confidence of the Silver Surfer. He was so many things that I'm not. As I talk, I flap my hands around and make facial expressions to make sure my point's getting across. And he didn't need to. He could stand still and know that he was extremely handsome and that he had the power cosmic, so he could destroy a planet with one flick of the hand. So he didn't really need to. He knew that a look in his eye was enough, and that was really interesting for me to try to find that space. And in The Shape of Water, like I said, that to be an animal from the wild who had a romantic relationship with a human woman, and finding our love language with each other, because neither one of us spoke words at all. So all of our communication had to be visual and through touch. It was such a lovely language to explore with Sally Hawkins in that movie. So the list goes on, and the goofiness of Billy Butcherson speaks to me. And also another science fiction show that it doesn't get quite as much airplay, but Falling Skies. I was with Noah Wiley. I was on 3 seasons of that, season 3, 4, and 5. And Cochise, my character on that, was an alien, a Volm alien, who came to Earth to try to help them fight back against the other aliens that were attacking Earth. So I was a good guy. And also there's some Saru traits and in Cochise, and some Cochise traits in Saru. They're both very gentlemanly and very well spoken. The writers, are very articulate. Both characters never speak in conjunctions. If you'll notice, Saru always says the I am, it is, you are, instead of I'm, your, it's. So both I kind of appreciate that quirk. That's fun.
Oh, that's lovely. Were you a Star Trek fan before landing the role on Discovery?
Well, I would call myself a casual fan. I'm a channel flipper, and you can't flip channels without. This is in the old days of TV, by the way, not before streamers. You can't flip channels without landing on something Star Trek throughout the ages. And every time I did land on that, I would stay and be like, oh, this is Voyager. Oh, this is Deep Space Nine. Oh, this is Next Generation. Oh, an original series. I'm old enough that it was on network television when I was a kid.
Me too.
Okay. So there is something very nostalgic and very, rooted in our hearts when we've grown up with it. So yeah, of course.
Oh, that's beautiful. So you've played like numerous roles like in a movie, but how did you approach coming to a character that you knew you were going to live with for a number of years? So, you know, we're in going into 5 years. How is that different from what you might have expected going into that process?
Right. Well, when you're looking at a movie script, you know there's a start, a middle, and an end to that script, and you can develop the character based on the story that you know he's going to play in. When you're doing a series like this that goes on for an indefinite amount of years, the writers can take you anywhere, you know. And when I was given the role of Saru, I was told that, you know, you are based in fear. You come from a planet where you are the prey species. You're a subordinate species to the dominant species, the Ba'ul. And so you are constantly, and you have these threat ganglia that are sense death and fear. So that's a running theme for you. So round about season 2, I go through a transition where that's no longer part of my makeup, my being. So the twists and turns happen like that. The writers will surprise you, and you peel more layers of the onion back and find out more about your character every season that comes. So I figured that with, you know, multiple seasons ahead of me when I said yes to the show, that this might be a thing, and it sure enough proved itself to be very true. That change is constant.
So it peels back the layers of your character each season.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. So I'm not going to talk too much more about the prosthetics of Saru, although it fascinates me. But Saru is the first Kelpian in our universe, our Star Trek universe. So how do you approach being the actor tasked with creating what is and will be canon for this alien species?
Right. That was there was a certain relief to this, that I didn't have to live up to other actors who have played a certain species before me. But so I get to help create this from the ground up, and I can't get it wrong, right? Because there's been no Kelpians before me. But I wanted to make sure that I got something right enough that he would stay in the canon and stay and become a beloved species among the fans. So there was a relief and heavy responsibility all at the same time. But I think when everything about who he was, again, that innate fear was something, but then being that he was the one Kelpian who had curiosity enough to get off that planet. He's the first Kelpian to join Starfleet. How did that happen? Well, in The Brightest Star, which is our in the short treks, there's a little 20-minute story that shows you how Saru became, you know, Captain Saru one day. That Kelpians were sort of like just accepted the life they were given. We lived in huts. We farmed kelp from our little ocean, and every so often the Ba'ul would come and cull some of us, and we had short-lived lives, so not much expectation for what our futures. Saru was the one who's gazed off to the stars all the time, wondering what else is out there. Is this really it? Very relatable, by the way. I think a lot of us do that when we're looking when we're young and we look, you know, what's my future going to be? Is this it, or is there more? So Saru is the embodiment of my teenage years, you know. So I did love that. And I think I might have veered off your original question. I can't remember.
No, you're fine. You're just fine. You're just fine because you're sort of saying that there was a certain amount of freedom, but yet the responsibility of influencing a generation of Kelpians.
Sure. Well, and everyone who's come on Discovery to play a Kelpian in whatever episode, if they're, you know, going to be around for a minute or longer, they were all required to talk to me first. We had to have a little you know, boot camp with Dougie to get especially the Kelpian walk, what seems to get a lot of attention. And that, of course, was inspired by the boots that I have to wear. We have hoof feet. We don't have, we can't put our heel on the ground, and we can't rely on weight on the heel because it's a high heel shoe position with no heel under you. So you have to kind of push your center of gravity over the ball of the foot, and that kind of changes your posture a little bit. So then the sway of the arms like this behind me was a product of that I liked when I saw it within the first few minutes I had those boots on, that walk kind of came naturally. So so I'm going to give some credit to our costumer for that. That was a big help. So he walks like a supermodel. So now when anybody comes to play a Kelpian, it's like, oh geez, I got to walk like that. So we have a little practice run with your boots on, and it's been fun to see. In fact, a guest star, Bill Irwin, who played Sukal in season 3 for a couple of episodes. And the first episode of season 4. He is a physical genius, and he's someone with a big vaudeville background. And when it comes to clowning, he's the king of it in our modern day. So when he was kind of debating whether or not to say yes to the offer to guest star as Sukal, they arranged a phone call for us to talk before he made his mind up, so we could chat about, here's what a Kelpian is, here's what you're going to go through the process of your day, and so we had a little quick, and he studied me on film and video to see like how that walk was, and he got it right away because he's such a genius. But the thought that like Bill Irwin would be calling me to get some pointers was like, oh, I can't believe this is happening. It was a beautiful opportunity.
That's amazing. He's had Saru has had such a beautiful story arc. He began as this timid, kind of insecure character and beholden to the rules, but he's evolved into this confident and thoughtful presence and someone that we, like the audience, trust to do the right thing, protect his crew at all costs. Can you talk a little bit about that transformation for you as an actor? And you got a love interest, just saying.
Yeah, he's been through a lot. Yes. Well, again, Saru losing his fear in season 2 and losing his threat ganglia and going through Vihari, which is that adolescent change of life for a Kelpian that he didn't know was possible. That changed everything. And the writers, that was a surprise to me. I didn't know that was coming until I saw the script going, wait, are they going to kill me off? What? Oh no, he lives and he's different now. Okay. So that was so all of the groundwork I'd done for Saru internally and externally was a certain way. This changed him. He lost his innate fear. He now could look at the world around him with more confidence and more courage. So it was a lovely transition to make with him, and it's something I could resonate with personally as well, because I've lived my own life in a certain amount of anxiety and fear of tomorrow, and if I can't see it, it must be scary kind of a mentality. And I've talked to a lot of fans who say the same thing, like that Saru has been kind of a guidepost on this big behavior and how to view the world around us and how to react to it. And that's the differences now. It's not that his circumstances have changed, he's changed, and how he reacts to his circumstances, that's what's different. So as a person, I'm like, wow, maybe I can take that on in my own real life, where instead of this new thing or this unknown is scary to me, how about just changing our attitude to, I've handled it for this many years, I can handle this thing too. If Saru can do it, so can I. So I've really, really enjoyed that process, and because of that change, I think it gave him more of a step up to become captain one day when he took over in season 3 for that. And also the one thing I always kind of wanted for Saru, by the time I got to season 2, I was thinking, wouldn't it be nice if he had a love interest? I don't know how that would work out, or what species that would be, or where we would find this this love for him. When President Tarina came on in season 3 as a guest star, Tara Rosling, the actress who plays her, is just Shakespeare trained, like ultimate professional, so poised, so lovely, and just a dream to work with. So we connected immediately on set when she came on, and the way it was kind of written, Saru reacted to this when she came onto our bridge as a hologram. It was like, oh, who is that? Right. So and then by the end of the episode, he was trying to woo Navarre. Starfleet's trying to woo Navarre back into the fold, because they separated themselves from the Federation. During our 1,000-year jump, somewhere in there, we lost Navarre, formerly Vulcan. And so, of course, he's trying to be a diplomat to try to, be a good presence for Starfleet and the Federation for President Tarina. At the same time, when they're saying goodbye to each other at the end of that episode, he's like, I know that it's going to take a lot to get Navarre, all those political things. But in the meantime, I'd like our conversations to continue. And she said, I would like that. And she gave me a live long and prosper, and then went away as I looked out the window. Now, I don't know how that anyone could mistake that. That seems like love brewing to me.
Mhm.
That's a let's do coffee, isn't it?
For sure. For sure.
So, and Tara Rosling felt the same thing, and so we did kind of have a chat with Michelle Paradise, our head writer, and our showrunner, say, "Is that where you're headed with them?" And she was like, "Oh," and it hadn't really occurred to the writers' room yet. So so in season 4 they brought her back, and boy, I loved that whole arc and that whole development. It was such a prim and proper, innocent sort of courtship that you just don't see that much of outside of an English frock drama, So we had our own English frock drama in space, and I mean, it all led up to a handhold at the end of season 4, which everybody was cheering for at home, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful. And this is what I mean. Like, Saru has, as a character, has just grown and just, we're along for the ride. That's kind of the way, as it is with all of these shows, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned that the episode Su'Kal, and I'm wondering, was it difficult to be Saru without his makeup?
Oh, right. Well, right. While Bill Irwin is in a Kelpian makeup, and after having that little coaching session with him, I'm not going to be looking like a Kelpie in that episode, or those 2 episodes actually. Again, that was a curve the writers threw me that was like surprising, exciting, and also terrifying at the same time, because I thought, oh, great, I can be out of the makeup trailer in 10 minutes instead of 2 hours. Great. And I don't have to walk around in the boots. I can, and I don't have rubber on my hands. This is going to be great. Then I thought, oh dear, I have developed a part of the Kelpian development and Saru's development. That look has been a big part of it, right? Without that look, is this going to be playing can I still play Saru looking like this? So I tried my best as a flat-footed human to still incorporate some of Saru if I could. I didn't do the full sway behind me with my hands, but when he walked, I kind of gave him a sort of a light hand swing of some sort, and his speech pattern, of course, was the same, but without the rubber over my nose. I sounded less nasally. It was, a lot of it threw me off a little bit at the start, but it was a fun exercise in if we didn't look like we do, would we still be us? And I think Saru was.
Absolutely, it's a beautiful episode. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. Can you have been a part of so many different fandoms. Can you tell me what your experience with the Star Trek fandom has been like, and how does it differ from others?
Right. Well, within my 37-year career, I have been a part of so much science fiction and horror and fantasy and comic book genre that brings a certain fan base with each one of them, and a lot of overlap between them all. Star Trek is an animal unto itself, and a fan base that is its own thing. The word that comes to mind is family. And I get the family feeling more with this fandom than anything else I've ever done in my life. In fact, when I did my first Star Trek convention, I think it was back in 2018 in Las Vegas, person after person in my line at my signing table kept saying, "Welcome to the family." I mean, I get even choked up thinking about it, because I know how protective the fans are of this franchise. And so when you get naysayers that are skeptical about a new show, it's the love of the franchise that generates that. It's not just, everyone wanting to be bitchy, not that at all. It's that this is a beloved property that they want to take care of, and it's a family that has grown from it. So they're all very protective of each other and of the stories. So I don't I'm on board with that. And so I do want to get it right. I want to please that fandom. I want to make sure that that my family, that these new brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, nephews, nieces are pleased with what Uncle Dougie's doing in the family.
Oh, that's really nice. I understand completely what you mean.
Oh, and if I can add an anecdote
Please.
to that anecdote, when I attended the Oscars with The Shape of Water in 2018, and Star Trek Discovery was in the, I think it was in the middle of airing its first season. Right behind me, about to approach the red carpet, right behind me was Patrick Stewart.
Oh,
So
wow.
I was like, oh. So I, like an idiot, I didn't know what to call him. I'm, oh, Sir Patrick, Mr. Stewart. Oh, I'm Doug Jones. Hi, and I'm the fish guy from The Shape of Water. Oh, how lovely! He had seen it, loved it. It was very sweet of him to react the way he did. And I said, well, we have something in common as well. I'm in the new Star Trek series Discovery, and he said, oh, well, I hope you know what you're in for. So, that fandom is what he was talking about, and I do know now what I was in for, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh, well, thank you. That's fantastic. Do you have like a favorite scene or a moment? You've mentioned a few from your time on Discovery that the listeners would want to, like, that you could share with us. Just a favorite scene or a moment.
Yeah, favorite moment in the show for me would be that Vihari, that transition, because it does open up a world of possibility. Like whatever we feel we're stuck in, we don't have to be. And the sentimental scene that my scene where I thought I was dying, and I hand my Kelpian knife to Burnham and ask her to do the deed for me, to do a little mercy killing. And then we find out she didn't have to, that was such an emotional brother-sister moment that was beautiful. A scene that happened before that in the same episode, though, really caught a lump in the throat. And I couldn't get through the scene without crying while we were filming it. And that was when Saru asks Burnham, we're in the science lab, because we're trying to figure out a bigger issue. And Saru was kind of sick, and that's when our computer went haywire and language was getting mixed up on our ship. And since Saru speaks 94 languages, he was the one that could interpret for everybody. So he was kind of wavering in his health, and also having to do extraordinary things. So we're in the science lab trying to figure, the issue of the day out. And Saru takes a moment to ask Burnham, I've been keeping a journal, and I would like for you to pass this journal along to other Kelpians so they know the possibilities ahead for them. And it was like, oh gosh, I'm getting choked up now even talking about it, because it's like, I think the idea of legacy is something we all want to leave something behind. We want to make the world a better place than we found it. And Saru was kind of like, that moment just embodied that for me, and it really touches my heart still to this day, as you can see.
Yes, beautiful. I'm going to go back and rewatch that episode.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Do you have a favorite Star Trek character from any of the Star Trek series? And why?
Oh, I love so many of them, and I've met so many of them now as the actors who played them. But I think I'm going to go back to my childhood, and when I first saw Spock on film on my TV, I was like, well, he's the tall, thinner one that looks different than everybody else, acts different, talks different. And something about that Vulcan thing that was just so intriguing to me, that there was so much emotion inside, but he never showed it. If he dared to show it, it would be all of it. That was just so fascinating to me. And the fact that he was such a loyal member, his relationship with Kirk, and how that again, that family thing, and he was such an interesting part of the family. So I've always been a Spock person. And now that my love interest on Discovery is a Vulcan lady, that's like brought me kind of full circle with like, oh yes, I get to fall in love with someone who doesn't show emotion. This is my challenge.
Now, you talked a little bit about like the relational qualities of the show. I love also the relationship between Saru and Burnham. I think that's a very special relationship that has grown and just has so many different, like, beautiful facets. Can you talk a little bit about that relationship?
Yeah, back to family again. Burnham and Saru are brother and sister, chosen brother and sister. And the thing is, we both have brothers and sisters in our real lives. She had Spock, that she was an adopted brother to, or a sister to, and I have my sister Sarana that we've met on the show back on Kaminar, my home planet. So we both were living in the absence of our real siblings, so we found each other. That's just a beautiful relationship that has grown, and it's gone through all the phases of brother and sister. When you meet us in season 1, we're kind of like competitive with each other, and we kind of sandpaper on each other and annoy each other a little bit. And but as time goes on, we have grown such a respect and an admiration for each other and a protectiveness for each other. And so that's when things happen, when in season 3, when I was captain, and Burnham was my first officer, and she'd worked her way back up and had gained trust again within the Federation and Starfleet. And now it's like, then she pulls another Burnham and goes off the rails and does something a little bit daring and not by the book. And I have no choice. I mean, her choice making has always been very sound, and it always works out in the end that she was right. But I had no choice, that she broke the rules. I had to demote her. Tough scene to play, especially now. Sonequa Martin Green, the actress, and I have become like this in real life too. We call each other brother and sister. I adore that woman. So the two of us have agreed that when we have argumentative scenes or abrasive scenes with each other, not our favorite. We love the makeup scenes that come later. We love those. So that was a toughie when Saru had to demote her, and she said, "You're doing the right thing. I'd make the same choice." And she had to. So that respect and love for each other is apparent, even when we have our little moments of angst.
I mean, you're saying that you're friends in real life. That is absolutely apparent. It's so real. The relationship is so real between the two of you on the screen. It's
Thank
just
you.
yeah.
Another thing to that too, Sonequa and I are both in real life huggy touchy type people, and so Saru at the beginning of the show in season 1 didn't really understand huggy touchiness, and now he's evolved. That part of him has evolved too, where he and Burnham hug each other, hold hands here and there. It's like it's been really a sweet evolution.
Like, I mean, you were talking about that scene as you were going through the change, and I was sitting at home crying. I'm just going to tell you. There's such a powerful scene. I felt so bad for both of you, and I know you're actors and everything, but I was feeling bad for the two of you.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's such a powerful scene. Oh my gosh. So I think we're coming to the end of our time, and I just have one more thing. Are you permitted to say anything about what's to come in season?
In season 5, yeah.
Don't get in trouble.
I won't get in trouble.
Okay.
I can, well, like I said before, change is a constant. So there's more change afoot for Saru in season 5.
Cool.
It could be I have captain rank and captain status, but I'm not in the captain's chair right now, as we saw in season 4. Saru was home on Kaminar at the beginning, having given the ship over to Burnham's captaincy, which he really was a champion of. So he knows she belongs in that captain's chair, doesn't want it from her. But as a captain now that he earned, where does he need to go from here? Well, he came back to Discovery to be first officer because we were trying to figure out in season 4 this humongous threat to the galaxy that we tried to figure out, and it all led us up to the 10C. And communicating with them and getting them to back down, realizing that we are sentient here in this galaxy and we don't need to be destroyed. Thanks. So that was something that he wanted to be by her side to help and be rejoin his Discovery family in whatever way he could to be of help. Well, now that in season 5, I think he's going through that thing that we go through, where we're having been there, done that syndrome, and we know what our potential is, and is first officer where he belongs forever. Even though it is Burnham, his dear sister person that he wants to be there for. Again, looking out the window, what else is out there for me? So I think he's going to go through some of that, and we'll see where that leads.
Right. Oh, thank you for that. That's fantastic. So again, I'm just going to say thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. And I wish you every success, and I look forward to seeing you. I know when it's you, even when you're not, like, even when you're behind the latex, I
Yeah.
know that voice. So I look forward to hearing that voice in every project that you do. And thank you for being so open and welcoming to all of us who are your fans. We appreciate you and we wish you well. Thank you
Well,
so
I
much.
appreciate all of you more than you can possibly know. So thank you for keeping this whole franchise alive for 50, what, 7, 8 years now. And if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have the Star Trek that we have. And so I wouldn't have ever been on a show called Discovery if it wasn't for you. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much.
So Ryan, can you hear me?
I absolutely can.
Ooh, headphones are working. Yes.
Well, they are not because I'm hearing myself.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. Like I said, when you speak, just unmute and I'll be quiet. And when you're speaking, we'll be good. I adore that man. Doug Jones, I have loved him since the minute he walked onto the screen, the first time I ever came across him. And when he got announced for Discovery, I whooped and hollered. I was so excited. One of my favorite stories that I have, it was the captain before me on the Haze. He's still a member of the Haze, Brett Knott. He didn't go anywhere. But his favorite story for years was my favorite and nicest Trek actor I've ever met is LeVar Burton. He's the sweetest, nicest man ever. And I agree with that sentiment. He said, but the sweetest, nicest person that I've ever met outside of Trek and kind of trumps all was Doug Jones. And he said that for years. And when he got announced for Discovery, he goes, well, I guess now the answer is just Doug Jones. But yeah, I met him in Louisiana at a convention earlier this year for the first time. And my wife was with me, and he is, if anybody, watching this, listening to this, gets an opportunity to meet Doug Jones, take that opportunity. He takes very special, particular time with you. It holds the lineup a bit, I will admit, but if he has the time to give to you, he will absolutely give it.
I've been a fan of his since Silver Surfer days. Like that's my only Marvel movie that I like, the old Fantastic Four pre-Disney. But he's a marvel. His performance, his showmanship, the way that he brings characters through the costuming that he's a part of, he's amazing. And you can tell that he's a wonderful guy. I would love to meet him.
I like I said, cannot recommend it enough. I've been very privileged in my life to meet a number of actors over the years. I post them to my Facebook page and all that, the signatures I get and whatnot. But his has a special place. If they're particularly nice to me, or I have a particularly good experience with them, they get a frame and they're up in my house. And he has a front and center middle of my living room position because he is a very sweet man.
That's amazing. Discovery is probably my second favorite Trek show, as the, I guess, fairly new entry into the universe. I'm looking forward to the season starting next year. The last season, it's sad that it's going away, but Section 31, the movie, is coming out, so we'll get to see the Empress do her thing. Michelle Yeoh, it's going to be amazing. They're going to start production on that, I think, at the end of the year.
We talk around it. We try not to, we pretend like it's not happening. The strike as it is, I'm hopeful that doesn't affect any of the projects they've got going on, because I know the actors deserve what they are asking for. I stand completely in solidarity with them. Take the time you need to make the good products that you make, but I anxiously await and want to see more. In Discovery, Tilly was one of my favorite characters. She's supposed to be part of the Academy show that's coming out. We'll see, because like I said, no sooner than they started getting the cast together, the strike hit, and just man, I'm so anxious, but I get it. Go ahead.
Absolutely. They deserve all of the benefits that they're due, and of course solidarity, and we look forward to some positive things happening. I just want to say, everybody, look for your VIC 23 merchandise on TeePublic. You can look at the shop link on our website, and there's some pretty cool t-shirts that are available. So Ryan, you're going to announce our next?
I am. The next. Mute. There it goes. The next panel is actually my interview. I got a message kind of out of the blue as this was kind of coming together. It was like, hey, would you be interested in doing an interview? And I was like, sure, thinking it was just, it would be a scientist or, some engineer that I have something to do with. I'm an engineer by trade. And I was like, okay, yeah, that'd be really cool. What would you think of Dominic Keating and Connor Chenier? I'm sorry, what? So I got the opportunity. These two are, obviously part of Enterprise, but they also are part of a podcast, which I'll mention a number of times. This interview happened a few short days ago because we were dancing around the strike, trying to figure out what they could and couldn't do. And at the last minute, we managed to get it in. So we talk more about their podcast. It's called the Shuttlepod Show. Please go listen to it, you guys. It is excellent. It is my drive to and from work show. I've learned so much about many Trek actors. They are trying to kind of get it off the ground, trying to get it financially viable so that they can keep doing it. That being said, I was excited to do it. I'm excited for everybody to see it. Please enjoy, and we'll see you guys afterwards.
Greetings, Starfleet. This is Admiral Brand Stimson, Chief of Starfleet Membership Services. Hoping that you enjoy this wonderful content created just for you during the 2023 virtual IC.
Hi, guys. Connor, Dominic, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I'm Ryan Case. I'm the Vice Commander of Starfleet, effectively the Vice President of Starfleet International. Just, again, excited to just meet you guys. Wanted to say I'm a very big fan. I've been listening to your show, your podcast, not since it came out. When I became aware of it, the moment since then, I've been listening to it quite a bit. My first question that I wanted to really address that was, whose idea was it? How did it kind of that project come together? And, do you guys have anything as far as that goes for the future, like any future plans for it? What else is coming down the pipe?
We had a conversation with Garrett Wong a couple of years ago in Vegas for our photo ops, and he was talking about the Delta Flyers and how it was going. And Dominic kind of gave each other a little bit of side eye about this might be a good idea. And got back home, sort of loosely tried to figure out what that would be. And then Mark Cartier, who produces our show, I had done a movie with and become good friends with for a couple of years, for a year before that. And he is a Star Trek fan and a very talented producer. And he said, I'd love to take a shot at this with you guys. And that's how it all got kind of put together.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got big plans for it. We're gathering steam now, and we'll see where it takes us. But we'd love to, make this into the bona fide Star Trek chat show, and maybe kick a certain someone off their perch. And, yeah.
Look, having been a fan and listened to a number of the podcasts as the various ones have spun up, y'all's is quite unique. It's very, very entertaining. Y'all's personalities certainly shine through.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Speaking of other personalities on the show, I just wanted to.
I'm a little tired, I have to say. We had a long week in Vegas, baby, and
that was where I was headed. Was what was Vegas like for you guys? That it looks fantastic every time I see it come up. And you guys were shot some live video from it. How was the
We
trip?
did. It was heartening and a little overwhelming, the reaction that we had in Vegas, and it felt like the undercurrent of the whole convention was, you know, talk about Shuttlepod show. And the previous year, it had been, you know, what we were doing our Q&A, and a smattering of people raised their hands that they were watching it. And then this year, we had a nearly packed house for our Q&A, and it was a roar of people who
night and day.
Yep.
It was very encouraging. I mean, I think last year one sensed that, you know, maybe 1 in 7 had heard about our show, and this year it was the avalanche has happened, and the next six months I think will be very, very telling, and I think this could catapult.
Look, I wish you guys all the luck on this, because it is very quality, and again, like I said, y'all's personalities really make it what it is, and just keep it up. I've also kind of gained
the piece of the magic sauce there is this friendship, you know, that's 20 years, and the fact that you know, when you're working together and you're doing a show together, you know, you have to give each other space, and it's a testament to that friendship that we still do that, and yeah,
indeed.
In that vein, you know, you guys, you know, we became aware of you coming on the show together, and it kind of became, to me, magnetic. You guys are, you know, some of the biggest characters on the show, and y'all's relationship really shines through. It's why the podcast works so well. You guys, you know, was that behind the scenes as well, or was that, you know, just kind of happened on film and just kind of naturally went from there? You know, how'd that work out for you guys?
It cemented our relationship, really, honestly, on when we shot Shuttlepod 1.
I wasn't in the pub.
What? Where you don't remember?
I thought it was in the pub. Well, I'll go with
in the neighborhood.
I'll go with Shuttlepod 1 too, if we're going professional.
Yeah. Well, a couple of things happened. One, they began to hear our voices together as characters, and then, you know, Dom and I just connected as human beings and
as actors, really, too.
Yeah,
really,
definitely.
initially.
Yeah. It's always been great fun to work with him in any capacity, and truly, I feel blessed that we were able to do this second act together.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless that job. Of all the jobs we could have gotten coming to town, I pinched myself that this Star Trek thing was the big kahuna, and it's just, I mean, not to jinx it, but it is the job that just keeps on giving. God bless it. I mean, not least this week in Vegas, baby. You know, I'm amazed. I mean, it's amazing. 20 years on, people still come up to my table and want my autograph, and it's phenomenal. It really is.
I have you. You have my promise. When me and you are in the same place, I'll do the same. So
God bless you. Yeah, now with the Shuttlepod show, I noticed that a lot of people were coming up to the table and wanted Shuttlepod show autographs, as it were. Shuttlepod show, you know, photographs. So yeah, moving on up.
One of the reasons that, like, you know, I'm part of Starfleet itself, and I'm just part of the fandom and everything else, has always been kind of this undercurrent of family. And everybody you guys bring on the show, and it's one of the things you guys talk about, you know, pretty consistently on the show, is how much the actors come together and it feels like family. I just wondered if you guys could speak to that. You know, what is it about Star Trek, the fandom, the actors, of all of you together, that kind of creates this familial relationship with people as they come on?
Well, I would say, you know, for any actor that after a certain age and a certain time in their career, and the fact that we can go to these conventions and hang out with each other and have fun, and bask in the love and the you know, the appreciation for what you might have done on one of the shows is there's not, I still get paid for it. You know, it's a win-win-win-win situation, and you know, as the years go by, that familial connection between the actors on all the shows really deepens. I mean, we have a lot of, we like each other, and you know, we like hanging out with each other, and it's pretty cool, I gotta say.
It's one of the ways we've gotten so many fantastic guests is
Yeah.
because of the relationships we've built, the friendships we've built over the years with the other actors from the various other shows. And, you know, it's telling that people come to these conventions year after year. It's not like they go to one, get their photo signed, and then they're off and they never come back. It's an annual event. And, you know, to be honest, we're the entertainment for a collective that gets together and has an opportunity to, you know, share space and time with one another at various places and times over the year. And it's extraordinary that we continue to be asked to be a part of it, but also to be a part of the zeitgeist of what the whole thing is.
Yeah.
The most fascinating thing
We're really fun.
We're insane.
We're really fun.
I have to say,
the most fascinating.
Our cast,
We do compliment each other.
our cast was particularly entertaining. I mean, I mean, not to blow our horns too much, but the amount of people that come up to us after we've done our panel and go, once again, yours was the best panel this year. I mean, you know, we are, Anthony's good fun, John Billingsley's hilarious, and it's never a dull moment when we get together, that's for sure.
Especially if Billingsley's on stage.
Yeah. You hear that, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been warned.
Keep your pants on.
The most fascinating thing I find is, like, you know, you guys are part of your show, and, you know, obviously each of their casts kind of have their own stories behind it and stuff, but it's really, really interesting to watch you guys interact with those from other casts that are part of the as you put it, zeitgeist, all togetherness, and then you guys come together never having been on screen together, and you guys share very not similar stories, but, you know, similar experience. And I find it really, really, you know, for lack of a better word, very, very cool to see that the interactions between you guys, having never even potentially even met each other outside of, you know, the con circuit and stuff.
You just did this, didn't you? Because you did an engineer panel, which was the first time, I think,
ever,
because of the strike and the restrictions about being able to talk about the shows specifically. So yeah, they got together. They did an engineer panel. Who was on it? LeVar was on it.
LeVar, Bruce, Garrett.
Right. Garrett was an engineer.
I guess so.
Garrett was ops.
Well, he was on that.
Oh, was he? The chat discovery. Who knows his name? I can't remember. Sorry, mate.
Oh, Stamets?
Yeah.
Say again?
You talking about Stamets?
Yeah, the actor who plays Stamets.
Oh, yes.
Ruff.
Anthony Rapp.
Anthony Rapp.
Sorry, Anthony.
It's early. Now, one of the other things I'll say about meeting and getting to know the various actors from shows is that our show, Shuttlepod show in particular, you know, we do this long form interview that ultimately we find out so much about these people that we've known, you know, somewhat over the course of years, but invariably, you know, the gems and jewels that come out of these conversations are always, you know, I kind of marvel at, you know, how they got there, why they're there, how they got to the sitting place where they're at for the show. It's fascinating to me.
Yeah, and it's nice to, you know, because the conversations over 20 years at conventions can be quite fleeting at times. But this, you really come away having met someone after this chat on the Shuttlepod show, and yeah, it's deepened.
I think that's something that really carries it too, because not to say, because, like, you know, I'm here interviewing you guys in the same way that a con questionnaire might come. Some of the questions I'm certain get kind of samey, and being able to just sit down with your model, being able to ask the questions that you want to ask about very real topics, you start learning stuff that I've been watching some of these actors my entire life and didn't know some of the things that I found out through your show, and it's just fascinating.
That's my favorite byline. You heard it here first, people.
Kind of in the spirit of that, I just wanted to ask. I'm not going to ask who your favorite guest has been. That's a ridiculous question. But you guys have a particular moment that you guys have, like, really, really enjoyed and kind of point to is, like, if you're going to really pick a moment to watch and understand what this show is about, what would you point to?
In every episode, I think every episode has again, you know, one of those gems that pop up that you know, and the great thing about, again, this long form interview conversation is that, you know, you don't necessarily know you're going to go left on something, and then you go left, and then it opens up a whole new, world to talk about and find out what really makes them tick.
I particularly enjoyed Michael Westmore's interview, and just the history of his family in the makeup game in Hollywood, going all the way back to the silent era, and his uncle, one of the uncles, being Valentino's personal hair and makeup guy for 30 years. I mean, I drove home that afternoon, and I took the backwater through to where I live in Hollywood, and I came up the crest of that hill to overlook Lake Hollywood and the rest of LA, and I just pinched myself as I got to the top. I'm like, yeah, it's
pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's still magical.
I came to Hollywood 30 years ago, and and having just sat down with this guy and heard all that history, and now I am presented with the town. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Each of you individually, like I said, we've kind of spoken about, how long you've known each other and stuff, but when you were actors together, and I'm certain there was a small gap while you guys went off to do your own individual projects after, and then have come back together for the Shuttlepod show. Has anything changed in your relationship, between each other, or just grown?
Yeah, we've always been pretty tight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tight.
No, I'm happy when he gets work, and he's kind of happy when I do.
But he doesn't hit you with the one more movie without me in it?
Guessing more than me. And I'm at a loss.
How did they not hire me and hired this fella? One of my favorite things on your show is basically the last thing that you guys do on your show. It's the deserted island question. For those that aren't very familiar, it's the deserted island with Connor, and the rules kind of go that you're on a deserted island, you can never leave, you're all alone by yourself. All of your answers cannot help you get off the island.
Well, let's do you.
Yeah. I'm headed there, I'm certain. But I wanted to ask you two, for kind of the general public, you get one dessert, one cuisine, one author, and music, and a comfort item. And anything you pick is all of them. So you can pick the Italian food, you get all Italian food. You pick Aerosmith, you get all of their music. What would be your individual answers?
On Aerosmith.
Say again. Sorry, Ryan.
For each one of you, I was going to actually start with you, Dominic. What would your answers be?
Well, I've done this a couple of times, and I just forgot my answers in Vegas, didn't I?
Yeah, we just recorded them in Vegas.
So you get the complete works of Shakespeare and a religious text, if you so choose. Because we did notice that a lot of people would be choosing Shakespeare. So my author, my original author was Dickens, and I went to Bill Bryson, actually, the travel writer. And then I actually doubled back and went P.G. Wodehouse. I think I'm going to go with P.G. Wodehouse. I remember reading those books in my 20s, and they are so fun and funny. I mean, laugh out loud funny. My original composer was Mozart, but I think lately I've been listening to a lot of Bach, and I think I'm going to swap out to Johann Sebastian. My cuisine is definitely Mediterranean, and my dessert was ice cream, but I might go with, what have I been eating a lot of lately? We have that sticky toffee pudding with vanilla ice cream at Hell's Kitchen the other night, and I gotta say I could eat that for a good fair while. And my luxury item would be, it can't be Erica, right? No.
You can't get her on Amazon.
Because she's on Mark's side.
I'm only joking. What was my luxury item? I went with a memory foam mattress. That would be.
Oh yes.
I like to sleep. Well, sleep as best I can. And do we imagine that the island grows its own pot?
Yes.
So
everybody gets a little bit more every time they do it.
Yeah, this question is transformed over the
I will have
couple
smuggled
of
a couple
episodes.
of hybrid seeds.
And I've played this game for a long time. I thought I invented it, but apparently I didn't.
Roy Plumley invented it. Yeah.
Beatles right now.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody also said, so if you went with someone like Eric Clapton, would that mean you got him with Yardbirds, Cream, you know?
You get all of Eric
I'll get all of Eric Clapton. I thought, yeah, that makes sense, you know? So Beatles, Mexican food, ice cream, and Stephen King. I got a fun island. And then I would have a machete.
Right.
Right. Yeah. I'm like say you've answered the machete one. That's a smart one. That's so utilitarian. It's outside of what I'd have picked. As I'm listening.
No, you can't.
And I can also swim to other islands and kill the people and take all their stuff.
Yeah.
Because all these islands are within sight of each other. You just can't interact until I got this machete.
James Darren had the best one. He was like, I want a Ferrari. To do what with?
Just to drive around the hard bit of the hard packed sand. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, my personal answers. I've been trying to think about the author because like my gut reaction is Tolkien because you know I enjoy incredible high fantasy, but kind of in the way that you answered it, Dominic, is like I remember books from my youth and there's a lot of them and a lot of different genre stuff. Is R.L. Stine, the Goosebumps and Fear Street writer. He also did quite a number of humor books and stuff like that. It's a huge library, and he's still writing books today.
I want
so
to
I'd probably
I gotta say, I need a good laugh. If you're on your own, there's nothing like reading a book and it making you literally laugh out loud. It's rare too, isn't it? I mean, and Bill Bryson could do that. But yeah, there's that lovely passage when he goes back to Australia and he meets those people looking out at the Seven Sisters. You know that it's just one of the funniest.
What's that called? In a Burned Country or something?
Yeah, it's brilliant, just brilliant.
But I had never considered the multiple bands thing. That makes me want to lean Phil Collins so I can get some Genesis in there as well. But
Terry Metalis
Yeah.
just was Genesis.
But my answer is probably Rush.
Prog rock. You're a prog rock guy.
Are you prog rock?
Very much. Yeah, very much.
How about that? Well, have you checked out? Do you know a band called Camel?
I do not.
Camel. Pete Bardens was the inspiration behind. They had 2 or 3 albums. One was Moon. What did we just listen to, love? Moon Bass? No. Moon
Over My Hammy.
It's the band's called Camel. You'll like them a lot. They were a hell of a 70s band. Snow Goose. Well done. And who else were we just listening to? Yes.
Yeah, I have listened to a lot of Yes.
Yeah, a lot of Yes.
My parents, they just up and handed me their musical collection and records, and it's Yes, Rush,
Dream. They were
all that
featured on KCRW yesterday. Tangerine Dream. How about that? That's some old school.
So you guys have nailed my my musical taste there. Speaking of taste, Italian food is my favorite food. I went to Italy a couple years back, confirmed it, done, signed, sealed, deliver, and I'm a cobbler guy. So I think cobblers of all fruits would be my choice.
He only wanted peach cobblers, I remember. Yeah. Very specific.
I want blackberry, pecan, peach, all of it.
You want it all.
What's your bonus?
If I had a record player to play it, I would bring just some audiobooks on that I have on record, just because it would just be more content I could listen to. But if it were just something more menial, probably just like a bottle of like Buffalo Trace or something like that, just some alcohol.
Well, you'd get it forever.
Exactly. So if it's a one and done, probably just
what am I
like
thinking? Never-ending supply of red wine.
Yeah.
Really.
So if it constantly refills, I'm bringing some bourbon of some kind. But if it's a one and done, I'll probably bring, I would love to have a vehicle with endless gas, like a little Gator I could just drive around the island on. But anyway, kind of in the close, I know we're kind of coming up on it. I know you guys also have a Patreon for your show and everything else. Do you guys want to pitch, stuff for there so that we can show this at RIC?
You know, I mean, I'm the one that bangs the drum a little harder than others, but I just, you know, thank you for all your support, everyone that's tuned in to see this show. We're at this tipping point phase now where we really need that to translate into, you know, monthly donations to help support this show so that we can keep it on the air. You know, he and I haven't made a red cent out of this in over a year, and we're really enjoying doing it. Don't get me wrong, but it's time for this to sort of kick into a second gear, and so we need all of you to help out. Please think about becoming Patreon members. You know, even $5-10 a month. You know, as I've said many times, $5 is a cup of coffee in Los Angeles a month. It's 2 in Tennessee. I will grant you that. But we need that support now, and we can keep this coming forever.
And we're getting close.
And we're getting very
about
close.
2/3 of the way there.
We are. And then we can, you know, there are certain guests that we'd love to have on who, unfortunately, or whatever, just the constrictions of the business, they want to get paid. And we don't have the money. Everyone that you've seen on our show has come out of our personal
We've
relationship.
flown people here.
We have, and it's cost us money. We wanted to, we've flown down to come and do the show in the early days when we were, you know, getting things up and running. But you know, the bigger name guests definitely, you know, they're not coming without some remuneration. So please,
it's patreon.com/shuttlepod show.
Patreon.com/shuttlepod show.
You hear that? Hear that, Starfleet? Go sign up. These guys, the show is excellent. Go listen. If you can afford to, please pitch in on their Patreon. Like, it is well worth it, in my humble opinion.
To that. There are certain, you know, but I don't want to sell it on the benefits. I want to sell it on the donation and the support of the show.
Absolutely.
And the community that we've built and are building. And
the Patreon members who joined us.
Yeah. We had so many wonderful Patreon members come to the Vegas show just now. And it was just fabulous to have our family there now, as it were, that we've put together in the last year, and they're all just wonderful people.
We had a toast to our Patreon family.
We did have a toast to our Patreon family.
We filled up the whole bar.
And we filled up the entire bar pretty much, and it was pretty cool. Where's that photo? Can you see that photo?
Yeah, it's going to be posted on our Patreon.
We'll be posting that momentarily.
Nice.
So come join the family, and it doesn't cost you much, and yeah, we really appreciate that.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well, guys, you know, I've got a 6-year-old daughter now. She's finally starting to really get into. She's, you know, getting into some of the shows. You know, yours are coming up. I look forward to catching you guys somewhere down the road. I will be mentioning this interview, and just hopefully you'll remember me. And again, thank you for all that you've done, all that you will do and continue to do.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you very much.
And you are beloved. Don't let anybody tell you different.
Thank you. Who? Yeah. I said I wasn't.
But again, I like I said, I know we're coming up on it, but again, thank you guys. This was a dream that I never thought I had. So
thank you, Ryan. Best man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
Bye, everyone. See you down
Bye,
the
guys.
road.
Bye.
So that was my interview. What'd you think, David?
Yeah, that seemed really good. My preference is Greek food, by the way.
Yeah.
Although I do like a good cobbler. Well, greetings, everyone. Welcome to Saturday's closing. And have a little bit more fun, and then we're gonna sign off for the evening. Ryan, I understand that you have something that you need to take care of.
I do. So I have been working kind of in the background, trying to how best to word. I'm trying to think of how best to word this. The CS gets a lot of opportunity to thank a lot of people. They get the opportunity to brandish certain awards that are exclusive to their ability to give it out. I sat down and kind of just started giving it some thought of like, what can I do? What can I create that'll not overwrite anything that's going on there, but at the same time also provide meaning, be meaningful. And while I'm talking, I'm also trying to find where I've posted the raw text version because I have the award. I just wanted to show my text that I wrote up for it. I'm almost to it. It is right. Dadgummit. Should have had it pulled up. Of course I didn't. Here we go. I got it.
Oh, okay.
So the idea behind this was I tried to think of something that was, space related without overstepping into somebody else's kind of realm, without also using terminology that's been used and used and used. And I got to thinking about like sailors and using the stars for navigation and kind of the untold out over the water using the celestial bodies to provide navigation, basically being that star and that having tools that point you towards them, which obviously, if you know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about an astrolabe. Astrolabe. The text that I have written, so I try not to sound too robotic here, but the VCS is proud to announce the establishment of a new award, the prestigious Starfleet Astrolabe Award, which is an accolade bestowed upon those individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to the office of the VCS particularly. It's inspired by the principles of a typical astrolabe. This award symbolizes the invaluable guidance and support provided by recipients, enabling the VCS office to navigate uncharted territories with confidence and clarity. Just as an astrolabe has been a trusted instrument for celestial navigation throughout early history, this award recognizes individuals who have proven themselves as guiding lights, assisting the office in charting new courses and overcoming challenges. By harnessing the principles embodied by this ancient navigational tool, the award attempts to encapsulate these qualities that distinguish its recipient. Precision. The meticulous calibration of an astrolabe, this award commends individuals who demonstrate exceptional attention to detail, ensuring accuracy and precision in their efforts to assist the office. Their dedication to thoroughness and commitment to excellence shines brightly, guiding this office in making well-informed decisions. Versatility. Similar to the versatility of the instrument, the Astrolabe Award acknowledges individuals who display adaptability and flexibility in their support of the office. These individuals possess a diverse range of skills and are willing to take on various roles and responsibilities, navigating through ever-changing circumstances with resilience and resourcefulness. Insight. As an astrolabe provides insights into the celestial realm, the Astrolabe Award celebrates individuals who offer unique perspectives and valuable insights into the office. Their wisdom and understanding sheds light on complex issues, enabling the VCS to navigate challenges with clarity and foresight. Collaboration. An astrolabe requires collaborative efforts for successful navigation, and the Astrolabe Award recognizes individuals who foster collaboration within the office. Their ability to cultivate harmonious working relationships, bridge gaps between different teams, and promote a spirit of unity contributes significantly to the overall success of this office. And innovation. Similar to the advancements made in astrolabe technology over time, the award honors individuals who bring innovation and creative thinking to the office. They're not afraid to explore new horizons, propose novel solutions, and embrace emerging technologies, revolutionizing the way the office operates and propels it towards greater achievements. This award is a testament to the extraordinary individuals who have offered their unwavering support, guidance, and expertise to the office of the VCS. Through their dedication and commitment, they've helped steer the VCS office towards success and illuminating a path and inspiring others with exemplary contributions. And my intention is to only give out one of these a year, and I will be designating them going forward with a 0.1, 0.2, so we will know, in what order individuals have won it. It's not exclusive; you can win it multiple times. But that being said, this year the person who has helped me on more projects than I can count, more insight on more things than I even have expertise to operate within, is my very close and dear friend, Gerhard Pretorius. Gerhard, I don't know if you'll see this tonight. I'm going to do this again tomorrow, but there's other individuals in my office that I couldn't do this without, but I truly could not do this without you. You have helped me tremendously, more than I can say, and I just want you to know that you are appreciated.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Gerhard. It's wonderful to be for you to be the first recipient of this award. With that being said, taking just a brief moment to thank the team that is working very diligently and solving so many issues behind the scenes. Ken, Chris, and Gerhard, we really do appreciate everything that you're doing in the background. It's your work has really made this event go as smoothly as it could be, or that it could, and we're looking forward to seeing what tomorrow holds and what the future holds with all of you folks. Let's see. I guess tomorrow, that's what we've got coming up next. So we have a few things going on tomorrow. I will be presenting the Command Star Awards and the Starfleet Crosses. That will be that'll be, and again, all these times are Eastern. That will be happening right around 3:15. At 3 o'clock, we'll be having the promotions and honorary memberships will be announced. Tomorrow morning, I will have a different co-host, my director of diversity, Paul Lennox, out of Dublin, Ireland, will be online with me in the morning, and we will be getting the show started.
We lost David right at the exact right time.
It always had my back.
Yeah. You're back. I just wanted to let you know I'll be there in the morning too. It'll be all three of us, actually.
Oh, it'll be all three of us? Okay, great. Not sure where I got cut off, but hopefully I got all that information out.
Yeah, you got it out. He said he'll be joining you in the morning. We got the message.
Tonight, there'll be a second Gather Town social hour, probably starting right after this or a little bit after we sign off the air here. And look forward to the battles going on the auction site. I've started bidding for a few things, and hopefully others will too. I think that's about it. Did I forget anything, Ryan?
Nothing, that isn't, stuff we've mentioned before. I just want to make sure, David's mentioned going and checking out the auction, the scholarship funds and all of that. Yep. I want to make sure, if you guys don't know, tomorrow there's a Star Trek Adventures panel. Please go make sure to watch it. The fact that we have managed to get their partnership with us on this event is tremendous, and I'm trying not to oversell it, but I've been a fan of the Modifius company. They're the company who makes Star Trek Adventures. I've been a fan of theirs for a while. I'm a big tabletop RPG player. They don't do willy-nilly coupon codes and sales and things like that. Like, their stuff isn't on sale all the time. We have a 10% off code that all you have to do is email VIC 2023 at sfi.org. Just give them your name and SCC number, and you'll get a code that will get you 10% off on their products on one order. And I've already got a cart put. I've literally got it in a window just off screen here. I'm preparing to make my own purchase. So, if you are into Star Trek Adventures, if even just for one book, give them your business, because one, they deserve it. They have really kind of reached their neck out for us. It's really cool. And two, I actually want to foster this relationship and keep, doing this kind of stuff and showing success in one partnership can lead to others, and that's all I will say about that, because I don't want to oversell that bit, but I'm trying.
Excellent. Let's not forget the rest of the special guests tomorrow. Regional videos. There's the panel that he just talked about, and the final mission will be also tomorrow, and then closing ceremonies. I guess that's it. Brian, did I do that again?
Yep. That's it, and you cut out.
Oh, so I said, well, that's it. I'm coming into you from San Francisco. Ryan, you're in
Brandon,
which
Mississippi.
City? In Mississippi. And have a great evening, folks, and see you in Gathertown.
See you guys in Gather.